There's been 780 villains in the Scooby-Doo franchise. I found every single one of them. I tallied up every single crime, and used the laws of each state or country that the episode or movie takes place in, to find out how much time each of them would spend in prison. I'm totally normal and mentally fine, by the way. I won't be going in order here, but the most fun series will come first. Before we begin, thank you as always to the amazing people over on the Patreon for always supporting. I really appreciate you all. And now, we might as well start with Scooby-Doo's first ever case. How many years in prison would every single villain from Scooby-Doo Where Are You get for their crimes? Well... in the very first episode of the series, What a Night for a Night, Mr. Wickles dresses up as the Black Knight to sell stolen artwork and replace them with forged copies. Add that to the kidnapping of Professor White and his false imprisonment, and for menacing charges, he's looking at about 35 years in Coolsville Penitentiary and hella fines. In A Clue for Scooby-Doo, Captain Cutler steals by my count 11 yachts, and at 3 years for each count is looking at about 33 years in prison. On top of that, he also repainted and sold them, so that's another 3 years per, so let's call it 66 years. Plus another 9 for the false imprisonments, and another 3 for menacing, so now we're up to 78. Also, Miss Cutler was helping him out, so she's getting 3 years as well. Unlucky. In Hassle in the Castle, Bluestone the Great tries to steal the treasure of Vasquez, but technically since the property is abandoned, no harm done. But he does scare the gang, so I got him for menacing charges. Oh, and apparently he was already on the run from the cops, so that'll be 13 years in Coolsville Penitentiary. In Mind Your Own Business, Hank, aka Miner 49er, scares away the residents of Gold City in order to buy the land for cheap and drill for the oil. Assuming he also buys the mineral rights as well, we can really only get him for menacing, so 3 years. Also, a misdemeanor reckless driving charge for the handcar chase, so another 90 days. In Decoy for a Dognapper, Buckmaster steals a bunch of dogs participating in an upcoming dog show. Since they are for a show, I'm going to assume that they're over $950 in value, and therefore each count will be for felony grand theft, carrying a 3-year penalty for each. Add that to the false imprisonment of Daphne, and Buck's looking at 12 years in Coolsville Penitentiary. In What the Heck's Going On, Uncle Stuart tries to swindle his family into giving him the fortune. He dresses up like Elias Kingston, kidnaps Sharon, and falsely imprisons the gang. At 8 years for the kidnapping and 3 years per false imprisonment, plus another 6 for potentially hurting Shaggy, Uncle Stuart's looking at 29 years in Coolsville Penitentiary. In Never Ape and Ape Man, Stuntman Carl dresses up in the ape costume and throws candy off a bridge? I got him for attempted murder, open and shut case. Also, just to be petty, I'll tack on an identity theft charge for pretending to be Scooby, and the child endangerment of Shaggy, so let's make that life in prison plus 9 years. In Foul Play in Funland, Miss Jenkins sabotages her brother's robot, Charlie, causing chaos around the theme park. Technically, nothing bad happened aside from some small damage around the park, so if he wanted to, Mr. Jenkins could take it to small claims court. But her excuse was robots shouldn't be near children trying to have fun, so she's gonna get a pass from me. In the Backstage Rage, the Puppet Master Pietro runs a counterfeiting operation out of the Old Strand Theater. That'll net him 20 years in jail and a fine of $250,000. Add that to 3 counts of child endangerment and 4 counts of menacing, he's looking at an even 50 years in Coolsville Penitentiary. In Bedlam in the Big Top, Harry the Hypnotist uses a gold coin to hypnotize Shaggy into taming a lion, and he very well could have died. Not only that, but he locks Freddy in the trunk and hypnotizes Scooby to do the high wire stunt, so with the false imprisonment and the animal abuse charges, he's looking at life in prison plus 6 years. In A Gaggle of Galloping Ghosts, Big Bob Oakley scares away the people from Franken Castle so he can search for the Franken treasure alone. To add to that, he kidnaps and hides Daphne in the dungeon. He chases the gang around the castle, and he's already wanted in 7 states. With all of his charges, Big Bob's looking at a big 34 years in the big house. In Scooby-Doo and a Mummy 2, Dr. Najib dresses up like a mummy to try and steal an ancient coin. In the process, he kidnaps the professor and keeps him tied up in the shed, breaks some of the museum artifacts, chases the gang, and even tries to kill them with this circular saw. As a result, I sentenced him to 4 consecutive life terms, plus another 30 years in Coolsville Penitentiary. In Which Witch is Which, Zeke and Zeb dress up as a zombie and a witch, scaring away people in the swamps as they look for an armored truck that they sunk after they stole it. That'll be 20 years for both, and along with the false imprisonment of Daphne and their menacing charges, Zeke's looking at 26 years, while Zeb will get 35 in Coolsville Penitentiary. In Go Away Ghost Ship, CL Magnus dresses up like the ghost of Redbeard in order to commit insurance fraud by stealing his own cargo. That's an easy 5 years in prison, as well as a $50,000 fine. Along with that, we've got 4 counts of attempted manslaughter, 3 counts of false imprisonment, assault with a deadly weapon, and an animal abuse charge, and Magnus is going to get 65 years in Coolsville Penitentiary and a $70,000 fine. In Spooky Space Kook, Henry Bascom scares away people from the abandoned airfield after hearing it would reopen again soon. He adds a child endangerment charge when he hooks Freddy and hoists him up, bringing his sentence up to 18 years in Coolsville Penitentiary. In A Night of Fright is No Delight, Cosgood Creeps and Mr. Crawls try to scare off the heirs of the fortune to Colonel Beauregard Sanders. Inheritance hijacking carries a sentence of 15 years, and when added to 8 counts of menacing and 2 counts of child endangerment, they are both looking at 51 years in Coolsville Penitentiary. In the Season 1 finale, that's Snow Ghost, Mr. Greenway dresses up as a snow ghost as a part of a jewel smuggling operation to send them across the border. With an attempted manslaughter charge, attempted murder, child endangerment, and animal abuse to go with it, Mr. Greenway's looking at life in prison plus 42 years, with Mr. Leach receiving 10 years for the jewel smuggling operation. In the Season 2 premiere, Nowhere to Hide, Dr. Jekyll turns into the Ghost of Hyde in order to steal the jewels from the Movar collection of rare jewels. Add that grand theft charge onto the breaking and entering and evading police, plus the menacing child abduction, kidnapping, and false imprisonment, and he's looking at 28 years in Coolsville Penitentiary. Unfortunately for him, he can't blame it on DID in this case. In Mystery Mask Mix-Up, Mr. Fong dresses up as Chinese warlord Zhen Tuo in order to conduct his international smuggling ring. As the leader, he's going to take the biggest fall here, and his rap sheet includes grand theft, child abduction and kidnapping, false imprisonment, and reckless driving. Oh yeah, and attempted murder. All these add up to a life sentence plus 50 years in Coolsville Penitentiary. In Scooby's Night with a Frozen Fright, Professor Wayne disguises himself as the caveman in order to steal Professor Ingstrom's new marine communication device. As the caveman, he falsely imprisoned Shaggy and Velma and tried to kill them with ice, so that's 2 life sentences right there. Plus the animal abuse and menacing charges, he's getting 2 life sentences plus 21 years in Coolsville Penitentiary. In Jeepers, it's the Creeper. Mr. Carswell dresses up as the Creeper to rob his own bank. He kidnapped his bank guard and tied him up in his basement. While chasing the gang, he runs them off the road and steals the mystery machine as well, bringing his total sentence up to 81 years in Coolsville Penitentiary and $1 million worth of fines. Ouch. In Haunted House Hang-Up, Asa Shanks dresses up as the Spectre to look for the Stillwell fortune. Trying to scare the gang away, he chases them around the mansion, which nets him another charge of menacing. So, in total, he's looking at about 13.5 years in Coolsville Penitentiary. In A Tiki Scares No Fair, John Sims runs an illegal pearl poaching operation and tries to scare away the locals and the gang so no one finds it. That'll net him and his henchmen 23 years in a Hawaiian prison and a $5,000 fine. In Who's Afraid of the Big Bad Werewolf, the sheep wrestler dresses up as a werewolf to scare away people from the sawmill, where the sheep smuggling operation is based. Since the average sheep runs for about $300, we got him for felony theft of livestock, which carries a punishment of a year in prison and a $1,000 fine per sheep stolen. Along with the usual menacing charges, assault with a deadly weapon and 3 false imprisonments, he's looking at about 26 years in Coolsville Penitentiary. In the series finale, Don't Fool with a Phantom, Roger Stevens dresses up as the Phantom in order to embezzle money from the TV station. He ties up Johnny Grisby and the gang, and he also put Shaggy and Scooby on the conveyor belt leading to molten wax, which would probably kill them. He intended to fly to South America and have Grisby take the blame for everything. With everything considered, I'm going to give him life in prison plus 38 years in Coolsville Penitentiary. How many years in prison would every villain from Mystery Incorporated get for their crimes? In the series premiere, Beware the Beast from Below, Professor Ruffalo disguises as a slime mutant in order to rob the Crystal Cove Bank. In the process, he ties up the snooping sewer workers, locks Daphne in the janitor's closet, and attacks her while the gang are in a sticky situation, trying to frame Mr. Fruitmere. In total, Ruffalo's gonna get 92 years in Crystal Cove Prison. In The Creeping Creatures, Grady, Greta, and Gunther Gator dress up as the titular Creeping Creatures to conduct their counterfeit Gator goods business. In doing so, they attack a family passing through, steal the Mystery Machine's engine, keeping the gang in Gatorville long enough to chase them down and attack them, and almost kidnapping Velma. All three faux reptiles are going to get 74 years in Crystal Cove Prison. In Secret of the Ghost Rig, Rung Ladderton drives the ghost truck around Crystal Cove, smuggling out crystal doorknobs that he stole throughout the town. The amount isn't explicitly stated, but let's give him like 5,000 doorknobs stolen. In his rampage, he speeds around town, chasing a cop and the gang over a cliff, which would potentially lead to their deaths. For the attempted murders, he's getting 5 life sentences, plus the extra 2,522 years for the other crimes. In Revenge of the Man Crab, Bud Shelton dresses up as the Man Crab, attacking multiple beachgoers, including Angel Dynamite and a group of kids, kidnapping 4 people in total, Daphne included, and keeping them in a cage underground. He throws that same cage at everyone before starting the chase, nearly piercing them all with his claws. For his crimes, Bud's gonna get 150 years in Crystal Cove Prison. In The Song of Mystery, Marianne Glearden disguises herself as Kay Rifico to try and take over the town. She stole the costume from the theater department and bribed the kids to help her scare away the parents, causing the neighborhood to get destroyed. As the catalyst for these events, she's deemed liable and sentenced to 179 years in Crystal Cove Prison. Oh, and all the kids will get grounded for 1 month as well. In The Legend of Alice May dresses up as a ghost in order to crash prom. She kidnaps her date, keeping him tied up while she continues her tirade. In the process, she drops a bookcase on Daphne before chasing her, Shaggy, and Velma through the graveyard, before crashing prom with, by my count, 79 people inside, bringing her total sentence up to 100 years flat. In Episode 7, In Fear of the Phantom, Daniel Prezette disguises himself as the Phantom to try and ruin the Hex Girls, dropping a giant speaker on top of Thorn. When Daphne steps in to replace her, she gets kidnapped and is tied up above the stage. During their investigation, he chases Shaggy and Scooby around, but when he can't find them, resorts to lighting their trailer on fire. I'm going to give him 2 life sentences for the attempted murders, plus another 29 years in Crystal Cove Prison. In The Grasp of the Gnome, Gil Littlefoot dresses up as the gnome to ruin his wife's business while framing her for everything. He attacks a total of 38 people at the Renaissance Fair with a paralysis-inducing jellyfish toxin. Later, he kidnaps Shaggy and keeps him tied up before assaulting one last person while on the run, adding a final charge totaling 176 years in the dungeon. Crystal Cove Prison. In Battle of the Humongonauts, Jax and Max Minner destroy the town in order to sabotage the others' insurance companies. They aren't working together here, so while they both get felony property damage, Jax adds 2 assault with deadly weapon charges, bringing his total up to 11 years, while Max gets 5 assault with deadly weapon charges and an arson thrown on top, totaling 32 years in Crystal Cove Prison. In Howl of the Fright Hound, Mrs. White controls the robot Fright Hound to get back at the people being mean to her son. To do so, she breaks into the asylum and assaults 7 guards, crashes the mystery tour full of people, and chases the gang around an old factory, bringing her total time up to 53 years in Crystal Cove Prison. In The Secret Serum, Sheila Altunian steals various items to try and craft a potion of youth, but all the items turn out to be relatively worthless. In doing so, she scares an entire auction room of 70 people, attacks Shaggy and a gardener, and chases the gang around a wine cellar into a cage that she then locks. Overall, she racks up 248 years in Crystal Cove Prison. In The Shrieking Madness, Howard E. Roberts dresses up as Hatecrafty and monster Chargar Gothicon to defend Hatecraft's writing from the critics. Naturally, this involves kidnapping Hatecraft himself and throwing him off a building. In addition to that, he attacks a guy on campus, kidnapping him and keeping him locked up, attacks Harlan Ellison, a fry cook, and an entire auditorium full of people, before knocking Daphne, Fred, and Velma off the roof. His obsession with the monster is going to net him 2 life sentences plus another 142 years in Crystal Cove Prison. In When the Cicada Calls, Grandma Moonbeam uses thousands of cicadas to create the cicada creature in order to get her revenge on Destroido Corp, attacking 3 of their employees, including leading one to drive off the cliff, and another one actually flatlands in the hospital. She locks the gang in the Carnival Funhouse, using her cicadas to attack them, ending up with 2 life sentences plus another 28 years on top. In Mystery Solvers Club State Finals, Jonathan Wellington Muddlemore, aka Funky Phantom, disguises as Lord Infernicus to crash the competition. He kidnaps 17 people, keeping them locked up, intending to sell them to Africa to solve mysteries there. Along with that, he shoots fireballs at Angel Dynamite, Principal Quinlan, Captain Caveman, and Jabberjaw, before trying to run them off the road. But, this was all in one of Scooby's fever dreams, so no time, I guess? In The Wild Brood, Maxwell dresses up as the Shadowy Orc to besmirch the reputation of the other orcs, but takes it a bit too far, hacking into the Crystal Cove Armory security system, allowing him to break in and steal a rocket launcher. He kidnaps Velma and Scooby, eventually pushing them off a cliff while tied up, hijacks a train, and attacks the guards and the conductor. Plus he nearly kills the gang and the other orcs when he shoots the rocket launcher, destroying the bridge ahead. Maxwell here managed to rack up 9 life sentences, plus another 36 years in Crystal Cove Prison. In Werewalk's Aphrodite, Amanda Smythe dresses up as Aphrodite to brainwash Crystal Cove with her love potion to get revenge for her mistreatment in high school. As you can imagine, laws surrounding brainwashing are a bit unfounded at the moment, so we can really only get her for the property damages and animal cruelty, so just a quick 6 years. In Escape from Mystery Manor, Danny Arrow traps the gang in Mystery Manor, assuming them to be the old Mystery Incorporated, which leads him to try and kill them with various traps throughout the house. I guess technically speaking, the gang did kinda break into his house, so he was just protecting himself. So I'm only gonna get him for the animal abuse, because there's no excuse for that. Oh, he died at the end. In The Dragon's Secret, Mr. Wang disguises as the White Wizard in order to steal the Dragon's Heart Ruby. He assaults a pawn shop clerk, Mai Li, and the gang with his Tesla coil lightning powers before dropping the mystery machine on them, later dispatching of the Red Wizard and kidnapping Mai Li to steal her ring, leading to 5 life sentences plus 44 years. Also, Mai Li's gonna get 3 years for grand theft as well, as she was trying to steal the ruby for herself. In Night Fright, Argus Ventonpoof dresses up as the titular Night Fright in order to scare Vincent Van Ghoul after he rewrote his original script. He paid the other 3 monsters to help him, broke into Vincent Van Ghoul's house, destroying his stuff as he scared him and the gang. For his actions, he's going to receive 36 years in Crystal Cove Prison. In The Siren's Song, Ernesto and the other protesters dress up as the Fish Freaks to illegally drill for oil to fund their environmental activism, starting with attacking a fishing boat with 2 guys aboard and kidnapping them. Along with that, they also attack Velma while she's out researching, later kidnapping the gang, Dr. Kavanaugh, and Skipper Shelton, keeping them tied up with the other 2 fishermen. This cruel bit of irony nets them 150 years in Crystal Cove Prison. In Menace of the Manticore, Marcy Fleech terrorizes the creepy spooky Terrorland theme park to steal the steel and create a super helium. She begins with Brenda and Dylan, who get their ride ripped off the track and thrown to the ground. She flies around attacking the gang, eventually picking Shaggy and Scooby up and dropping them from at least 100 feet up. She tries doing the same with Daphne, but the rest of the gang grab on, later getting saved by Scooby-Doo. Marcy's gonna get 3 life sentences plus another 77 years. In Attack of the Headless Horror, Marion Spartan tries to scare her husband away from adventuring by disguising as the Headless Horror, attacking him and sending him to the hospital. Also, she breaks into the artifact room and chases the gang through the hospital, throwing a metal table at them. She's coming out of this one with a 29-year prison sentence. In A Haunting in Crystal Cove, Professor Pericles dons a cloak, turning him into a shadowy figure, so he can break into Mayor Jones's house, scaring him out. As the gang investigates, Shaggy and Scooby get locked in the kitchen, being attacked by a demonic pizza thing. Meanwhile, the house comes to life, scaring the gang, Mayor Jones, and Lady Marmalade out. Daphne gets grabbed and Mayor Jones gets kidnapped, and the gang finds that Pericles did all this to steal the planispheric disc, hacking Fred's laptop, allowing him to trap the gang in the basement and fly off. But when we do catch him, he's got 69 years in Crystal Cove Prison waiting for him. In Dead Justice, Deputy Buck goes vigilante mode as the ghost of Dead Justice. Although he was rewarded for his efforts, I've never been one to agree with the police, so I'm gonna give him assault for every person he brought in, plus making death threats to the gang, so he comes away with 16 years in Crystal Cove Prison. In Pawn of Shadows, Alice May poses as the Obliteratrix, using high-tech weapons to help her steal the Mystery Machine, swapping it with a fake to blow it up along with various buildings around town. She does end up trying to kill the gang, Professor Hatecraft, and Angel Dynamite. Of course, we already know she was in prison and broke out once before, but maybe another 6 life sentences plus 53 more years will keep her in there. Maybe not. In the Season 1 finale, All Fear the Freak, Fred Jones Sr. dresses up as the Freak of Crystal Cove to try and find the cursed treasure. Years ago, he blackmailed the old mystery gang, forcing them out of town, framing Professor Pericles for their disappearance. But for our new gang, the best he could muster up was breaking into Shaggy's house to attack him, smacking Pericles aside, and stealing a piece of the planispheric disc. Fred's fake dad is going to get a very real sentence of 34 years in Crystal Cove Prison. In the Season 2 premiere, The Night the Clown Cried, Crybaby Clown terrorizes Crystal Cove while the gang try and get their mojo back. He rips around town, destroying buildings and tossing bombs, which lead to Sheriff Stone's car flipping. He nearly runs Fred over with his hot rod wagon, and crashes the town hall meeting demanding ransom, blocking their exit as he drops a super stink bomb. He does go without capture here, instead blowing up the fireworks factory, but I have a feeling he'll be back soon. And we'll have a cell at Crystal Cove Prison reserved for him for the next 208 years. In The House of the Nightmare Witch, Curator Vronsky puts on the Baba Yaga disguise to smuggle stolen Fabergé eggs into the country. He breaks into the museum at night, assaulting the guard on duty, kidnapping him and later Anna too, keeping her locked in the house. When the gang investigate, he tries to scare them off, attacking Marcy, Shaggy, and Velma with his club, and evading Sheriff Stone, bringing his total sentence up to 57 years. In The Night the Clown Cried 2, Tears of Doom, Crybaby Clown is back and turns out to be Baylor Hotner, who's method acting for a new movie role. No, really. He breaks into a psychiatrist's office and kidnaps him with 3 other people, nearly running Shaggy and Scooby over on the way out. Later that night, he almost runs over Fred and Daphne as well, later kidnapping Daphne and keeping everyone tied up on a plane he stole. Oh, and his hot rod was stolen too. After a duel with Shaggy and Scooby, he ties them up too, bringing his total sentence up to 94 years. In Web of the Dreamweaver, Horbert Feist builds a machine to project himself as the Dreamweaver in other people's dreams. Since most of the action did take place in dreams, not much I can do about that. But he did loan himself money from his own bank to fund his endeavor, as well as causing damages to the town and lighting buildings on fire, giving him a nightmare sentence of 51 years and $1 million in fines. In the Hodag of Horror, Ned Fussbuster trains his monkey Roberto to be the Hodag of Horror, terrorizing the town and stealing valuable items. He attacks Daphne's sister and steals an expensive necklace, attacks the gang and the party the Blakes are throwing, leading to the kidnapping of 7 people. I'm not going to charge the monkey here, but I am holding Ned liable for the robbery and the assaults, resulting in an even 50-year sentence for him. In Art of Darkness, Butch Fairbanks operates Junk to get revenge on Randy Warsaw by ruining his art exhibits, driving away guests while kidnapping Eco. He attacks Randy and Scooby before kidnapping 2 more people, and attacks the gang while crashing another exhibition. In total, he winds up with 109 years in Crystal Cove Prison. In The Gathering Gloom, Evala von Meanskrieg dresses up as the Graveyard Ghoul to scare away people from the cemetery, where his illegal gas theft is taking place. I counted 29 people watching the film, plus the rest of the gang and the Björkling girls in their house, plus trying to attack Velma and Scooby while chasing Sheriff Stone. For all the trouble, he managed to get a sentence of 123 years. In Night on Haunted Mountain, Marcy Fleet returns, this time as Dark Lilith, to find a piece of the planispheric disc for Mr. E. In the process, she attacks 2 guys hiking and steals their soccer ball before destroying the town below. which includes collapsing the mine and the entire town catching fire when she accidentally pulls the ship off the mountain with the gang on it. Given she was already in prison, we can tack on another 72 years to her sentence. In Grim Judgment, Gary and Ethan dress up as Hebediah Grimm in order to stage attacks on couples to save the girlfriends and court them. Unfortunately, cringe isn't a felony offense, but I can get them for the assaults with a deadly weapon, assaulting a police officer, destruction of property, and generally threatening everyone involved, racking up a nice 54 years each to work on their social skills. In Night Terrors, Dan Flunk dresses up as the Fiend to drive people away from the library to force it to close. He starts with a family of 3 and their dog, and eventually turns to the gang, attacking Daphne and Velma in the process. In this parody of The Shining, he still somehow manages to come out better than Jack Torrance, only receiving 36 years behind bars. In the Midnight Zone, Professor Pericles controls the Creek Staffobots to get the last piece of the planispheric disk he needs. When attacking Cassidy Williams, the radio station explodes and burns down. Then, once the gang and 2 scuba diving kids are in the submarine, he tries crashing it to kill them with the self-destruction of the underwater base. Cassidy stays behind to save everyone, actually dying as a result. Now Pericles has blood on his hands. Wings. Again, he still gets away, but we can add another 7 life sentences plus 40 more years onto his totals. In Scare Bear, Benson Furman dresses up as the Scare Bear to get his revenge on Destroido for his disfigurement, stealing various company secrets. He attacks the mayor and the sheriff before tracking down the gang in the labs to try and slice them with his claws. Hope it was worth it because Benson's gonna get 50 years in Crystal Cove prison for it. In Wrath of the Krampus, Jason Wyatt controls Charlie the Robot, disguised as Krampus, spreading the holiday spirit by scaring children, knocking them over and kidnapping them, breaking into the prison to kidnap Marianne Glearden, assaulting Fred and some guards. But he's not staying in jail, as it was all a ploy to send a message to Mr. E. Everyone was in on it, so no time served for this one. In Heart of Evil, Dr. Zinn controls the dragon, which is fused with his daughter Jenny Zinn, in order to steal the Quest-X power source. They break into the lab and attack a security guard, who later turned into Blue Falcon, and eventually kidnaps him and Scooby, keeping them tied up. They fly off with their jetpacks, leaving their island to explode as the gang escapes. We'll eventually track them down, and they'll be handed a 40-year sentence each. In Theater of Doom, George Avocados,
that's avocados,
dresses up as the mummy of Friar Sarah to find his father's stolen diamond. To do so, he halts a rehearsal, attacking 2 producers and destroying the set. As she looks for clues, he chases Velma and attacks her. During the play, he attacks Shaggy and 2 viewers before his capture, and his subsequent 52-year sentence. In Aliens Among Us, Traveler, Sheila, and Connor O'Flaherty dress up as aliens in order to continue their robbery spree. They break into one of the mall's stores, scaring the gang and Sheriff Stone away later that night. They also break into Daphne's house, stealing her dad's rare-prized car, driving off with it. For this, our 3 Irish lads are going to get 25 years each in Crystal Cove Prison. In The Horrible Herd, Professor Pericles creates this weird piranha cow bee nightmare to destroy the town, starting with these 2 farmers, eventually expanding his palette to the other farmers in the gang, attacking the former. I'm not sure if they died here, but I also wouldn't be shocked. Back in town, they collapse a bridge, chasing everyone back into town to continue their rampage. With everyone nearly safe, Pericles has Brad Child shoot a rocket launcher at the helicopter containing the gang, Mayor Nettles, Sheriff Stone, and Nova to kill them. So let's add 219 more years and 4 more life sentences to Pericles' time, and 6 life sentences plus 6 years for Brad. In Dance of the Undead, Rude Boy and the Scottastics dress up as zombie versions of themselves, brainwashing Crystal Cove into enjoying their music. They attack and kidnap their manager, Chrissy Christie, and Trini Lee, keeping them all locked in a coffin. When the gang saves the manager, the zombies attack Velma and chase them all out on their zombie Vespas. For their crimes, they're going to receive 60 years each in Crystal Cove Prison. In The Devouring, Frances Lee Jackson disguises as the Gluten Demon to destroy the restaurants of Crystal Cove. In the process, she hits Rick, Spartan, and Fred, before scaring Shaggy away from the pizza. Later, she chases Daphne, Velma, and Kachinga, grabbing his leg before being beaten back. In her final stand, she has a sumo battle with Shaggy and Scooby, eventually being squished. This Gluten Demon's gonna have a steady diet of bread and water in prison, for the next 32 years. In Stand and Deliver, the librarian dresses up as Dandy Highwayman to rob people driving through town. He also has the thing for blowing up their cars too. I count 6 cars total here before he breaks into the Blake residence. And during a town hall meeting, he shows up, running Sheriff Stone over before robbing another 9 people, bringing his total up to an impressive 328 years in prison. Hopefully he brings a couple books to read. In The Man in the Mirror, Brad Childs and Judy Reeves get plastic surgery to look like a fake Fred and an old Daphne in order to find the planispheric disc. Brad kidnaps Fred, switching places with him, while keeping him trapped in a movie set version of Crystal Cove. Brad and Fred have a final battle, earning Brad an additional 21 years in prison, with Judy receiving 3 for the false impersonation. Pericles also shows up briefly to kidnap Daphne, adding to his already absurd totals. In Nightmare in Red, Fernando Alighieri dresses up as the monstrous freak to scare the gang, chasing them through a labyrinth of Crystal Cove's memories to try and stop them from learning of the evil entity. Unfortunately, all this happened in a dream sequence, so not exactly able to hold up in court. So, no time given. In Dark Knight of the Hunters, Enrique Ando de Sosa dresses up as the priestess to lure Miss Dinkley and the gang to Mexico, while also looking for the heart of the jaguar. In doing so, he attacks her and the gang, receiving 5.5 years in Mexican prison, and I'll throw a 100,000 peso fine on top for trespassing an ancient Mayan ruin. In Gates of Gloom, the Old Mystery Incorporated gang of Brad, Judy, Mr. E, and Pericles kidnap the entire town of Crystal Cove, forcing them to work in the mines. At one point, Shaggy says there's thousands of people down there, so how does 5,000 sound? Works for me. When the gang investigates, the Krieg Staffabots break into Fred's house, trying to kill the gang, adding 4 life sentences onto their grand total of 60,009 years in prison. In Through the Curtain, both the old and new mystery gangs travel through the caves to find the sarcophagus of the evil entity. Pericles orders one of his Krieg Staffabots to throw Daphne at the door, which was definitely powerful enough to kill her. Along with that, they're holding Marcy hostage, and Judy trips her up, which leads to her execution. Mr. E and Brad will add 11 years to their total, Judy gets 17 years, and Pericles is receiving another 2 life sentences, plus 11 more years. In the series finale, Come Undone, Pericles opens the sarcophagus of the evil entity, who rewards him by immediately eating and killing him. The evil entity also attacks Scooby, kills Brad, Judy, and Mr. E before kidnapping and killing some of the townsfolk. Eventually, evil entity's sarcophagus turns into a black hole, enveloping the entire universe, creating a new timeline. Given that this is the series finale, for now at least, let's call it 8 billion murders. There's no prison left to send him to, so I banished the evil entity to the Shadow Realm, never to return. How many years in prison would every Scooby-Doo movie villain get for the crimes? I've gone through all 48 movies and all of the specials to find every single crime the villains do, and use my handy-dandy law book to bring some justice to this place. Now, depending on what state or country the film takes place in, I'll use that place's laws the best I can. So let's get started with Scooby's very first movie. In Scooby-Doo Meets the Boo Brothers, TJ impersonates the town sheriff to try and find the Beauregard treasure in Shaggy's new plantation home. He makes his way in and scares the boys off, nearly knocking them off the roof before locking them in the secret room. He tries to slice the boys and the boos up, and do ghosts have rights? My buddy in New Mexico says yes. So add that attack on to trying to bury Shaggy and Scooby alive, and scaring Billy Bob off. TJ racks up a nice 287-year sentence. In Scooby-Doo and the Ghoul School, Revolta and her minions spy on the Grimwood girls before abducting all 5 of them to turn them into servants. Scooby gets attacked by the Grim Creeper in the bog, while Shaggy waits until hitting Revolta's manor to get his in, getting trapped in the mirror dimension and the bottom of this well to make up for it. Luckily, everyone makes it out just fine, but Revolta will still be getting a revolting 5 life sentences and 122 years in jail for her crimes. In Scooby-Doo and the Reluctant Werewolf, Dracula and his monsters turn Shaggy into a werewolf, and then kidnap him so he can race in the annual monster rally, bringing Scooby, Scrappy, and Shaggy's girlfriend Googie along for the hijinks. But Dracula really doesn't want him to win, so he and the monsters try everything they can to ruin their race, or ruin their lives. Even after he wins, Dracula chases them down and tries to end them, to no avail. Showing up at their house will give him one final charge of stalking, and the Count should count as lucky stars that he ever gets out of jail. Life plus 59 years for him. In Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island, Simone, Lena, and Jacques become cat people to get revenge on the pirates who destroyed their community, and every few years would sacrifice more people to keep their power. I've got 8 pirates, 10 settlers, 5 soldiers, and 8 tourists that they for sure murdered, marking Scooby's first actual serial killers. Okay, queens. You know what, just for you, I'll even knock off the pirates from the tally. That's just a good revenge arc. Oh, they also used voodoo magic to assault the gang and undercover Detective Bo, almost adding Shaggy and Scooby to that list of murder victims too. For our most iconic villains, it seems only right that they'd earn 23 life sentences, plus 522.5 years in Louisiana State Prison. Oh, and Mr. Beeman from the start is a counterfeiter and chased the gang around a little bit. 11 years. In Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost, Ben Ravencroft pays these 2 bozos and 2 security guards to help set up an attack of his professor so he can meet the gang and get their help. Help obtaining a legendary witch spellbook, which he acquires and promptly restrains Mr. McKnight, the mayor, and the Hex Girls before attacking the rest of the gang. His old ancestor Sarah Ravencroft shows him how it's really done, using her fireballs to attack the gang and light the town on fire, while also imprisoning Ben and enlarging this turkey to chase the boys. So I'm sentencing both Ben and Sarah to spend the rest of their lives in this book dimension. Oh, they died. In Scooby-Doo and the Alien Invaders, Laura, Max, and Steve use these broccoli alien disguises to illegally mine the gold they found on the government property. They abduct Shaggy and Scooby one night to do something. Amber and Crystal join Fred and the girls in getting chased through the caves, with the latter 3 getting captured, eventually turning the tables on the 3 researchers. They get taken away by the Men in Black, so we can only assume that they got a combination of a neuralizer and life plus 24 years in a New Mexico prison. In Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase, Bill was upset that his professor didn't pick his baseball game to showcase for the big prize, so he designed this computer virus to attack Eric, and eventually Fred and the girls. Bill even transports the gang into the game world, with very real dangers. So I'll give him assault with a deadly weapon for each member of the gang for all 10 levels. So that'll be about 222 years behind bars, the equivalent of about 3 innings of baseball. In the live-action Scooby-Doo from 2002, Scrappy-Doo takes the identity of Emil Mondavarius to lure guests to the island to harvest their souls and take their power. We see 24 people at the start, a couple with Fred, and even special musical guest Sugar Ray. All of them get kept in this giant vat, so let's call it 1,000 people. Scooby gets attacked by the demons before bringing them back to the function to attack everyone else, while the rest of the gang get attacked in this haunted house from hell. Scrappy and his buddies here get extradited off Spooky Island, but I still think that 9,028 years will do just fine. Old Man Smithers as the Luna Ghost ain't safe either. 15 years for kidnapping Daphne and attacking Shaggy and Scooby. In Scooby-Doo and the Legend of the Vampire, glam rock band Wildwind were upset over not winning the contest last year, so they return with the Yowie Yahoo to kidnap their competition, including Matt Marvelous, the Bad Omens, and the Hex Girls, taking them all back to their lair. They even get the gang in on the fun, chasing them around with these giant fireballs before their capture. You already know the deal. You mess with the Hex Girls and you get punished to the fullest extent of the law. 486 years in Aussie prison. In Scooby-Doo and the Monster of Mexico, Charlene and Mr. Smiley use the legend of the Chupacabra, frightening locals and trying to get Alejo and Luis's property from them. Jorge and Chiquita are the first victims, before bringing the gang and the Otero brothers in on the rampage, cutting the Mystery Machine's brake line in the process. Daphne gets kidnapped and taken to the ancient pyramids, where Velma and she go for a wild ride, while Alejo and Luis nearly get stomped. A final attack at the Day of the Dead celebration leaves our 2 gringos with 280 years in prison. In Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed, Dr. Jonathan Jacobo escapes from prison and steals all the costumes from the Coulsonian Museum, reanimating them to terrorize Coulsville once more. He breaks into Wickles Manor to plant some evidence before attacking the gang here, the factory, and in the build-up to the climax. Not to mention using the tar monster to trap, by my count, 74 people on the street, 66 protesters, and another guy in a car. He breaks into the news station, harpoons the Mystery Machine, and kidnaps Patrick before a final assault of the gang, where Scooby finally saves the day. Oh, and Ned was helping him too, I guess. 469.5 years in Coulsville prison for the pair. In Scooby-Doo and the Loch Ness Monster, Fiona Pembroke pilots this robotic Nessie to try and convince everyone that she's really out there, going to some pretty extreme lengths to do so. She crashes Shannon's party boat with 14 people aboard, before destroying her castle to frighten Shag and Scoob. Eventually the rest of the gang and Shannon join in on the chase, adding Del once his van gets stolen. Everyone ends up pretty chill with Fiona by the end, but I've still got a reservation for her in Scottish prison for 69.5 years. In Aloha Scooby-Doo, Manu and Snooki use the legend of the Wiki Tiki to drive away residents and buy their homes for pennies on the dollar. They crash the beach on the first day, attacking a total of 37 people here before the gang even gets involved. And when they do, the tiny tikis attack them at the luau with Ruben La Luna and 13 other guests, burning down some of the buildings and almost kidnapping Daphne. As they uncover the clues, the Wiki Tiki continues to attack them, destroying some artifacts and buildings along the way, racking up a nice 371 years in Hawaiian prison for the pair. In Scooby-Doo and Where's My Mummy, Amelia Von Butch and her gang hunt for the treasure of Cleopatra, not letting Prince Omar and his phone stop her. She uses this explosive to blow the tomb open, throwing Fred to the side and flicking this locust off her. They attack Daphne and Fred in town, stealing the Ankh and leaving them unconscious on top of one of the pyramids. She does manage to steal the crown of Cleopatra and escape, but Fred's trap and some help from a friend capture her, leaving her with nothing but 4 life sentences plus 3.5 years in an Egyptian prison. Oh yeah, speaking of Cleopatra, her ghost torments the gang, kidnapping all of Amelia's helpers and bowls a perfect strike with Shaggy, Scooby, and some of the warriors. Once the tomb collapses, Scooby unmasks Velma? Yeah, Velma and her archaeology buddies were protecting this tomb from the treasure hunters the whole time. You know what? I'll allow it. No prison time for her. In Scooby-Doo Pirates Ahoy, Mr. Mysterio hypnotizes 29 people to join Skunkbeard's pirate crew to search for the Heaven's Light meteor. They begin by boarding Rupert's ship, quickly wrecking it and taking off, before doing the same to the cruise ship that the gang are on with 33 other people on board. In the commotion, a couple of sword attacks and the kidnapping of Fred's parents mean that the gang has no choice but to hop on the case, leading to their sinking and eventual capture. Once aboard the pirate ship, the crew attack everyone and Scooby a couple of times before Shag and Scoob net them up. They wrote Biff Wellington, who was Skunkbeard, in with Mysterio, but they also said that he was hypnotized too, so I don't know. Either way, 16 life sentences and 341 years in prison. In Chill Out Scooby-Doo, Minga disguises as the Abominable Snowman to keep Del Chillman at the radio station a little bit longer, because she's got a crush on him. She breaks into a couple of areas and steals some helium tanks, but hey, who hasn't before? Plus, she saved Del and Velma from an avalanche, so she's off the hook. Besides, we've got an actual criminal, Professor Jeffries. He brought a bunch of explosives into the Crystal Caves and started blast mining, and separated Minga from the sled, which could have led to her death. For this, he'll get life plus 11 years in Himalayan prison. In Scooby-Doo and the Goblin King, the amazing Krudsky becomes the most powerful wizard in the world after attacking this fairy and taking her powers. He breaks into Mr. Gibble's store, turns him into a rabbit, and then takes off with a bunch of goods, shooting fireballs at Shaggy and Scooby as they try and help. Fred and the girls aren't safe either, getting zapped into real monsters before Shaggy and Scooby save the day. Well, technically the Goblin King does, and takes Krudsky back to the Demon Goblin realm. So, out of my jurisdiction. That's too bad. In Scooby-Doo and the Samurai Sword, Miss Miyamoto and Sojo team up to find and steal the Sword of Doom and unleash the Black Samurai. They start by breaking into the museum and stealing the samurai armor before staging an attack on the martial arts tournament, where the gang face the worst of it. Even after her reveal, she locks Mr. Takagawa away with Fred and the girls, while sending her robot ninjas back into the city to try and track down the sword that Shag and Scoob took. A final duel with Miyumi sees her grab the sword and release the Black Samurai, who immediately wreaks havoc on Miyamoto and Sojo, using his power to restrain the gang and friends, and having a final boss battle with Shaggy and Scooby, who end up killing him. Oh. Well, I'm not one for corporal punishment, but you do you, Scoob. Life plus 165 years in prison for Miss Miyamoto and Sojo. In Scooby-Doo The Mystery Begins, Principal Deedle disguises as the Spectre, controlling the ghosts of Ezekiel and Prudence with a magic spell, using them to attack the pep rally with what looks like 74 students and staff. Oh, plus the gang in detention. Fred gets attacked, Shaggy and Scooby get locked in the freezer, and the entire school goes up in flames. As the gang search for clues, mini-planes attack Shaggy and Scooby and wreck the Vice Principal's house, before the gang get the knockout gas and get taken back to the school. Vice Principal Grimes is already here, and the ghosts hit the town to scare a theater of like 40 people and what looks like 28 more on the streets. Oh, and also, one of them randomly kisses a woman? Why'd that happen? 174 years in Ohio State Prison. In Scooby-Doo Abracadabra-Doo, Marlin Merlin is the puppet master behind this griffin monster, terrorizing the castle and scaring off all the students and staff, starting with this couple in the woods before adding Shaggy and Madeline to the list. Madeline gets kidnapped and locked away in the tower, where her knight in shining armor leads the gang to rescue her. Kinda. In the end, they do capture him and ruin his plan. He's forgiven by everyone, but not in the eyes of the law. 30 years in prison. Also, in the opening credit sequence, we see Miss Thelmer dress up as a chemical creep and steal secret formulas from the factory and chase the gang around. The quickest 13-year sentence ever. In Scooby-Doo Camp Scare, Ranger Knudsen uses the legend of the Woodsman, Fishman, and the Spectre of Shadow Canyon to aid Babyface Beretti in stealing the treasure from the sunken city. And man, they rack up the charges. Axe attack of 2 counselors, burning the camp down, attacking Scooby, Shaggy, and Jessica while vandalizing the camp even more, stealing sonar equipment and an RV from the other camp, pushing 6 humans and a dog over the edge of a dam, using dynamite to explode the dam, flooding the lower camp, attacking Bert, Shaggy, Trudy, and Velma in the Jeep, axing Daphne, Velma, and Fred, breaking into the building and grabbing Jessica while falling, nearly drowning Daphne and Fred, attacking literally everybody again, And finally, locking Bert, Daphne, Shaggy, Trudy, and Velma in this old jail cell. You know what? Not too shabby of a rap sheet. 4 life sentences and 111 years for Knudsen. Meanwhile, Beretti gets just 31 years. In Scooby-Doo Curse of the Lake Monster, Wanda Grubwort possesses Velma to wreak havoc on the country club with the help of these mutant frog monsters, breaking into the tent to attack Thorny, a camera guy, and Fred. The frog monster chases Daphne and the boys around, following her and Fred to this boat to lock them in and nearly drown them. Once Velma's revealed, she throws them off and makes 3 more minions to deal with them, while she handles Shaggy. Luckily, Shaggy performs an exorcism right there, and the ghost is banished for another 78 years. In Scooby-Doo and the Legend of the Phanosaur, Blair and Culhane break into this old mansion and chase the gang out so they can buy it for cheap. 14 years in prison. Who am I kidding? That's not the real villain. Professors Venkmeyer and Windsor use this Phanosaur technology to illegally blast mine the crystal fossil from the cave system. They scare the gang and the rest of their team off, chasing Shag and Scoob on this minecart before heading back into town to steal Mr. Hubley's machine and set everything ablaze. The townsfolk and the gang nearly get torched, with the latter withstanding one final attack before the perps get taken away. 130 years behind bars. Don't worry, Velma's waiting for you, Windsor. In Scooby-Doo Music of the Vampire, Vincent Van Helsing disguises as Lord Valdronia to try and stir up some commotion and sell some more books. He starts with one of these theater vampires before giving the van a moonroof to grab Daphne. A chase of Shaggy leads to him raising the stakes a little bit, attacking all 5 theater kids and Daphne during the ritual. The theater kids also kidnap Daphne to take her here, but that's a whole nother story. He uses his fireball power to attack the gang and light the bayou on fire, knocking the gang out with the gas. Except for Fred, who captures them with a pretty sweet net launcher. Vincent will get 82.5 years in prison, while Bram and his buddies will get 50 years for helping. Never trust the theater kids. In Scooby-Doo Spooky Games, Jack Riggins uses the 40th statue to try and protect his pole vaulting record, terrorizing the Olympic Village and attacking Shaggy, Steve, and Scooby with the discus, bringing the rest of the gang in for the javelin event, while taking the chase down into the underground area. He nearly takes out Fred and the girls, Diane and Steve with the bow and arrow, attacking 3 cops and swinging the giant pole at all 8 of them, getting tripped up at the last hurdle by Daphne and Velma. Pole Vault Jack is getting locked away in the vault for 19 life sentences and 40,081 years. In Big Top Scooby-Doo, Archambault teams up with Whitney Doubleday and his trained baboons to go on a spree of jewel thefts, taking 2 from the museums of Atlantic City before heading back to the circus. To go with all the attacks on the gang, Marius, Lena, and Schmatko all get attacked and kidnapped, being kept inside of one of these storage containers, while Wolfric gets his chain snatched and Olivario gets yoinked. Archambault tries to buy himself some time and shoots Doubleday with the tranq gun, attacking Marius and stealing the cash on the train before Shaggy stabs him in the face with like 4 tranquilizers. Okay, Shaggy. 329.5 years in New Jersey State Prison for Doubleday, with Archambault adding another 30 years on top of that. In Scooby-Doo Haunted Holidays, Fabian tries to ruin his uncle's business with the snowman monster so he can sell it and rake in a nice holiday bonus. He chases Shaggy away and wrecks a bunch of festival floats, turning Scooby into a popsicle and attacking the small Santa. We see later that he got tied up and stuffed into the garbage. He attacks Shaggy and Scooby again before breaking back into the store to freeze Fred and the girls, then attacking Shaggy, Scooby, and Santa Claus upstairs. Does Santa have rights? Like, probably. If he sees you when you're sleeping, he definitely saw Fabian stealing from the store's accounts, so that'll be 65 years on the naughty list for him. In Scooby-Doo Mask of the Blue Falcon, Jack Rabble creates a couple of robots to ruin the comic convention, Mr. Hyde being the star of the show. He breaks in and ties 2 guards up, unleashes these bats with what looks like 212 attendees, almost crushing 4 of them with his big screen. Another attack at the hotel and the flooding of City Hall leads us to the stadium where a giant-sized version trashes the place, attacking Austin and taking out a fire truck. Owen Garrison's revealed inside, but he was framed by Rabble to give him some more time to steal the armored car and attack 16 more people, before Blue Falcon and Dynamite save the day. That'll be 335.5 years in jail, where we pump the fumes from Comic-Con directly into a cell. Is that cruel and unusual? In Scooby-Doo Adventures, the Mystery Map, Shirley and Stu Stukowski dress up as the Phantom Parrot and the ghost of Nasty Beard to search for Nasty Beard's treasure. Stu breaks into the gang's treehouse and attacks Fred, sealing the gang inside of this cave before sneaking into the lighthouse and chasing Shaggy down the stairs. 38 years in prison for Stu. Shirley does a little bit better of a job, kidnapping Shaggy and Scooby to swap the deck, chasing them around the island and digging the treasure up. Unlucky for her, Shaggy and Scooby bonk her with some coconuts and knock her out, so she'll join her brother in jail for 28 years. Okay, so in Scooby-Doo Stage Fright, there's 4 villains with the same costume, so it gets a little bit murky, but here's what I got. Lance is the Phantom every time something goes wrong with one of the talent show contestants because he wants his own daughter to win. So I've got him for breaking into Lotta's room and switching her perfume with some type of chemical to wreck her vocal cords, and then chasing Shaggy and Scooby once he's caught. He also breaks the Gorilla-saurus Rex's instruments and pushes the Great Paul Dini off the catwalk. 35 years in Illinois prison. Mel is the pyromaniac, so any fire gets attributed to him. He lit this ventriloquist dummy on fire and tried to set the place ablaze to get the insurance money. 81 years. Brick just wanted ratings, so he's the one that crashed the stage in the beginning, and he also ran from police. 2 years. And Dewey's the most prolific, using the disguise to steal the soap diamond to add to his 2 other jewels that he already got. He's the one who chased Shaggy and nearly sliced Daphne and Fred here. And then once they caught him, he rips around Chicago and attacks the gang, even doing a hit and run to try and get the diamond back. 91 years for him. I think that's all. In Scooby-Doo and the Spooky Scarecrow, Abner dresses up as Cornfield Clem to scare away the town from the cornfield that he buried the bank robbery money in. He scares 4 teens off to start, adding Shaggy and Scooby to the rampage, kindly giving them a ride to the old cemetery. Oh yeah, he stole the shovel from this guy. There's petty theft right there. He hops in this combine harvester to chase the gang through the field, but comes to a crash landing. 79 years in prison for him. Aw shucks, I don't have a corny joke to end this one with. In Scooby-Doo Mecha Mutt Menace, Melanie takes control of her father's robot to get revenge for always being ignored. She starts with the entire presentation hall, and if we assume that we're 11 across, looks like 28 deep, and there's 2 halves here, we've got 616 people. Oh, plus the laser attacks, arson, destruction of government property, and running from the cops. And sending actual missiles at Shaggy and Scooby in their own mech suit. She'll be getting a nice 839 years in a Texas state prison. In Scooby-Doo WrestleMania Mystery, Cookie creates his own Ghost Bear costume to steal the belt and get WrestleMania shut down. He attacks the Miz out running, and knocks down the sign into town before chasing Shaggy and Scooby around WWE City. He wrecks Sin Cara's whip, and attacks 3 of the other wrestlers, adding John Cena and the gang to that list down in the caves. Fred's nice camera also meets an untimely demise. When the EMP he planted goes off, that gives him time to destroy the WWE Museum, and attack Ruben on the way out of the ring, where Scooby eventually puts him down for the count. Since we all know pro wrestling is real, Cookie gets 32 years in WWE City Prison. Still, less evil than Vince McMahon. In Scooby-Doo Ghastly Goals, Ronaldo uses the Brazilian Cryptid Eshu to steal this super bouncy potion and sell it for big money. But when a kid's football breaks the vial, he resorts to chasing Shaggy and Scooby around to get the ball back, assaulting a guard by the ball pit to escape. He gets a red card and a 17-year suspension from the FA. In Scooby-Doo Franken-Creepy, CL Magnus, Mr. Crawls, Lila, and Mama Mione return to try and kill the gang. No, really, they just straight up admit it. They plant an explosive on the mystery machine, derail their train with the gang and 16 other people aboard, and use this Franken-Creepy monster to drive the townsfolk out. Oh, they also hypnotize Velma to capture Shaggy and Scooby. Daphne and Fred get attacked down in the caves, where the foes trap them with the cave-in. Once Velma's castle explodes, they herd the villains in this train car for the capture, and they're taken away to get 1,416 years in Pennsylvania in prison. In Scooby-Doo Moon Monster Madness, Shannon Lucas poses as this off-brand xenomorph to show everyone that space travel should be left to the professionals, like herself. She rips the door off the ship to cut their air supply, forcing them onto the moon where Shaggy and Scooby are the first to get attacked. She also breaks into the moon base to attack them once more, and after her reveal, locks the remaining 12 people in and sets off these thermal charges to get rid of them for good. Unlucky for her, Daphne and Velma safely guide them back to the home planet, and she's finally taken away to serve her 12 life sentences and 64 years in the prison from Alien 3. In Scooby-Doo and the Beach Beastie, Grafton Brownstone poses as the sea monster to try and steal his wife's fake necklace so she doesn't realize that it's fake, stealing a pair of other pieces of jewelry to cover his tracks. He attacks 30 people and 2 dogs in the hotel, breaks the TV Sandy was using for the presentation for 11 more people, chases the gang into the neighboring park, and snatches up Velma before his capture. Brownstone will be getting about 272 years inside of a Florida state prison. In Scooby-Doo and Kiss Rock and Roll Mystery, Delilah Domino dresses up as the Crimson Witch to steal Kiss's priceless diamond. She attacks 2 of the Kiss World workers and scares 12 people out. We see her destroy some of the park on the security footage, and attack Shaggy and Scooby once more before stealing the diamond. Now things get a bit murky here because apparently the gang pass out for a while and we see a bunch of wild stuff happen. But also, Kiss are canonically aliens, so why let that stop me? Shaggy and Scooby get kidnapped and sent to the Kiss Dimension, where the Crimson Witch attacks them and the band, reanimating these gargoyle Valkyrie things to kidnap the gang and attack Kiss again. If we assume that none of this was real, 47 years in prison. But if all the wild Kiss arc was real, 109 years instead. In LEGO Scooby-Doo Nighttime Terror, Kyle Grimsley uses the Black Knight armor to keep people away from the mansion so he could look for the gold. He scares 2 treasure hunters out before the gang arrive, doing the same to Shaggy and Scooby a couple of times, while locking Fred, the girls, and Adam in the gold room. Luckily, Shag and Scoob come through in the end, and the Black Knight will be getting 36 years worth of nights in LEGO City Prison. In LEGO Scooby-Doo Haunted Hollywood, Verona Dempsey returns as the sea creature, chasing the boys out of the lighthouse, and hitching a ride on their escape boat to her capture. She's not the main villain here, but still 13 years in prison. Our actual villain is Atticus Fink, who uses the Headless Horseman costume to ruin the movie studio so he could buy it for cheap. He attacks Junior one night before turning his attention to the gang, chasing them around the studio and turning the studio to a cart into a drop top. While shooting the film, he returns to destroy the set and chase away the crew, adding on a couple more assault charges here and one final one on Velma before his capture. He'll get an even 50 years in prison. Hey, remember Junior? Yeah, he dressed up as a zombie and a mummy to scare everyone, thus creating a good horror movie. They just let him go. And you know what? I will too. Anything for a fellow horror fan.
Let's go.
In Scooby-Doo and WWE Curse of the Speed Demon, Stephanie McMahon and Triple H team up to create Inferno, sabotaging the race to show Vince that she could win. They attack Dusty Rhodes and The Undertaker during practice, absolutely destroying his car. And during the race, Kofi Kingston is kind of wrong place at the wrong time, getting attacked as they start burning every bridge they have. Literally. The Miz tries to save Shag and Scoob but ends up getting suplexed. Then all 15 racers get a bit of a bump and run, with Lana and Rusev getting knocked around by the Scorpion Tail. H and Steph get 125 years in WWE City Prison. And guess what? Still not as bad as Vince McMahon in real life. In Scooby-Doo Shaggy's Showdown, Kyle and Rafe team up to use the Legend of Dapper Jack to scare the town into selling their land for cheap. With all of the attacks, we can also add on some arson charges, a breaking and entering to steal the old diary from the museum, and nearly sending the gang over this waterfall. Once he's been found out, Rafe takes off with the prize money, and takes a shot at Shaggy on horseback in pursuit, but ends up getting sabotaged by Maddie B. Raps. Yeah, don't ask questions. Kyle gets 1,260 years in Texas prison, while Rafe gets just 26. In LEGO Scooby-Doo Blow Up Beach Bash, the Holdout family all pose as these pirate ghosts to find the treasure and keep their cool kid titles. Probably tough to do when they start scaring a bunch of townfolk, break into the museum and toss a tour guide overboard in their attack spree on Shag and Scoob, and just take off with the whole ship once they escape. For maybe a minute, as the pirate pair break into the club to start up their rampage again, kidnapping Brenda and Tommy and taking them back to the ship. After they get freed, the pirates destroy this cart and shoot Shaggy's plane down, but end up taking the Boardwalk of Shame. They'll be sent to LEGO City Prison for 122 years. Oh, also the cops stole part of the roller coaster to make furniture with. 3 years for them. In Scooby-Doo and Batman, the Brave and the Bold, Clayface steals this isotope to find the cure for his disease, attacking the Mystery Gang, aiding Batman's own bunch of mystery solvers, burning the storage building down in the process. He breaks into Arkham Asylum and releases the criminals, before planting all of the evidence inside the Mystery Machine. In his last stand, he attacks and ties up Aquaman and Batman before the gang swoop in with their best Bat cosplays. Clayface will get 154 years in Blackgate, where he'll probably see his buddy the Riddler, who got caught stealing this gold and attacked Question, stole his identity, and tried to destroy Gotham. 69 years in Blackgate for him. In Daphne and Velma, Carol kidnaps a bunch of students to steal their ideas for her company. She controls 3 that we know of, keeping them inside these little glass tubes that you see at the bank. She also controls Daphne's mom, locking both Daphne and Velma in to attack with these robot spider things. Oh, cops are here. That's too bad, Queen. 66 years for you. In Scooby-Doo and the Gourmet Ghost, Henry Metcalf dresses up as the Red Ghost to force Bobby Flay into selling his resort. To do so, he resorts to breaking in and scaring everyone out of the show, chasing Bobby, Jada De Laurentiis, and Shaggy around before taking the historic parchment papers, for maybe 30 seconds. He cracks the window and tries to ruin the gala, but is quickly beat, chopped, and fried. This chowderhead is getting 57 years in a Rhode Island state prison. What a shame. He was a real family guy. In Scooby-Doo and the Curse of the 13th Ghost, Mortiford disguises as Vincent Vegul's old ancestor to try and steal the Chest of Demons. He intercepts Shaggy's package to Vincent, but still feels the need to attack Vincent and his gang in the castle, then follows them over to Nepal to continue his rampage, causing an avalanche and nearly kill Daphne and the boys. While here, he also picks up a couple more assault charges, another reckless driving, and breaks out of his handcuffs to make an escape, though it is short-lived. He'll be put into the Gulag for about 86.5 years. In Scooby-Doo Return to Zombie Island, the ferry captain and his 2 accomplices dress up as the cat creatures of Moonscar Island to try and find the treasure. They cut down a fake tree to nearly take out the van, giving them the opportunity to slash the tires. Once the movie plot's discovered, they tip the candle over and catch the curtain on fire, cut the chandelier to fall on the director, and attack everyone inside. Yeah, that's all well and fine. But destroying the new and improved Mystery Machine? Yeah, get them out of here. 70.5 years in Louisiana State Prison. In Scoob, we get to see Mystery Incorporated's first ever capture of Mr. Rigby, who locked the kids in this old house that he kept all of his stolen electronics in. Easy work, guys. 58 years in prison. A couple years later, Dick Dastardly, who's already wanted for theft in Peru, attacks Shaggy and Scooby at this bowling alley and in this Romanian theme park. He poses as a police officer to kidnap Fred, the girls, and the Mystery Machine, keeping them locked on a ship. He kicks Shaggy while disguised as Fred, taking this giant skull and Scooby away, while also sending Fred and the girls for a big fall. He takes off to Greece, ensuring Blue Falcon won't be following them, and then has his minions shoot the flying Mystery Machine down, with Dee Dee and the gang inside. This allows him to take off with the gold from the underworld, but is quickly captured. Ooh, double unmasking. He stole Simon Cowell's face here for a second. 8 life sentences and 98 years extra. In Happy Halloween, Scooby-Doo, Dr. Jonathan Crane escapes his cell and uses his scarecrow disguise to shut down the Halloween parade, exploding this building and destroying the van while attacking Fred and the girls. But he did help the gang try and defeat these demon pumpkins, so I'll let it slide. Oh yeah, the demon pumpkins. Cutler Toe, who's been posing as the sheriff here, uses the jack-o'-lanterns to terrorize Crystal Cove on Halloween night. Of course, Shaggy's the first one to find him, which usually bites him in the ass, just maybe not like this. A total of 9 people get attacked and kidnapped, so combine that with the assault of the gang and friends, and stealing all these cars, he's looking at about 173 years in Crystal Cove Prison. In Scooby-Doo, The Sword and the Scoob, Herman Ellinger does the worst thing to a plane since, well, probably last week. With 24 people aboard and an attack on Scooby, he's getting put onto the no-fly list for 102 years. But of course, that's not our only crook here, as Mrs. Wentworth dresses up as the ghost of Morgan Le Fay to trick Shaggy into signing his land deed over. She attacks them and sends them back into time, attacking the town and kidnapping Shaggy to take Excalibur. She uses her dragon to attack once more, eating King Arthur before the stage production comes to a halt. Yeah, none of that was real. Until she reveals that she now owns the deed, not the town. And she takes the sword to attack the knight, hopping in the Mystery Machine to head back into town, but won't end up with a place at the Round Table anytime soon. Life in prison plus 10 years for her. And straight out of nowhere, Cats and LeQuack somehow squeeze into the cicada costume to control the cicada horde, while also searching for the meteor beneath Courage's house. One of them attacks Shaggy before they steal Eustace's car with the dogs inside, ramming into Muriel and the gang and nearly sending them off the cliff. Also, rip to Eustace's truck. The gang and Muriel get attacked once more, with the bugs taking off with all the humans and sewing them up into their underground web. Muriel gets taken one last time, and the little pink one musters up the courage to have a final kaiju duel to defeat the bugs. They might be some cool cats, but these quacks are still getting 5 life sentences and 115 years in the Nowhere Town jail. In Trick or Treat Scooby-Doo, we're starting over in Nepal with our old buddy the Catman, or should I say Catwoman, who slashes Shaggy and Scooby's sled and then instantly gets captured. 3.5 years in prison. Back in the States, Warden Collins uses these flying robots to attack the gang and ruin their Halloween, bringing in Coco for the second attack, and kidnapping Fred and the girls at the old factory. Oh, he also shocks a prisoner for literally no reason. You know what, just switch places with them. Stay in there for life, plus another 145 years. In Scooby-Doo and Crypto 2, Marcy Graves traps the Justice League inside the Phantom Zone using this projector, which would have allowed her to take over the Hall of Justice behind Lex Luthor's back. Technically, I think all the attacks were the real Justice League and a big misunderstanding, but she's still getting 49 years in Metropolis Prison. She even gets overshadowed by her boss in the crime category, as he takes the projector and causes havoc in the city, using his robots to attack the gang in Crypto, giving him 158 years alongside Mercy. How many years in prison would every villain from What's New Scooby-Doo get for their crimes? In the series premiere, there's no creature like Snow Creature. Avalanche Anderson scares away the competition for the big snowboarding contest. He scares both Chris Klug and Freddy into injuring themselves, and chases them around the slopes, netting him 21 years and 6 months in prison. In 3Destruction, Heather Lane and Luis Cepeda team up to legally mine and steal gold from underneath the Costa Rica Museum. In Costa Rica, if a theft has occurred that is 3 times the amount of the offender's base income, they will be given up to 9 years in prison. In Space Ape at the Cape, Professor Janet Lawrence dresses up as an alien in order to delay a NASA launch. In the process, she assaults 3 cops, runs from them, chases the gang, and uses an allergen powder to give a cop a weird-looking rash. As a violation of Geneva Protocol Section 2441, War Crimes, she will be given life in prison for chemical warfare, plus another 20 years. In Big Scare and the Big Easy, Crawdad Mike and his bus driver dress up as Civil War ghosts in order to scare away the gang from uncovering their haunted tour ride scheme. To do so, they kidnap Daphne and keep her tied up in the mausoleum when Shaggy and Scooby get locked in too. Nothing too crazy for these guys, but they did manage to rack up 26 years worth of time in Louisiana State Prison. In It's Mean, It's Green, It's the Mystery Machine, Susan Dinwiddie tries to steal the Mystery Machine back via remote control, tries to run over Shaggy and Scooby, and almost sends the gang over a barricade off the side of a mountain. Plus the kidnapping and child abduction for Shaggy, endangering him and Freddy, and Susan's looking at 4 life sentences plus 36 years in prison. In Rivas Ras Regis, Philidia Flanders tries to gain fame and fortune by taking on the appearance of the ghost of Rufus Raucus. In the process, she tries to murder Lindsay Pagano, chases and ties up Shaggy and Scooby, and throws a fireball at everyone, causing a big fire. In total, Philidia will get a life sentence plus 22 years in Nevada State Prison. In Roller Ghoster Ride, Terry dresses up as the roller ghoster to sabotage Thrill Ride Park. She endangers 4 kids parasailing, almost slices Daphne, Freddy, and Velma, scares the ride attendant, and almost kills Shaggy and Scooby as well. Terry's gonna get 4 life sentences plus 27 years in prison. In Safari So Goody, Henry and Honey Hunsaker control and steal various wild animals in order to sell them on the black market. And according to the laws of Malawi, poaching would net them about 30 years in prison. In She Sees Sea Monsters by the Seashore, Crunchy Granville pilots a minisub disguised as a sea monster to preserve the sea turtle habitat, inevitably attacking and breaking a family's boat and the gang's too. Add that to the assault on Daphne, and he's racked up 92 years in prison. In A Scooby-Doo Christmas, Professor Higginson dresses up as the Headless Snowman to steal gold from the town. In the process, he endangers a kid and chases them around, and chases the gang as well. He even throws the head at Shaggy, which makes a slicing sound, so it's probably sharp metal. Also, he destroys a bunch of the houses, so for not being in the Christmas spirit, he's going to receive 38.5 years in prison. In Toy Scary Boo, Walter Claphammer designs a device to control toys in order to divert attention from his art theft. He scares the night crew guy and the gang, destroys the store, later attacking the gang and tying up Sandy Gordon and Freddy. All in all, he's going to be sentenced to 71 years in Colesville Penitentiary. In Lights Camera Mayhem, Vincent Wong disguises as the Faceless Phantom in order to disrupt the production of his movie. He replaces his actor's makeup with avocado, which he's highly allergic to, breaks the bridge while Freddy is crossing, and attacks Velma while she's performing a stunt. 2 attempted murders, 2 life sentences, plus 4 years for attacking Velma. In Pompeii and Circumstance, Ugo Di Rinaldi and Captain Guzman illegally excavate ancient artifacts so they can build on Italian land. According to Italian law, any illegal excavation of artifacts shall be treated as theft, netting them both 10 years in prison. When added to various assault charges, they're looking at 80 years in the penitenziaria. In the Season 1 finale, The Unnatural, Bob Taylor disguises as Cab Craig's ghost to stop Luis Santiago from breaking the home run record. He throws a fireball at Luis and the gang too. He also breaks the stadium lights, and with the average attendance of an MLB game in 2003 being about 27,167, plus about 75 players, coaches, and umpires, he adds quite a bit of reckless endangerment charges. Also, he locks Shaggy and Scooby in the sauna, and breaks the bleachers while chasing the gang, so in total he manages to set an all-time high of life in prison plus 27,349 years. In the Season 2 premiere, Big Appetite in Little Tokyo, Professor Pomfret creates a kaiju Shaggy monster and attacks the city. In the process, he also tries to squish the gang with the robot, just barely being saved by Dogbot, so let's tally 3 attempted murders here. That right there is good for 3 life sentences, plus the vandalism and assault adds 7 more years in Japanese prison. In Mummy Scares Best, Prince Kazal Alfamir and Mademoiselle Chantal hypnotize the town in order to cover up their plot to divert the Nile River to Zalgara. Theft carries a pretty tough penalty of life in prison, so maybe they should have thought that one through. Either way, he still gets charged for climbing the pyramids and assaulting the gang, Melbourne, and the tourists, and in total they both get life in Egyptian prison, and Prince Alfamir gets an extra 56 years. In The Fast and the Wormiest, Gibby Norton disguises as El Gusano Grande in order to impress Velma, and in the process attacks Lupe, the other racers, and the gang. All of those aggravated assault charges racked up 48 years in Mexican prison, but since he's not being tried as an adult, he actually gets sentenced to rehabilitation. Nice. In High-Tech House of Horrors, Sherry the house computer goes haywire and starts trying to kill people and keep them behind the glass. Also, she stomps on Scooby's tail. Not cool. Unfortunately, we can't charge AI with these crimes. Yet. But Professor Ostwald will get 6 years for child endangerment. In The Vampire Strikes Back, Steve and Stu Fortescue dress up as vampires to ruin the Hex Girls music video, which, in my book, is grounds for life in prison. But in the Romanian court system, we can really only get them for kidnapping Dusk and Freddy, so 20 years apiece in Romanian prison. In Homeward Hound, Meadow steals a bunch of prized dogs in order to rig the dog show. The 6 prized puppies and Scooby get snatched and caged up. As the cat creature, she breaks the show's props, grabs this dog, and throws it at a cop. All in all, she ends up getting 42 years in prison. In The San Fran Psycho, Rudy Banyas tries to sabotage the grind games in order to make Ryan Sheckler win. In the process, she kidnaps one contestant, endangers the entire stadium, assaults another contestant, and chases the gang around. Those reckless endangerment charges really pump her numbers up to a grand total of 20,020 years at Alcatraz. In Simple Plan and the Invisible Madman, the band consisting of Zeke Zillion, Jack Hunter, Yves De La Fay, and Gibby Norton try to replace Simple Plan as a headliner at the Montreal Rock Festival. To do this, they try and kill Simple Plan, and later the gang, before resorting to kidnapping the band and holding them in a bank vault. With everything tallied up, the 4 culprits receive a staggering 19 life sentences plus 95 years in Canadian prison. In Recipe for Disaster, Trudy Lowe tries to steal the Scooby Snack secret formula, which gets her 6 years in prison. But the real culprit is Penelope Bailey, who tries to defend the formula by almost killing Shaggy and Scooby. Along with scaring the gang, she manages to get a life sentence plus 18 years for the other crimes. In Large Dragon at Large, Jameson Stephen Ripley rigged up a robotic dragon to scare the Renaissance Fair. In doing so, he commits arson 3 times and nearly kills an entire tent of people. Add that to some other fire-breathing assaults, and he managed to get 27 life sentences plus 41 years in Scottish prison. In Uncle Scooby in Antarctica, Monroe Hopper dresses up as a fish creature and causes havoc at a United States Antarctic base. According to the Comprehensive Crime Control Act of 1984, we can use US law to sentence him to 2 counts of child abduction and kidnapping, plus the menacing charges nets him 36 years, extradited to a US prison. In New Mexico Old Monster, Colonel Henry Thornwall disguises as the Wakumi, a native hawk cryptid. He kidnaps this climber, and Daphne too, keeping them locked in a cage, plus stealing Shaggy's sculpture and scaring the gang, and in total he's going to get 43 years in New Mexico prison. In the Season 2 finale, It's All Greek to Scooby, Susie Smythe dresses up as the mythical centaur in order to scare away people from the entrance to Atlantis so she can claim to find it first. In the process, she assaults her partner and tries to get Shaggy too, since he has the important amulet. For her actions, she's going to receive 8.5 years in Greek prison. In the Season 3 premiere, Fright House of a Lighthouse, Verona Dempsey dresses up as the lighthouse keeper in order to shut off the light for shipments for her competitors. She kidnaps Daphne and scares the gang, and even pulls Scooby's tail in the process. All this ends up netting her 24 years in Michigan prison. In Go West Young Scoob, Gibby Norton breaks into the control room of a Robot Wild West show and turns on the dangerous robots. These robots were created by Myron Scrim, aka Sheriff Lawman, so he could be the savior of the town. Instead, all he did was endanger the gang, chase them down, tie them up, and lock them behind bars. So playing hero gets him 28 years. Also, Gibby Norton's supposed to still be in jail from the Simple Plan episode. Did he break out? 6 more years for breaking and entering, and another 6 for escaping custody. In WrestleManiacs, Kurt and Connie Crunch dress up as the Titanic Twist in order to scare their dad into retirement. Which would be nice if they hadn't tried to kill these 2 wrestlers and Shaggy and Scooby, kidnapped another wrestler and Freddy, and kept them all tied up. Because they landed themselves 3 life sentences plus an extra 37 years in the cell. In Ready to Scare, Guy Laberton dresses up as one of Notre Dame's gargoyles to kidnap Daphne's cousin before the fashion show. But she's in on the plan, becoming the gargoyle and kidnapping Shaggy and Scooby, and chasing the gang, which will get her a light 8-year sentence in French prison. In Farmed and Dangerous, Neville Poppenbacher disguises as the Demon Farmer to try and steal the recipe for Mr. B's popcorn. Using a scythe, he tries to slice Shaggy and the dogs, and also steals a tractor trying to run over the gang. And in total for his crimes, he managed to rack up 44 years worth of time in prison. In Diamonds Are Our Ghoul's Best Friend, Galina Korzakov disguises as the Frozen Fiend to steal the diamonds from the Emperor's Cup. Under Russian law, theft of this magnitude carries a penalty of 10 years in prison plus a 1 million ruble fine. Add that to her assault of the police officers and the other players, plus grand theft of the Zamboni, she's looking at 28 years and 45 days in the Gulag. In a terrifying round with a menacing metallic clown, Mayor Snipper controls a clown animatronic to crash the International Putt-Putt Golf Tournament. In the process, he kidnaps this kid, scares the gang, and picks up Shaggy and tries to eat him. In total, he's gonna receive about 30.5 years in prison. In Camp Come On, I Wanna Scare Ya, Grey disguises as the Toxic Terror in order to drive away the new constructors. She ends up scaring the campers and camp counselor Shaggy, tries to hit him, and destroys a bunch of buildings. Oh, yeah, and literally has acid as part of the costume. As a breach of the Geneva Protocol, this would garner a sentence of life in prison, plus the other 17.5 years worth of charges. In Block Long Hong Kong Terror, Wu and his helpers control this dragon in order to steal the prized candy ring. However, things get messy, and they try to bite Shaggy and Freddy, have to kidnap Shaggy and Mei Ling, and end up wrecking the city. In total, Wu and his gang will serve 38 years in Hong Kong prison. In Gentlemen, Start Your Monsters, Jimmy and Cindy control a skeleton robot that terrorizes the stock car race. With all the reckless driving charges and damages to the track, plus, trying to kill Freddy here, they're gonna end up in prison for life, with an extra 6 years on top. In Goldpaw, Drill Sergeant Payne disguises as the Gold Monster to try and steal the gold out of Fort Knox. In the process, he also steals a tank, a military jeep, assaults 2 police officers, and chases the gang. In total, he racked up 72 years in prison and a dishonorable discharge. In Reef Grief, Spencer Johnson hypnotizes and kidnaps a total of 9 people into building an underwater tunnel for him. And under the Commonwealth Criminal Code Act of 1995, within Divisions 270 and 271, slavery charges run 25 years per. In total, he receives 288 years in Australian prison. Also, this coral monster thing terrorizes a bunch of people, and I sentence it to the Bikini Atoll treatment. In the series finale, E-Scream, these demonic Venonat things start terrorizing the video game convention. I could count up the endless assault and menacing charges, the false imprisonment, and the attempted drowning of the gang, but none of it matters since this is just a VR game that Dr. Ostwald prepared for Velma. What an anticlimactic way to end the series. Alright, starting with one of the 2 What's New Scooby-Doo episodes that I skipped over and then never came back to. A Scooby-Doo Halloween. Velma's cousin Marcy is tired of her birthday being overshadowed by Halloween, so she uses the Scarecrow robots to scare the town attending the Kiss concert, while also using the flamethrower feature to scorch some of the crops. And nearly the gang too. They say that since no one got hurt, she'll get out of this with just community service. But that won't suffice for me. 210 years in prison. In A Scooby-Doo Valentine, JC Chazé and some unnamed helpers dress up as the gang to make the police believe that they're the ones kidnapping all the people from Lover's Lane. Looks like 22 people in total. Along with the assault of the gang and the police officer, we can wave bye to this boy for the next 285.5 years.
How many years in prison would every villain from a book named Scooby-Doo get for their crimes? In the series premiere, a bicycle built for Boo, Mr. Conrad, the newspaper guy, steals Shaggy's bike. Because the chain on it is just perfect for his counterfeiting machine, he keeps it in the basement of this creepy old house, and tries to scare the gang away at various points before they figure out his secret. He attacks the gang down in the basement, twice, and also keeps FBI agent Shirley McClue locked in one of the rooms, leading to a 90.5-year sentence in Colesville Penitentiary. In The Sludge Monster from the Earth's Core, Mr. Buxton, the bank manager, steals the gold from the bank, dressed as the Sludge Monster, escaping through a hole he dug into the sewer system that leads him straight to Scooby's doghouse, where he hides the gold and chases Shaggy and Scooby away. While investigating, the gang find themselves in the vault, where the Sludge Monster chases them back through the sewers and around Shaggy's house, only to be caught and arrested, where he's sure to spend the next 34.5 years for his crimes. In The Schnook Who Took My Comic Book, Wendell McWendell dresses up as Dr. Croaker to steal a bunch of first edition Commander Cool comics from the comic book convention. When Shaggy buys one of the last 3 remaining, he chases him around the convention floor. Now with the rest of the gang as backup, Shaggy gets cornered again, and Dr. Croaker takes Fred's clothes off for some reason, before stealing one of the rare copies. He tries to eat Scooby, instead eating the jack that he used to escape, and decapitates 2 cardboard cutouts trying to get the boys. Chasing the gang through the movie theater leads to an attempt at the last copy that he himself owns. But when Shaggy uses a normal version as bait, Wendell finds himself in a sticky situation, and is hauled off to Colesville Penitentiary, where he'll be for the next 25 years. In Wanted Cheddar Alive, Larry Acme dresses up as a goopy cheese monster in order to get the Scooby Snacks factory shut down, so he can take over the dog biscuit market. He causes an explosion in the factory, chasing out by my count 41 workers, and when the gang start their investigation, he puts them through a couple of chase sequences before eventually capturing them, and keeps them tied up while he steals the secret formula. Luckily, Scooby-Doo saves the day, eating Larry's costume and allowing Velma to trip him up. I don't have any cheesy puns for this one. Larry's just gonna receive 145.5 years in prison. I'm so sorry. In For Letter or Worse, Christina disguises as the ghost of Al Capone to scare the live audience of the show that replaced her old act. While the gang are on the mystery, they return back inside to find the ghost, scaring Shaggy and Velma first, before the entire gang once regrouped. It looks like she tried to tackle him here, but gets a bit ahead of herself, before absolutely failing the game show at the end, leading to her capture and subsequent 50.5-year sentence. In The Babysitter from Beyond, Molly the Mole dresses up as horror creature Boogity Bones to try and find the stolen loot that her boyfriend Manny the Mauler stashed away somewhere. She breaks into the babysitter's house, attacks Shaggy and his little sister Shuggy, before chasing the mystery gang around the house. Meanwhile, Manny breaks out of prison and heads straight for the house, being knocked back by the gang's Home Alone trap, and steals some random guy's boat to get back, so he can chase the gang with Molly. For her crimes, Molly receives 26.5 years in prison, with Manny getting sent straight back to prison, adding on another 13.5 years to it. In No Place Like Home, the forest ranger turns into the ice demon to illegally mine diamonds out of the Morgansons' land, while also trying to purchase it from them. When the gang arrive at the resort, he just barely misses hitting them with an icicle, before chasing Shaggy and Scooby around the house, breaking various objects inside, and tries to slice the gang with icicles once more. With 0% accuracy so far, it's time to switch it up, causing an avalanche right on top of the gang, before chasing them into the mines and keeping them there with his icy powers. He'll be headed to the local penitentiary for life, plus an additional 109.5 years. In Now Museum, Now You Don't, Mr. Dayton disguises as the Samurai Ghost, in order to steal the rare samurai swords from the museum and leave the country. When the gang are on their field trip, he scares Shaggy away while he takes the swords, leaving Shaggy as the main suspect. Eventually, the entire gang gets chased around the museum, leaving the ghost to become a mummy, though the sarcophagus does little to stop him. After another round of chasing, Dayton is finally captured, where he'll spend the next 15 years in the only place that's worse than a maximum security prison, Dayton, Ohio. In Scooby-Doo, Al runs a drug smuggling operation out of a skate park, being aided by Sandy Sneakers. He steals 4 dolphins from the Marine Institute to help transport the goods, scaring the gang and Velma's Aunt Thelma to steal the last one. When the gang investigate around the beach town, he corners them before hitting a sweet big spin over them, later taking this chase underwater with his sweet sharkboard. Scaring children and drug smuggling I can accept, but riding without a helmet? 71.5 years. Locked in the warehouse from Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. In Ghost Who's Coming to Dinner, Jack the groundskeeper dresses up as Boobeard in order to force his employers to sell their house, preferably to him, so he can build a super high-rise building. He operates out of the Johnsons' attic, chasing the gang around a few times before adding the Johnsons themselves, capping it off by tapping Freddy on the shoulder, as his sentence rises higher and higher to 20.5 years. In The Story Stick, Mr. Ryan dresses up as the Totem Monster in order to take the native artifacts while also driving the natives off their land, so he can build a brand new hotel. He begins by chasing Shaggy and Scooby away, nearly stomping on them, and grabs Daphne, Freddy, and Velma. After they wriggle free, he chases the kids around the reservation, eventually being terminated by a termite, and is sent off to prison for the next 59 years. In RoboPup, security guard Gordon dresses up as the ghost of Chef Pierre Goulash in order to steal Daphne's entire room of expensive items, using the Blake subway system to try and get away. He's cooking up something ghastly in the kitchen when Shaggy and Scooby get caught in his food fight crossfire, before chasing the gang and the Blakes around the mansion. Eventually he gets tucked into bed a little too tight, and sends his RoboPup to attack the gang and the Blakes, keeping them tied up while Scooby meets the same fate. Kinda. RoboPup gets sent to the robotic pound, while Gordon goes to the people pound. Actually, I don't like how that one sounds. Gordon goes to completely normal jail for 72.5 years. In Lights, Camera, Monster, Vincent Thorne dresses up as his on-screen character Stinkweed to ruin the icon's image while also running off with money he robbed from a couple stores in the mall. While at the mall, he corners the gang before hitting the jewel store, scaring the jeweler off to break the case, using his stench to incapacitate Paul Blart, before hitting up the pet store to do the same, driving out one customer and a few of the animals. The gang catch the plant planting evidence at the scene, and eventually he hops in the drop top to continue the chase. Stinkweed gets 63 years in prison, which is about as much as you would have gotten for normal weed charges in the 80s. In Curse of the Collar, Mr. Tricks and Stuff tries to steal Scooby's new iced out chain that he got for his birthday, capturing Mrs. Knittingham and Scooby's parents along the way. He emerges from a present outside, but Shaggy's not impressed, as Scooby and he run inside to the safety of the kitchen, though it's not safe for long, as both he and Shaggy are eventually attacked, before the rest of the gang get caught up in his scheme to steal the collar, which he does get in the end. But Scooby does get the drop on him, and he'll be sent to Coolsville Penitentiary for the next 96 years. In The Return of Commander Cool, Barbara Simone dresses up as an alien in order to steal blueprints for new toys from the toy factory. While the whole gang gets chased by the creature, it's Shaggy who gets the worst of it, being picked up and thrown around a few times, as the alien breaks into various buildings before ending the reign of terror with smacking Scooby aside. Once the cops do show up, she'll be taken away for the next 58.5 years. Oh, here they come now. They're coming to get you, Barbara. In the spirit of rock and roll, Mr. Dilton dresses up as the ghost of Purvis Parker to ruin Buddy Chilner's reputation, so Purvis remains the king of rock. He tries to kidnap Buddy a couple of times, succeeding on the second try, and keeps him down in the basement, along with scaring the gang and this random ticket person. All of this was to cover up his theft of Purvis's gold records, and this goofball gets all shook up, and is sent to Heartbreak Hotel prison for the next 29 years. In Chickenstein Lives, Granny Sweetwater runs a stolen goods sales operation out of her basement, and tries to get the National Exaggerator shut down before they can expose her. As the monster, she breaks into the tabloid center, grabbing Fred and Scooby before heading out through the wall. And she really hates doors, as she breaks into the mausoleum where Shaggy and Scooby are, leading to a chase of the gang through the cemetery, somehow finding a tractor to drive around on. Chickenstein is going to be cooped up in a cell for the next 33.5 years. In Night of the Living Burger, Skippy Johnson is tired of minimum wage work, so dresses up as the Burger Monster to get revenge on Mr. O'Greasy. The Burger turns bandit, stealing the bucket of cash from Mr. O'Greasy, before attacking the gang who were hired to investigate. He steals a bus during one of the chases, before dumping ketchup all over Daphne, Fred, and Velma, and kidnapping Shaggy. Scooby eventually catches up to this walking greaseball, and he's escorted to the Bucketo prison, where he'll stay for the next 71 years. In The Computer Walks Among Us, Bruce Wormsley takes over Velma's science fair robot in order to frame her for crimes and get her kicked out of school. He steals Daphne's notebook, Shaggy's food stash, and Fred's encyclopedia collection, while also destroying some school property. He grabs Velma with a machine and kicks Scooby away, before he eventually grabs the rest of the gang and eats them. Not only is he getting 87 years in prison, but he's also getting expelled and banned from the science fair. A fate worse than death. In Doggone Scooby, Paula Picasso chases Scooby around Coolsville because she wants his head. When the gang do find him, she chases them around the docks, using a swordfish to fight Fred for some reason. But before we haul her off, it's revealed it's just one big misunderstanding. She just wanted to paint a portrait of Scooby. As a benevolent being, I'll cut her some slack. I'll drop the menacing, but she's still getting popped for using a swordfish as a weapon. Like, where'd you even get that? 9 years in prison. In Terror, Thy Name is Zombo, Joey Gypner disguises as Zombo the Clown to drive away all of his business partners so he can upgrade the park into condos. He does a drive-by haunt of the gang and the turnip mascot, stealing Shaggy and taking off with him. And why'd he do this exactly? Actually, I'm kinda scared to know. What I do know is that he drove away Bart from Sloppoland, before flying at and attacking the gang, and this roller coaster tycoon will be sent to prison for about 82 years. In Night of the Boogie Biker, Red Herring is finally the culprit for one of these episodes, as he steals his aunt's motorcycle, scaring away the gang in the process. He also wins an illegal street race, which will add another couple charges, but he only took the bike so he could spruce it up for her, which is very sweet. So all charges are dropped as a result. In Dawn of the Spooky Shuttle Scare, Simon Simonson gets a space shuttle launch cancelled when he finds out that Velma's project was chosen over his own. Yeah, this grown-ass man is beefing with a literal child. It's basically your average Twitter debate. For chasing the gang and Mr. Sinclair around the Space Center, Simon will be spending the next 5 years behind bars. In Horror of the Haunted Hairpiece, Krusty Baker dresses up as Bigwig in order to chase the customers away from Daphne's arcade and get it shut down, breaking free from one of the games and capturing her. When the gang are searching for clues, he pops back out to capture the entire gang, before beginning the big chase sequence back to the arcade, throwing Scooby aside in the final battle, leaving him with 107 years in Coolsville Penitentiary, and a really bad hair day. Actually, you know what? His cooking was so bad that he served sticks as breadsticks and uncooked pasta. Can we get him for attempted murder? Okay, production gave me the green light. Yeah, life in prison. Production is just me, by the way. I just made this up on the spot. In WrestleManiacs, Herbert Blaum, aka the Coolsville Comet, dresses up as the ghost of the Hooded Heifer, in order to try and get the Coolsville Wrestling Federation shut down. During the event, he uses an explosive device to scare Baron Scuzzball off, before grabbing Shaggy and Scooby by their collars. After such a traumatic event, I think they deserve a nice little snack. But the heifer doesn't seem to agree, chasing them away before cornering the entire gang. I'm gonna sentence him to a nice 28 years in prison. Whoa, don't have a cow, man. In The Were-Do of Doo Manor, Professor Digby dresses up as Nasty Doo to try and find the missing leg bone to this Doo skeleton. He's constantly digging through the floors to try and find it, scaring Shaggy when he breaks into Scooby's doghouse, before doing the same to the entire gang, resulting in a 14-year prison stay. In Catcher on the Sly, this dog catcher tries to kidnap Scooby-Doo, trying everything to do so, including throwing the literal kitchen sink. He ends up breaking a handful of items in the process. Hey, wait, where'd he get the death laser from? Oh, right. The Second Amendment. Luckily, Scooby evades the maniac, who will now be spending the next 29.5 years in prison. And like Florence said, his dog days are over. In The Ghost of Mrs. Shusham, Bernice Binder disguises as the ghost of Mrs. Shusham to try and coerce Shaggy to return his overdue library book, after she found out that it's worth a lot of money. She breaks into the gang's treehouse and attacks Shaggy and Scooby, which is almost as serious as an overdue library book, landing her 19 years in prison. In The Wrath of Waitrose, Waitrose uses the hypnotizing smells of his food truck to control Coolsville, leaving Commander Cool and Mellow Mutt no choice but to take him down. However, that's easier said than done, as in their attempt to free Velma from her unpaid child labor, they get tied up and put into a vat of chocolate, nearly drowning. But none of this was actually real, as it was all in Shaggy and Scooby's dreams. In the end, the waiter even gives them money for their hard work. Aha, gotcha. Nice hush money, you fool. 4 years in prison for bribery. In the series finale, Mayhem of the Moving Mollusk, Lester Leonard dresses up as the Moving Mollusk to drive the Critter Getters out of business, so his business will keep thriving. The instant the gang get to New York, he tries to whack them with a hockey stick, getting a 5-minute major for high sticking. He does break free from the penalty box, chasing the rest of the gang around the streets, taking this boat in the process. The least slimy businessman in New York will receive 93 years in the state prison. How many years in prison would every villain from Be Cool Scooby-Doo get for their crimes? In the series premiere, Mystery 101, Mitchell and his security guard father try and get back at Elias Kingston University, because Mitchell was denied acceptance. Mitchell dresses up as Elias Kingston's ghost and scares away 22 students, plus another father and son duo. Luckily, Velma happens to be next on the list. Unluckily, however, the ghost turns his attention to her and the gang, chasing them off and nearly grabbing them all apart from Daphne. As the gang split up to investigate, Kingston hops in the vending machine that Shaggy and Scooby are trapped in, who lead the chase right back to Fred and the girls, as Kingston nearly grabs Velma, Shaggy, and Scooby. As Fred slips off the roof, Kingston unties the rope that he's attached to, nearly ending him, Shaggy, and Scooby, while the girls are scared out of the building as well. Hopefully this pilot sets the tone for the rest of the series, as Mitchell will get 2 life sentences, plus 51.5 years in Coolsville Penitentiary, while his dad gets 3.5 years for being the accomplice. In Game of Chicken, Fred's buddy Chuck dresses up as a Zatari warrior to try and find the cave's treasure, Larry, chicken. He lures the gang inside and chases them down, nearly decapitating Fred with the Zatari staff, adding on another try for good measure. Another chase cycle leads to a fun whack-a-mole scene, but not quite fun enough to get all the charges dropped. In the final boss area, he takes one last swing at them before being caught under this falling trap, and is taken away by the park ranger to spend 50 years in a Zatari prison. In All Paws on Deck, Dahlia and Thorn use the legendary monsters of Bribery Bay as their disguise to illegally scavenge the treasure below, scaring 2 fellow divers away before adding Daphne and Fred to the list. While the gang explore for clues, they rip apart the Mystery Machine sub and start the classic chase, getting into a sword fight with Scooby and Velma, and nearly capturing Fred. We get a final chase up to the surface, where Velma figures out their attack pattern, and nabs them with a crane. Maybe they could try actual bribery, cause that might work on me. But for now, 31 years in prison for the landlubbers. In Poodle Justice, Carly, the assistant director, wants the promotion, so she dresses up like a gargoyle to scare away the rest of the crew, hoping to get the production shut down. But when the gang step in, she does the same with them and the director. She crashes through the set and almost gets Fred and the girls, before turning her attention to Shaggy and Scooby, breaking into this guy's apartment to continue the chase down the hall. Daphne and Fred rejoin, with Daphne nearly getting punched into oblivion, and all 4 narrowly escaping the elevator attack. In case there was any doubt, we even get the attack of Shaggy and Scooby on camera. Okay, maybe too literally. They're actually all on the camera, but works for me. Velma sets up the final trap, but almost gets tackled in the process, before Scooby and the crime-solving Poodle go for a ride from hell, crashing into the truck and cementing Carly's fate in prison for 55.5 years. In Grand Scam, Dustin Walsreath dresses up as the ghost of the Moth's greatest ever player, Chip Braverton, because his own career was forgettable at best. He begins by scaring away an entire stadium of people. Okay, it's really just 37 people in attendance, but that is more than the Miami Marlins get. Add on 9 fielders, 3 runners, and an umpire, and now we're really talking. While on the case, Daphne and Shaggy get chased onto the field, where Dustin swings for the fences at the pair, as well as Scooby. But don't worry, Fred and Velma get in on the fun too, as the ghost chases them around the stadium, before charging them out to get Shaggy and Scooby. He's getting 75 years in prison, which is just being a Miami Marlins fan. In Trading Chases, Professor Salazar dons the disguise of Egyptian deity Sobek to scare away people at the museum, so she could get away with the gold statue in the tomb. She begins with 2 unsuspecting security guards, before chasing the gang led by tour guide Jeff through the exhibit, breaking a few pieces along the way. Fred's still here, leading his mini-mystery gang right to the main gang's chase, where Salazar attacks Daphne, Velma, and 4 of the children. But the extra hands do come in handy, as they help wrap up this case after Shaggy and Scooby get attacked as bait, leaving this hieroglyphic professor a higher total than normal, 51 years in prison. And be quiet, Scooby-Doo! Coulson McCready patrols the Crystal Caverns as this creepy crystal crawler, sabotaging the science research being done in his cavern so he doesn't go out of business. With the gang on the case, he drops down to lend Fred a hand, before chasing them all through the caves. Fred's grand plan to capture this creature leads Shaggy and Scooby to almost get got, but the only thing Coulson will get is 15 years in a crystal cell. In Party Like It's 1899, Bradwick Haverall uses the Headless Count legend to his advantage, stealing valuable items from the partygoers. As the chaos ensues, none of them are necessarily scared of him, since it's supposed to be a part of the show. But I'm sure that the 11 people that he kidnaps and keeps down in the basement aren't really laughing now. Shaggy and Scooby are though, narrowly avoiding meeting the same fate that Daphne and Fred do. After a quick chase, of course. He breaks down the door and uses the wall sword to try and match their heads with his. So, for the first time in this legal analysis series, off with his head. Nah, just kidding. 118 years in prison though. In Scream Madonna, Jasper Krull turns into the ghost of Prima Donna to try and ruin Bones Malone's show, since he's about to be replaced as manager anyways. He scares off the opening band, as well as the backup band, Mystery Machine. She flies around and grabs Shaggy, before crashing Velma solo, landing in RuPaul's prison for the next 13 years. In Kitchen Frightmare, Mr. Howard uses a Yeti costume to try and shut down Chaz Larkin's new restaurant, something that he's managed to do a few times in the past. He's already scared off 3 of the waiters, but this time, Chaz has a mystery-solving gang as backup. Shaggy and Scooby almost immediately get squashed while doing the dishes, bringing the Yeti out to join the rest of the gang. Fred nearly gets slapped up using the fire escape, and all 5 are nearly thrown off the drainage pipe of the building. Back inside, Shaggy and Scooby aren't quite off the clock yet, so they're chased around the restaurant again, putting the Yeti in a nice little car. It breaks down pretty quickly, and the Yeti breaks down the rest of the kitchen, while also shoving Chaz down, grabbing at Daphne and Velma, and trying to ground pound Shaggy and Scooby again. I have already used my cheesy puns for this series. I'm sorry, that one was bad. Can I have a fondue over? Okay, whatever. 61 years in prison. In Me, Myself, and AI, Mallory hacks into Manputer Enterprises and takes over Butler 3000, among some other devices, to try and scare everyone out of using AI for daily life. She starts by going haywire on the main engineer, giving a demonstration to the board, before doing the same with all the other engineers in the lab. Plus the gang, of course. As the gang get close to cracking the code, she chases them down through a virtual reality with some real-looking weapons, before using these drones to grab and tie up Daphne. But once she's free, stops the rogue bot and Mallory's scheme, giving her 52 years in Metaverse prison. In Area 51 adjacent, General Stahl disguises as an alien in order to stir up a reaction from 7 people in the desert, so maybe he would get more funding. When the gang hit the scene, he attacks Shaggy and Scooby in the Mystery Machine, and wrecks a bunch of the research equipment. The guard in charge of the gang faints at the sight of the alien, who chases the gang around, picking up Daphne, who's still trying to be chill with the extraterrestrial. When they start to piece things together, and uncover a spaceship, Stahl returns to try and scare them away from the findings, putting a few dents in the roof for good measure. The gang do escape, but can't escape the wrath of the US military, and are taken to a max security area. Stahl actually does help them avoid detainment, while also scaring them and 5 other military guys. But he can't avoid detainment for himself. And we're gonna take him to a super secret prison called Area 52, where he'll stay for the next 32.5 years. In Where There's a Will, There's a Wraith. Twins Ruby and Trudy Lutz dress up as these highlighter-colored phantoms to scare away the rest of their family from Lutz Manor, so that they can inherit the fortune. Unfortunately, they forgot about the final boss, Scooby-Doo. The gang do get chased around the mansion a couple of times, and with some ripped paintings and swipes at Fred and the girls, these twins can at least fight over the top bunk in the local prison for the next 46 years. In Scary Christmas, David pilots his pterodactyl to try and ruin the holidays, mostly because he misplaced a pterodactyl egg that he found, so he teams up with Alistair Leventhal to steal every gift in town. He starts with 2 orphans setting out their milk and cookies, before adding 13 menacing charges, 4 reckless endangerments, a couple property damages, and a partridge in a pear tree. Oh, and you can't forget to bring in the New Year, right, with a Grand Theft Auto, some assault and kidnapping, plus animal abuse of little Scooby. And David will spend the next 62 Christmases in Rockwellville Prison, while Alistair gets just 3 years for helping plan this all out. In If You Can't Scooby-Doo the Time, Don't Scooby-Doo the Crime, Steal and Stan dresses up as the ghost of himself to try and break into the safe in the warden's office. He scares 2 other inmates before adding the gang to his target list for a couple of chases, and crashing through the mess hall leaves him with 16 years in the very same prison. Objection! Alright, hold the phone. Fred finds that he was wrongly incarcerated all those years ago, and the warden refused to release him or the evidence, which was kept in the safe. So Steal and Stan goes free, and I'm gonna sentence the warden to match Stan's time served for wrongly imprisoning him. In Gremlin on a Plane, Ed Johnson disguises as, wouldn't you know, a gremlin on a plane, to try and ruin the first flight of Air Gigantica. He starts with 2 of the plane engineers before hopping down and scaring Shaggy, attacking him with a rogue wiener machine. Fred walks out onto the wing to try and fix the plane, only to have the gremlin attack him, as well as Shaggy and Scooby when they go out to save him. Even the final trap fails, leading to one final chase of the gang, and eventually getting put on the no-fly list for 27 years. In Sorcerer Snack's Scare, Pierre the Puppeteer creates a remote control staff to control various items around the snack factory, while dressing as a wizard. He scares the owner enough to get the gang on the case, nearly having a lawsuit on his hands when the wizard just misses grabbing Shag and Scoob caught in the cobwebs, and scorching the whole gang in the oven. At least he can make sock puppets in jail, because that's where he's going to be staying for the next 32 years. In Saga of the Swamp Beast, Dwayne dresses up as the swamp monster to shut down Bayou Pierre's airboat tours, which would also allow him the time to get the armored truck he stole out from the bottom of the bayou. He starts with Pierre and 6 tourists, before attacking Shaggy and Scooby in the swamp, breaking up the band in the process. Pierre takes the gang out into the swamp, but everyone gets knocked into the creature-infested waters. Another chase through the French Quarter sees 9 random vampire cosplayers run off, and Dwayne will be spending the next 102 years in a Louisiana hot state prison. In Be Cold, Scooby-Doo, Heidi-Ho Swift uses the Legend of the Snow Monster to drive away tourists from the resort, and get the weather base shut down. She scares a random man in the woods before trying to stop Shag and Scoob from enjoying their snowy sled ride. Adding a couple chases of the gang leaves Heidi with a gnarly 13-year prison sentence. In Giant Problems, Colin McQuaid uses this giant animatronic to scare off residents and try and get Daphne to sell her castle. He starts by crushing this man's truck before chasing the gang through the woods, and blowing Fred into the lake with his extra hot breath. But Fred's not safe yet, as he and Daphne nearly get crushed like bugs when they find giant piles of treasure, which I don't think are real, by the way, it's for a theme park or something. The giant also swats at a mystery machine-shaped fly, finishing by destroying the castle, on his way to an Irish prison for the first of 5 life sentences and 42.5 years. In Eating Crow, Old Tom and Jonathan both dress up like an evil scarecrow to scare the other one away from their farm, to get natural gas from underneath. So that makes things a little murky, but I'll give each of them 4 menacing charges for chasing the gang around, and Jonathan gets an extra 2 for Old Tom's farmhands, plus taking his wagon for a spin. Also, neither press charges on the other in the end, but that kinda goes against this whole exercise, so forget that part. 8 years for Old Tom, and 10.5 years for Jonathan. In I Scooby-Dooby-Doo, the mothers of the bride and groom team up to stop this wedding, scaring off the groom and the gang before attacking Velma in the dressing room, but even that's not enough to stop the procession, so they scare away 32 guests, minus a couple of these people who just kinda stayed sitting, unbothered. Attacking Fred and Scooby is the final straw, leaving these tired queens with 40 years in prison. In El Bandito, Gustavo disguises as the titular El Bandito to scare away people from the cemetery where he believes the treasure is kept, starting with 2 young lovers before doing the same with the gang, nearly slicing up Fred and Velma. In El Bandito's mausoleum, he knocks over the statue before locking the gang in with a diminishing air supply, giving him enough time to terrorize the celebration with 17 people, ending history with another attempted slicing of Shaggy and Velma. But this bandit only made away with 273.5 years in Mexican prison. In Into the Mouth of Madcap, Oopsie the Clown levels up his act as Madcap, fearing that he may lose his job if the park is sold. He scares away 2 guests with his mallet, before ruining Shaggy and Scooby's fun in the same manner. He hops in the bumper car to continue his tirade, climbs up onto the roller coaster that Daphne, Velma, and Daphne's little nephew are on, recklessly swinging the mallet at them. Daphne, Fred, Shaggy, and Scooby hit the funhouse for one last scare, as Madcap runs out and knocks Velma over, which leads to his capture. In Wayne's assessment of the situation, we also see that Madcap scared away the land developers to top all this off. The real clowns are confused on what to charge him with, but this is clown police business anyways, so take him away, boys. 62 years in maximum security bouncy jail for the comically insane. In the Norse case scenario, Ranger Mark, Edith, and Donald dress up as ghosts of Vikings to scare away archaeologists, so that they continue to illegally log. They nearly chop 2 kids playing their game, scaring the parents off in the process. They also ask the gang some questions, chasing them through the forest and chopping down some more trees in the process. One of them breaks Shaggy's banjo before attacking them again, chasing the entire gang up a tree and sending them down the river, eventually over a waterfall. While Shaggy and Scooby act as bait, it's Fred and the girls who nearly get sliced this time, and all 3 fake Vikings will be sent to forest jail for the next 4 life sentences plus 68.5 years. In The People vs. Fred Jones, District Attorney Dayton Knight tries to frame Fred for crimes that he himself committed as the toxic mutant, chief of which being the grand larceny of all the homes in Safety Springs. He also chased a man at the gas station, plus Shaggy in the factory, leading to his damage of the vans. Just as Daphne cracks the case, he shows up and throws a tantrum in court, causing 10 people to flee for their lives, but is found to be guilty on all charges, receiving 31 years in prison. In Halloween, Mr. and Mrs. Clune used the legend of the Baba Yaga to go from town to town scaring kids, getting Halloween shut down permanently. We see a flashback of Lil Fred and 2 of his buddies getting scared out of the house, before present-day Fred and his new buddies join 21 other kids in fleeing in fear. 4 more trick-or-treaters dodge the running chicken house, which crushes a bunch of decorations, giving these actual monsters 35 years in prison. In some Fred time, Bellington the butler dresses up as Dorsalfoot to help this paparazzi guy get a photo of Jack Langdale. He scares a couple on the beach before chasing Shaggy and Scooby around, popping their floaty. He tries to tackle them inside Daphne's beach house, crashing into this suit of armor instead, before chasing the gang, minus Fred, around, squishing Velma with the door. This Nightcrawler will be spending the next 16 years in a Hillshire Beach jail. In Their Wolf, Miguel uses this werewolf disguise to try and steal one of Miss Tuckle's kittens, and sell it for a fortune. He scares off one of his nurse colleagues before chasing Daphne, Fred, and Velma, crashing around the hospital, before adding on another chase, this one with Shaggy included. Miguel will be spending the next 14 years worth of full moons, behind the silver bars of jail. In Ren Scare, Harvey wants to turn this Renaissance fair into a real moneymaker, but when the king decrees it shall not be, disguises as the jester to, scare thee. He chops down the chandelier that he was perched on, later trying to do the same with Shaggy and Scooby's heads. At the big feast, he pops out of this painting and scares by my count 40 Ren Fair enthusiasts and workers, before using his staff to swipe at the king and 2 real jesters, resulting in a 65-year stay in ye old dungeon. In How to Train Your Coward, Sheriff Boone and Paco team up to drive people out of town, so that they can steal their belongings, hiding their spoils in these coffins. I count 40 here, so 40 grand thefts, breaking and enterings, and menacing charges. That's on top of the duck mascot from the beginning, a few chases of the gang, plus Morley and the old caretaker, so let's make it 55. Fred also gets grabbed in the mystery machine, and all of the gang, with our Shaggy substitute, nearly meet the same fate. It's a rough first day for Morley and Bumpy too, as they get kidnapped and tied up on these racks, leaving our fake count guilty on all counts, receiving 446 years and a garlic-covered coffin. In Worst in Show, Estelle and her chihuahua Dobie try and scare off the competition of the dog show, so maybe Dobie can win for once, using a doggy exosuit to give him the appearance of the Hound Beast. The fiery beast scares at least 3 people at the competition, before hitting the escalators with Shaggy and Velma, adding Daphne and Fred into the mix too. Dobie smashes through a window to start a fresh chase, but he's only adding more time for Estelle, as she gets 51 years in the pound. In Mysteries on the Disorient Express, the Grim Reaper boards the train to frighten the passengers, and steal a government microchip, using their scythe to slash at the couple. Later in the episode, they grab at Shaggy and Scooby, and you might notice a few extra hands here. That's because we have 8 villains in this episode alone, each of them a spy sent by their country to steal the microchip. To keep this one short and sweet, I'm just going to say each one's total sentence time and show their crimes.
So Grim Reaper gets 32 years, the Mummy will get 33 years, Tengu gets 25 years, 36 years for Tarask, 29 years for Zitzimtel, the Manticore gets 29 years, Hanna-Barbera with 29 years, and Hemogoblin rounds us off with 26 years. Is that everyone? In The Curse of Kaniaku, Mr. Kagawa tries to shut down Mr. Uehara's kimono business after he purchased the old seafood building from Kagawa's parents. He scares off the sumo wrestler and janitor, along with 17 other people before the mystery gang rolls into town. He nearly brings the crab hammer down on Shag and Scoob, destroying this restaurant before chasing the gang through the festival, causing the whole town to be destroyed. Just before capture, he tries to pinch Fred's cheek, like the auntie that your family doesn't invite over anymore, and receives 84 years in Japanese prison. In Vote Velma, Violet Oberon dresses up as the ghost of Amos Littlefield to drive away mayor candidates in town, so she could remain the only artist in Littlefield. She crashes the dog park opening with Joe McGrath, a newscaster, and 20 attendees, before upping her quota at Velma's rally. She slices through the backdrop to attack Velma, with at least 63 people in attendance, chasing the gang through town. This is a bold campaign strategy, but I've seen way crazier that also somehow worked. Violet's got 99 problems, and 1 year for each of those problems in jail. In Scooby-Doo, Dr. Bugley dresses up as the Ghosts of Christmas to show Ebenezer Scrooge and Velma the error of their ways, and so he can also prey upon Scrooge the hypochondriac and make even more money. He uses the likeness of Scrooge's old business partner to scare him, the Ghost of Christmas Past to scare the gang, the Ghost of Christmas Present to do the same, while also wrecking Scrooge's house, and the Ghost of Christmas Yet to Come to grab Velma, who pretends to be asleep, as she wraps this case up along with Bugley. I diagnose him with 22 years in Scotland Yard for his spirited lack of holiday spirit. In Space, Officer Sung disguises as various crew members of the ship to scare the rest away from his asteroid gold mining. He captures a total of 7 people, keeping them all tied up in the refinery, before using this pipe to attack Shaggy and Scooby, chasing the rest of the gang afterwards. Daphne also gets kidnapped and locked in a storage closet, but that does save her from the space kook opening the bay doors, sending the rest of the gang out into outer space, ending with a final mirror match duel with Fred before his capture, and his 129-year sentence in outer space prison. I think that's the one from Alien 3. In Do Not Disturb, Josh returns to his old hotel, disguised as his mother, so he can scare away the guests, making it easier to purchase back from his brother. To do so, he also takes the likeness of janitor Reggie, who he kidnapped and kept tied up in room 455, giving him free range of the place. With that freedom, he scares off Mrs. Warwick, attacks Shaggy and Scooby in the elevator, and chases the gang through the hotel, breaking a few items along the way. Mother wouldn't approve of this behavior, and neither would the judge. So take him away to spend 40 years in Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho Prison. In Silver Scream, Laurie Logan disguises herself as the ghost of Archie Barnes in order to shut down the production of her own film, which had too much studio interference for her liking. She scared the editor out of the office to get Archie's old notebook. She also chases Velma, Shaggy, and Scooby out of the theater, before getting the whole gang in on the fun, nearly capturing Shaggy and Scooby. In the old prop warehouse, she starts the chase once again, taking the studio tour cart and a motorcycle to chase them down, but only comes away with a 33-year sentence in director's jail. In Fright of Hand, Bragg and Saul Twinkleshine use this demonic rabbit costume to scare away the magic acts, which would finally allow them to sell Hocus Pocus Palace. This young magician is the first to go, but is soon joined by 12 other acts. Shaggy and Scooby sit down for their dinner service, and the main course is rabbit, but this meat's a little too tough, and bites back. The gang reconvene to get attacked by the Devil Bunny, bringing them on stage during Fred's audition, to also scare away 3 judges. One of them is a tiger though, for some reason. I don't know, magic. The rabbit hops on down to Fred's tank to stop him from escaping, ending this show in grand fashion by chasing Shaggy and Velma off the stage. The cops do handcuff them, but they pull a Houdini act to get out and run off. I assume they got caught eventually, and receive 45 years in the maximum security magic prison. Wait, that's just Azkaban. In Grease is the Word, Aesop does the bidding of Prince Chlomelius, dressing up as Arachne to scare Princess Velmonia and her servant Daphne, shooting this web at them. When the girls meet with local philosopher Chagrates, his buddy Fredricos, and the Oracle, they all get chased in this ancient mystery machine, with Arachne using her web to fling Daphne, Fredricos, and Velmonia out. Our Grecian grand finale sees her pin 3 of our ancient gang to the wall with King Alexandros. But not even his own father can accept this treason. Both Acelop and Schlemelius are sent to the Colosseum to do their time. Ancient laws don't exactly translate well, but we'll say 75 years for them. In American Goth, Dorbin scares away anyone who he deems a threat to the Goth hangout at the abandoned hospital, dressed as a giant plant monster. He first attacks a real estate developer trying to buy the place, before adding the gang to the chase list, using the roots to try and grab them. Shaggy's old girlfriend Amelia joins in on the final chase, before Morlock is scared off, and this Goth garden monster gets 29 years in prison. In Omelets Are Forever, Dillingsley creates Minus, a British super spy suit, to ruin Jenny Vex's plans. He starts by interrupting her intro, throwing her aside with some tech at the Crust building, before using a laser card to try and vaporize her and the rest of the mystery gang. Once he catches up to them, he punches a hole straight through the mystery machine's roof to pull Fred through, crashing them all through a sign, which gives him the opportunity to kidnap Jenny Vex and keep her tied up. Over in Istanbul, he throws Shaggy, Velma, and Scooby aside to reach Dr. Himura, stealing a key around his neck before he swings the dock round and round, scaring 6 guests and throwing them at Daphne, Fred, and Velma. He makes his own exit out of here, which leads him to a chartered plane ride. That sees him grab the whole gang minus Daphne and fly out of the plane, taking everyone to the secret base once they land. A final throw of Fred concludes this spree, leaving him with 160 years and 5 life sentences in super secret spy prison. In Ghost of the Mystery Machine, Dr. Blum uses Wi-Fi transmitters to control various things around the labs, including a samurai suit attacking Fred, a robotic arm to pull Daphne's hair, and using this stone statue to break out of the glass and chase the gang. Doesn't seem so bad, right? Well, when he controls the Mystery Machine, he breaks into the museum and chases the gang down, adding a couple little assaults on Shaggy and Fred. Still not the worst, but turning the Mystery Machine to helicopter mode and ascending too high, nearly running them over, using various explosive weapons against them, trying to run them over again, and using even more weapons to chase them down, certainly cements Blum as the most heinous criminal in the series. Add on another attempted murder of Fred and a charge for destroying Daphne's car, and Blum will get 9 life sentences, plus 112 years, plus 90 days in prison. In Naughty or Ice, Miss Anya dresses up as the Iceman to try and steal Daphne's prized necklace from the vault, so she can sell it for a fortune. She starts with 2 people transporting a frozen bird, before chasing Shaggy and Scooby out of the sauna into the locker room, where she punches the door open when the lock won't work. Using a bone as a club, she wildly swings it at the gang, before starting the chase, breaking through a screen that Shaggy and Scooby were using to teach them how to speak. With another swing and miss with the club, Miss Anya should have been at the club, but instead will spend the next 50 years inside of an icy prison. In Night of the Upsetting Shorts, Shaggy's grandma wants to show off to her fellow retired friends, so she uses this gorilla costume to set Shaggy up with a mystery to solve. She breaks into the home and scares those friends, before adding 2 chases of the gang, with another breaking and entering and the attack of Scooby. Shaggy claims nothing illegal was done here, but I beg to differ. She may be old as dirt, but that doesn't stop me from giving her 160 years in the prison for the elderly. Oh wait, that's just the retirement home. In Junkyard Dogs, Officer Mike uses a magnetic system to help search for a rare rainbow ring in this old junkyard, scaring away anyone who comes in his way, like this random man. As Shaggy and Scooby dig for some clues, he gives them a little pick-me-up, before finally putting his foot down with the gang. As they run off, he continuously tries to grab them with his big metal claws, adding on his own canine unit to the mix. The gang surround him in the final arena, but he throws an entire bus at Daphne and Fred, nearly stomping them again. Protect and serve, right? Yeah, well, he protected his own interests, and will now serve 10 life sentences and 37 years in prison. Or, more realistically, 3 days paid leave. In Protein Titans 2, Zara disguises as the boss from the video game to try and get the company shut down, which would void her contract. She scares off an innocent janitor before shooting her food rocket launcher at Shaggy and Scooby. We gotta make sure that everyone gets a turn at the game, so Daphne and Fred get some too. And of course we can't forget Velma. Now with the whole gang playing, Zara shoots the air balloon, sending them falling into the beanbag pit below, finally being defeated by Shaggy and Scooby in the boss battle. Zara tried to game the system, but instead gets banned from competitive for the next 46 years. In World of Witchcraft, Mrs. Baker and her son Carl use the legend of the Demon of Salem to scare the entire town of Salem back into their homes, giving them free reign to break into the town's bank vault. With Carl in the costume, he scares 2 small children and 53 other townspeople who think that the mystery gang are witches.
Speaking of the gang, Carl also attacked Shaggy and Scooby at the Baker Pie tent, who roped Fred and the girls in for a couple of chases soon after. With the town preoccupied by Daphne's witch trial, the demon chases Shaggy and Scooby around one last time, but lands himself right at the courthouse, where we'll still treat him and his mom way better than Salem treated the innocent women of the witch trials. So, 177.5 years in prison is all. In Professor Huh, Part 1, Professor Huh escapes a maximum security prison to reconnect with his son, Fred Jones. To do so, he breaks into the bank's headquarters to leave a note, scares Shaggy and Scooby away from his fraudulent pretzel stand, and hops in the mystery machine headed back into town. While there, he chases the gang around, walking to this barbershop after hours before heading to the subway station to lock the gang in, attacking Fred as they escape. We'll be seeing this professor again, but for now we'll keep the running tally at 48 years back in prison so far. In Professor Huh, Part 6 3/4, it's revealed that Fred's old buddy Rose was actually framing Fred for every crime, and was the mastermind behind the crimes from The People vs. Fred Jones and Ghost in the Mystery Machine. When she announces this, Fred reveals that he recorded it all, and plans to deliver this to the cops. Rose has no choice but to grab the recorder, using this bomb as a distraction, and an easier route to try and destroy the tape. But throwing it out of the building leads to Professor Huh? No, Donald Jones, returning it to his son. He was never the bad guy here. He was trying to help Fred, help the mystery gang. I find Professor Huh not guilty on all charges, and I sentence Rose and her lackeys to 9 life sentences, plus a little under 166 years over at Darkbrook Prison. In Pizza Opossums, Lydia controls the animatronic possum to scare away the other kids from Pizza Opossums, so she could play all of the games and win Pizza Pup. She uses the Robo-Possum to scare Shaggy and Scooby, nearly clapping them with the cymbals. And while Velma begins her Twitch streaming career, Lydia chases the rest of the gang around the Pizzaplex, trying to tackle them and using some symbolic imagery against them. Lydia is definitely getting grounded, and I'm making her spend 26 years overnight in Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. In the series finale, The Curse of Halfbeard's Booty, Karen helps Captain Cutler find Halfbeard's lost treasure by dressing up as his ghost. She uses it to nearly decapitate Shaggy and Scooby with her sword, before chasing them down through the underground tunnels, hitting the docks to do the same with the rest of the gang. As they continue to look for the treasure, or treasure, Karen goes to attack the gang once again, getting parried by Daphne and having a nice sword fight with her before capture. You may question why I'm not going after Captain Cutler here. Well, for one, he flew away like immediately afterwards. And two, his plan was genuinely so genius that I just kinda respect the hustle. 42 years in prison for Karen.
How many years in prison would all of the ghosts from the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo get for their crimes? Into all the ghouls I've loved before, Bogle and Weird plot to get the gang to open the chest of demons to release the 13 ghosts. To do so, they siphon the flying mystery machine's fuel to make the gang crash land in Ursulvania, nearly taking out 22 townspeople in the process. Eventually they steal the flying mystery machine and keep it in the castle, to which they cut the doors open so the gang can have access to the chest. Now, considering Bogle and Weird are actual ghosts, normal jail won't suffice. So, introducing the new Ghost Prison, a state-of-the-art facility that ghosts and demons alike won't be able to escape, and our first residents will be spending the rest of their lives here, plus another 147 years on top. Wait, they're already dead. Is this just till the end of time? In Scoobracadubra, Maldor the Malevolent looks for the magic wand of Zagraz, a wizard who Maldor keeps locked down in the dungeon. When the gang encroach on their property, they make the trees come alive and attack Shaggy and Scooby. Maldor zaps this rabbit to turn into a dragon, whose fiery breath toasts the gang. They're eventually thrown into the dungeon with Zagraz, escaping only for Daphne to get put into this glass case and put under a super sleep curse. When Scooby is in control of the wand, Maldor tries everything in their power to pry it away, failing to do so before they're captured by Flimflam in the Chest of Demons, where they'll stay for the rest of time, plus another 31 years on top. In Me and My Shadow Demon, the Shadow Demon lures the gang to Befuddle Manor so that they can save Byron Befuddle from the labyrinth. In doing so, the Shadow appears in the cave system, destroying the bridge the gang stand on, sending them into a free fall below. While in the dungeon, they fling Scooby off the spiderweb, but I'm actually going to cancel that one, because they save Scooby from the giant spider. However, the Shadow Demon will still be sent to the Shadow Realm for the rest of time, plus another 6 years. But that's not even the main baddie, as Queen Morbidia sure is. She locks the gang in her house of horrors to try and find the chest of demons. She starts by trapping Daphne and Flimflam in one of the rooms, before eventually sending her monster squad to capture the gang and throw them in the dungeon, where they do end up finding Byron Befuddle. Her giant spider chases them around, but if you want something done right, you gotta do it yourself, as she chases them to the cliff's edge and takes the chest of demons. Unfortunately, she is severely undermelanated, so even the slightest bit of sun cooks her, and she's put into the chest, where she'll stay for at least the next 45 years. In Reflections in a Ghoulish Eye, the Reflector Spectre searches for the Amulet of Ishkabibble in Marrakesh, Morocco. In doing so, they transport one of the hotel maids into their mirrored dimension, before destroying the room. When they realize it's not the Mystery Gang, they coerce Bogle and Weir to help, who only help capture Sandy and Selma instead. Finally, the Reflector Spectre does end up capturing the gang, only to be thwarted when Daphne reads the back of the amulet that she received from a vendor at the bazaar. The Spectre refuses to quit there though, using their supercharged attack against the gang, Sandy, and Selma. But it's quickly vacuumed up by Flimflam playing a bit of Luigi's Mansion, and the Reflector Spectre will spend the rest of their days in the Chest of Demons, and 101 Dalmatians, years extra. In That's Monstertainment, Zomba pulls the old switcheroo, transporting the gang into Movieland, while they go into the gang's realm to search for the Chest of Demons. They break into the room where it's supposedly kept, but only find the fake one, with Flimflam still holding the real one. But that doesn't stop them from trying to get it, chasing him and Vincent Van Ghoul around Dr. Frankenstein's castle. When Shaggy and Scooby eventually come into possession of the chest, Zomba keeps the same energy up, chasing them up to the roof, and even off the roof, as all three fall onto the windmill. They get flung off, landing straight in the Chest of Demons, where they'll stay for the next 52.5 years. In Ship of Ghouls, the ghosts of the cruise ship that sank 50 years ago unmask and reveal their true forms, chasing the gang around the ship as it heads towards the Bermuda Triangle. Once they enter the legendary zone, the Chest of Demons opens up, releasing the Cyclone Demon, who immediately goes on an absolute rampage. Eventually, they end up popping through the theater screen while Scooby is about to watch Titanic. So they actually saved him from wasting 3 hours. But in the process, also knocks Scrappy backwards into one of the seats. So one good deed is cancelled out by hurting a national treasure. So back into the chest you go, where they'll sit for another 9 years. In A Spooky Little Ghoul Like You, Nakara arrives at the Wharton Warlock Hotel to use her appeal to drain all of the men of their warlock powers. I support women's rights and, more importantly, their wrongs. So she gets a pass on everything. Alright, in reality, I was on board until she started hypnotizing people and kissing them against their will. She starts with Victor Vudini, eventually coercing Bogle and Weird to help her kidnap Vincent Van Ghoul, who reanimates some gargoyles to scare Shag and Scoob off the roof of the hotel. But when they fail at their job, she summons an entire cemetery of ghosts to kidnap Vincent and bring him to the wedding ceremony. The gang try to intervene, but the ghouls stop them from getting this wedding shut down, which is sealed with a final kiss. Too bad for Nakara, as her curse wore off at midnight, and as her power wanes, she is put back into the Chest of Demons, where she'll stay for the next 30 years. Okay, I rounded up a little bit. Hope you don't mind. In When You Witch Upon a Star, the Brewski sisters seek to become the world's most powerful witches, using the Black Book of Spells to do so. They chase Flimflam and Shaggy out of their house, before flying over to Egypt to steal the Cobra Staff from one of the Great Pyramids. They also throw the Cobra Guard to the side, adding on another charge. But the real big one is when they transport the entirety of Paris right to them. And if we want to talk about quantity queens, here we go. In 1985, the population of Paris was approximately 8.956 million people, so that absolutely has to break a record. In case that wasn't enough, they also try to kill the gang with this magical zap, turning the door to dust instead. That gives them each 2 life sentences and a new high score of 89,560,018 years in our special ghost jail. But they aren't the only villains here, as Marcella works a bit of her magic to tie up Vincent Van Ghoul in the evil zone, stealing his amulet, only to return back to Earthrealm and attack the rest of the gang. But the sisters read the 13th and final spell from the book, which ends up sending Marcella back into the Chest of Demons, where she'll stay for another 21 years. And is that enough to give the sisters a pardon? Absolutely not. Good try though. In It's a Wonderful Scoob, Time Slime controls the time of the world with this time scepter, nearly allowing them to open the chest of demons up. They assault their helpers of Bogle and Weird, before sending the gang down the chute into their lair, where Time Slime eventually attacks them. Vincent does transport the gang away, but this is enough to make Scooby quit mystery solving altogether, leading to his replacement, Bernie Gumsher, getting his big break in the industry. Unfortunately, that means immediately being captured and tied up with the rest of the gang, as Time Slime steals the chest. Vincent shows Scooby what will happen if Time Slime opens the chest, which is a full-on apocalypse, and Daphne's made to be their servant. Daphne serves looks, not men, or weird time deities. Future Shaggy gets snatched up by Time Slime's biker gang, and while back in the present, the Giant Knight just about nails them with a mace, which 100% was intended to kill. Scooby eventually saves the day, trapping Time Slime in the chest, where they'll stay for the remainder of time, plus another 72 years on top. In Scooby and Quacky Land, Demondo uses magic ink to control everything within the comics that they print, with help from Bogle and Weird, of course. Once they get delivered to Daphne and Shaggy's house, a giant whirlwind takes them into the comic world. But while here, the gang have to search through each comic to find the pen, while also avoiding Demondo. They fail to do the latter, getting transported right onto Demondo's spaceship. Once the gang ditches them, they find a wacky wizard to help show them the way, and Demondo finds their way right into the wizard's hovel. Eventually, the pen is found, and Demondo chases them down to try and retrieve it. But Scooby rightly puts the comic in the chest of demons, where Demondo will be kept for the next 73 years. Maybe the value of the comic will increase from 50 cents to 53 cents in that time. That'll be cool. In Coast to Ghost, Bogle and Weird break into a warehouse where parade floats are being kept, attempting to spray them with a chemical to turn them into monsters, succeeding only after missing Shaggy and Scooby, later stealing the chest of demons and Flim Flam's crystal ball. Speaking of the chest of demons, we've got another one of their ex-residents, as Rancor begins their initiation into the monster clique. They begin with the delivery person, taking control of their body to let themselves into Vincent Van Gogh's house, scaring the driver away when they're in. Rancor also transforms into an even more evil version of Christine, nearly running the gang over before heading over to the airport for a quick ride. They break into the pilot's house and switch his glasses, but when that doesn't slow the gang down, resorts to just shearing the plane's wings off, causing the gang to come to a crash landing. Too bad Rancor is afraid of the sun, as they dive into the chest of demons to avoid even the slightest ray of UV, where they'll stay for the rest of time. Oh, and Bogle and Weird, you'll receive another 16 years to your running total. In the ghouliest show on Earth, Bogle and Weird continue the pursuit of the chest of demons, hopping on the gang's train and detaching it, sending it straight into an oncoming train, and eventually derailing it altogether. When the gang finally arrive at the traveling circus, the two ghosts try to tackle them, adding a final couple charges, resulting in another 4 life sentences, with 13 years added to their tally. Speaking of that traveling circus though, Phantasmo uses the Carnival Calliope to hypnotize the town of Duville, not allowing them to see the monsters that they're interacting with. When Flim Flam becomes his partner, Phantasmo rifles through his sweater pockets to find the chest of demons, only to find that Scrappy still has it. He sends a fireball at them, instead hitting Bogle and Weird with it. Daphne ends up being captured and put under a spell, with Shaggy and Scooby leading the rescue mission. But once the Calliope breaks, the monsters are revealed, and Flim Flam sends the fantastic Phantasmo back into the chest of demons, where they'll stay for the next 27 years. In the series finale Horoscope Scoob, Boris Krepoff steals Vincent Van Gogh's grand tome of the chest of demons, parlaying that with the actual chest of demons, so he can open it live on air. Clip farming in 1985? Have some shame. 6 years only. But that's not even the main villain here, as Bogle and Weird return for their last hurrah, using the trapdoor to trap the gang, Boris, and Tallulah in the basement. They become the caretakers of the lighthouse, where the chest supposedly is, grabbing Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy and locking them in, pushing the entire structure over and off the cliff, ending it off by restraining Boris during the climax. But of course, they couldn't be the masterminds behind this heist, as Tallulah morphs into Zimbulu, the kingpin of this operation. They mostly delegated everything to Bogle and Weird, but did open up the chest of demons, which would have caused the end of the world. So all 3 of these goofies will spend the next 32 years in prison. with Zimbaloo being kept in the maximum security wing of the Chest of Demons, with the added life sentence.
How many years in prison would every villain from Scooby-Doo and Guess Who get for their crimes? In the series premiere, Revenge of the Swamp Monster, this caddy uses the Swamp Monster costume to turn into a landlord. And good enough for me, lock him up. Oh, we kinda do need something to get him on though. Well, good thing he kidnaps his golf buddy and 2 other golfers, taking them somewhere in his underground tunnels. The gang come down to Florida to help Chris Paul out, where the monster first scares off the commentator before turning his sights on the gang, chasing 2 more golfers away with Shaggy and CP3, and eventually attacking Scooby in the tent. The gang find the stash of scuba tanks that he uses, and are soon chased into the art school, where he gets a bit frustrated during lecture hour. 7 more golfers and their caddies quit the tournament, leaving just the ones we accounted for the kidnappings of earlier, breaking their 9-iron, and stealing this golf cart to chase Shaggy and CP3, ramming into the back of them to send the cart flying at the rest of the gang, concluding with one final attack on Chris Paul before capture via squirrels. Sure, why not? We're starting off pretty hot, and I'm sending them straight to the caddy shack for 3 life sentences plus 500 years. Hey wait, we never saw those kidnapped golfers that were taken underground again. Are they okay? Oh. In A Mystery Solving Gang Divided, Jeb uses the ghost stories of Gettysburg to scare his way to finding the lost gold that the soldiers were supposed to receive. He scares off a family of 4, taking a swipe at the family with his ghostly sword, before using these cannons to really drive them off. As the Mystery Gang and Funky Phantom crew search for clues, he uses the cannons and underground dynamite to nearly take both parties out. And once he takes the gold, he leads a chase throughout the battlefield, sending this cannon wildly spinning towards the mystery machine, but is soon caught after his own ghostly run-in, and will receive 357.5 years in Pennsylvania State Prison. In Peebles' Pet Shop of Terrible Terrors, Mr. Peebles controls this fish monster suit that's maybe a size too big for him, so he could stir up some trouble and cause Magilla Gorilla to become someone else's problem. As the monster, he attacks Wanda Sykes with the hottest in-stock items of the pet store, before the gang arrive to join her in getting chased around a few times. He hops on this turtle, and uses this forklift without certifications, leading to Wanda's capture and sticking to the wall. Peebles' business associate also meets the same fate, but Magilla Gorilla swings in and saves the day, sending Peebles to the penitentiary for 33 years. In Elementary, my dear Shaggy, this Tower of London guard and underground worker team up to dig around London and steal the crown jewels, using this floating skull creation as their disguise. They chase the gang touring around London, knocking into the van to make them crash, before bringing in Sherlock Holmes for a few chases as well. Once they do break in and make out with the jewels, it's revealed after their capture that all the jewels are fake, but I'm still gonna count it. 33.5 years in Scotland Yard for the pair. In Ollie Ollie Income Free, a jewel thief poses as an antique dealer, so he can access the British Museum and steal the Ruby of the Nile. Ricky Gervais unknowingly purchases the statue it was hidden in, so the dealer dresses up as a cat mummy to try and retrieve it, breaking into Gervais's flat and chasing the gang around, yoinking Scooby out of his hiding spot. At the museum, he attacks an old lady and keeps her tied up in the sarcophagus that the gang finds, chasing them around again and breaking a few items along the way. Eventually, he does get the statue, but Ricky and his army make sure to catnip this one in the bud, and the thief will join our previous ones in Scotland Yard, for 2 life sentences plus 52.5 years. In The Scooby of 1,000 Faces, the museum curator uses this Minotaur costume to try and steal the golden head of Apollo. Wonder Woman lassos him up to stop him, but the truth is, he punches her along with Daphne and Velma before taking off with the vase. They tail him to the ruins of Delphi, where he breaks off a piece of stalagmite to cause a cave-in, before attacking Shaggy at the dig site for the statue, getting into one last fight with Wonder Woman before his capture, resulting in a 194-year sentence in Greek prison. In the Cursed Cabinet of Professor Mads Markson, Teller wants to really surprise Penn with a fantastic trick, using the Savannah Hotel's demolition to pull it all off. He scares off a demolition expert before anyone arrives for the Night of Terror, starting it off right with the chase of the gang and his partner Penn. On stage, he pulls the old switcheroo to turn into the Devil Rabbit, picking up the first row of seats to throw at the gang, Penn, and this woman Tess, who's introduced pretty much as a red herring. He picks up Fred and throws him at the explosive control pad, and everyone just barely escapes the blast with Fred's catapult. I'm not really sure if he does own this place or not.
so I'm still gonna get him for property damage and arson. It's a good trick. A great trick even. But he's still getting 172.5 years in Las Vegas prison. In When Urkelbots Go Bad, the janitor of the museum finds that the submarine exhibit is made entirely of gold, so she uses the robots to smelt it down and replaces the parts with replicas. While most of the work is automated, she does use the Technomancer costume to chase the gang and Urkel away a few times. But she's still headed straight for a Chicago prison for 137 years. In The Fastest Food Fiend, Bill Talley tries to ruin the family business after his brother inherits it, using the Spectral Speedster costume to ruin the competition. Not only does he scare the mascot off, but he uses his hot rod to nearly run over 16 people and flip at least 10 cars, causing them all to go up in flames. The gang find the mascot actor tied up in the broken freezer, while the speedster chases Jim Gaffigan down and forces him off the road, just barely being saved by the gang. They take him back to the diner to get some milkshakes. Maybe a little too much milk, and a little too much shaking too. In the final stretch, the Spectral Speedster crashes the rest of the racers out of the race, and crashes into the restaurant to scare the gang from setting up the trap, using the deep fryer as a bomb to rain fries from the sky. Adding everything to Tally's tally results in 2 life sentences plus 239 years in a California state prison. In Attack of the Weird Allosaurus, the two Petes use animatronic dinosaur disguises to illegally dig for fossils in the cave of Weird Al's camp, scaring off 11 of his campers, the gang, and Al himself. Scooby gets swung around via accordion, and Al nearly turns into dinosaur food before getting run over in his hiding spot. While the gang try and get some rest, the dinosaur interrupts Scooby's accordion lesson, chasing everyone out of the cabin, nearly chomping Daphne and Al, before somehow teleporting into the mystery machine and ripping the bumper off. Causing a cave-in on Shaggy, Scooby, and Weird Al gets a few more charges, plus trying to chomp them up as well, before both Beats get into a final duel over the egg. Accordion to my accounts, they'll both be getting 72 years in prison, and their only visitor can be Weird Al and his accordions. Oof, unlucky. And now you see ya, now you don't. Sia's personal chef goes on a shopping spree, just without actually paying for anything. She uses a Dark Sea alternate look to try and frame her, also planting the stolen goods at Sia's house. She attacks one of the jewelers and heads back to Sia's, attacking Shaggy and Scooby that night before heading out. And she's on a roll, hitting up another store that the gang are investigating, pulling the fire alarm to help her get away. Back at Sia's, she chases the gang into the elevator and cuts all the cables, sending them for a free fall before adding Sia herself into the chase, finishing off by attacking Shaggy and Scooby to try and get the case back. These cheap thrills had her feeling unstoppable, but this immortal queen is headed straight to prison for 4 life sentences and 73.5 years. In Quit Clownin', AJ Dobbs dresses up like Potso the Clown to try and get the TV station shut down, having never lived down being the Pie Kid from the original. He breaks into the station during the newscast to scare away the crew, and attacks Shaggy and Scooby who are just minding their own business, flinging them off their getaway tightrope. As Kenan Thompson rehearses for the telethon, Shaggy and he get attacked once more, but it's actually Velma who gets clowned on the most, getting shoved into the soundproof booth. When the gang go to save her, Potso tries to grab Fred before starting the final chase, but basically gets bullied with his past traumas, and is sent to the Clown Correctional Institute for the next 91 years. In What a Night for a Dark Night, Joker poses as both Alfred and Langstrom underneath the Man-Bat costume, kidnapping Alfred from Wayne Manor to hack into Bruce Wayne's bank account, using a torture method banned by the Geneva Convention, tennis ball machine. He also breaks into the local mall the gang are investigating, attacking Shaggy, Velma, and Scooby, breaking Velma's phone as she calls Batman to come save them. Velma gets kidnapped and kept with Albert, leaving the rest of the gang and Batman to fight this foe, which they kinda fail at. Batman gets his ass whooped. Shaggy and Scooby nearly get eaten and fall to their doom. But at least Batman finally does capture Man-Bat. Joker's heading right back to Arkham Asylum for the next 363 years. In The Nightmare Ghost of Psychic You, the lunch lady dons the Nightmare Ghost disguise to try and shut down the school so she'd finally get her inheritance. She pops out a Whoopi Goldberg seance before the gang get to the Poconos. But once they do, she chases them all around the school after missing Shaggy and Scooby with her attack. She's got control over all the doors in this place, but even when she doesn't, she can just break them down as she needs. Daphne, Fred, and Velma get locked in the snowblower room, nearly getting turned into popsicles. Respect for a resourceful queen turning the banister into a set of skis, but it's still going on the list.
along with the final chase of everyone and grand theft of the Zamboni, leaving her with 236 years in Pennsylvania prison. But it might get reduced if she wants to work in the mess hall there. In The Sword, the Fox, and the Scooby-Doo, Coach Roach dresses up as the Fox Monster to try and steal the legendary samurai sword, breaking through the floor of the class reunion, rudely interrupting Mark Hamill's speech. Coach kidnaps the drama teacher who found out about a scheme, keeping him tied up with the statues, before chasing the gang and Mark through the school, breaking the scaffolding to trap them under the rubble, before grabbing the sword and taking a swing at Shaggy and Scooby, losing the final duel to the not-so-young Skywalker. He'll be headed to a Japanese prison for 5 life sentences and 141 years. In 1 Minute Mysteries, the Trickster uses the Joker's costume, and also the giant teddy bear one, to kidnap Daphne, Fred, and Velma, forcing the Flash to come and save them. He keeps them tied up at the old toy factory, where these adorable and deadly teddy bears are rigged to blow. Shaggy and Scooby try and buy him some time, but once the charges go, it's flashing time. Just barely saving everyone, and taking the Trickster up to Iron Heights, to spend 8 life sentences and 151 years. Don't worry, it'll be over in a flash. In Hollywood Nights, the gardener of Darrington Estate tries to swoop in to inherit the mansion from the rightful heir, by dressing up as Duke Doombringer to scare her off, which he does to George Takei, the gang, and 11 other people. He nearly grabs George, Shaggy, and Scooby, before breaking through and chasing them all again, taking a swipe at Velma, who's only saved by George and his swordsmanship. But even though his blade chips and shatters, the knight just bulldozes straight through them all to steal the document, and also the mystery machine, leading to a wild chase throughout the hills before crashing. Maybe he should take this as a sign to stick to gardening. After his 79-year sentence, of course. In the New York Underground, the Poetry Slam promoter dresses up as this gator monster to steal the key to New York City and find the treasure of J. Jacob Ascot, stealing his old diaries to help find the way. The promoter crashes his event with the gang, Halsey, and by my count, 183 attendees, throwing Scooby off the sewer cover before doing the same to Halsey, Fred, and the girls. He takes a few swipes at Daphne, Fred, and Velma, causing the collapse of the underground, before almost tackling Velma to try and retrieve the book. One final chase of everyone leaves him with 1,025 years in New York State Prison, to work on his poetry some more. In Fear of the Fire Beast, Nana dresses up as the monster of Mount Etna to terrorize the Sicilian town of Menfi. I think these 5 people might be more scared of Steve Buscemi, but I'll still attribute it to her. Plus attacking Steve with her flamethrower, burning up all of his pictures. She chases Steve right towards the mystery gang, adding them to the chase as well. While they're all in the warehouse searching for clues, she burns the place down with everyone inside, and it's revealed that she also owns this place, so probably insurance fraud. One more fire attack leaves another building ablaze, and a helpless chipmunk nearly well done. And Nana only did it so people would stop thinking her nephew Steve was an evil guy. Aw, how sweet. Alright, take her away. 7 life sentences and 36 years in Italian prison. In Too Many Dummies, Baz Bosington is the master of puppets, pulling the strings on this dummy's rampage of the charity show, assaulting one of the guards left in charge. Shaggy and Scooby are really the only other ones to get tormented by the little guy, as he throws burgers at Scooby and chases them around, before just showing up in their motel room to get them up and out of bed. Even when they're being attacked on stage, the audience can't help but laugh at their pain. Perhaps a commentary on us as a society. Oh, sorry, the Joker episode was a while ago. Also, somehow Baz got behind the wheel of the mystery machine and no one really batted an eye. 26 years in prison for dummies. In Dance Matron of Mayhem, Mrs. Zabrinsky tries to test if Maddie Ziegler is the true heir to her dance studio, scaring her and 2 movers out with this floating piano. I'm pretty sure Maddie already purchased the place, so Mrs. Z definitely can't do that. Even if that's contentious, I absolutely know she can't shock Maddie twice, Shaggy once, and Scooby 3 times without getting some jail time. So I'm thinking a nice 83 years in Pennsylvania prison for this 103-year-old woman. Good luck. In The Wedding Witch of Wainsley Hall, the food truck chef disguised as the Wedding Witch, to steal and recreate the recipes left by Chef Beauregard. She immediately greets the gang by trying to kill them with this falling statue, before chasing them and guest Jeff Foxworthy around the plantation. She uses a special recipe sweet potato pie to put the boys to sleep, and chases them around once they wake up, before getting caught up in Fred's trap for her. Maybe some of her fellow inmates will have some jail recipes for her to practice, and we'll give her 4 life sentences and 29.5 years to do so. In A Run Cycle Through Time, The Chrono Beast breaks into Malcolm McDowell's secret lab where the gang are touring, attacking them all and forcing them onto the time machine. While going from millennium to millennium, the monster knocks Malcolm into the void, attacks Shaggy and Scooby, and caps it all off by turning Malcolm to dust in front of the gang's very eyes. But underneath the suit was Malcolm himself, and none of this time travel nonsense was actually real. Velma had such a fun time with this that she just unties him and gets his time travel attraction up and running. So if it's good enough with her, it's good enough with me. No time served. In I Put a Hex on You, Xander dresses up as the ghost of Esther Moonkiller to try and ruin the Hex Girl's image as the greatest rock stars on Earth, sending them a special guitar that has a frequency to turn the player into a feral beast, as seen here with Lin-Manuel Miranda. And, again, I'm giving her the charges since it's basically mind control, plus a few chases of the gang, Luna and Thorn, leave this stage-frightened queen with 60 years in Ohio prison. In the High School Wolfman's musical lament, Christian Slater was too afraid to dance with his crush, so he dressed up as this wolfman to crash prom, and then crashed the makeup prom for good measure. Yeah, completely justified reaction. He also peels back the Mystery Machine's roof to attack the gang, chasing them around the school before trying to tackle Shaggy and Scooby. Oh, and he also kidnapped Simone and kept her tied up in this body cast? Is this guy okay? This is like Ezra Miller levels of insane. 178 years in prison. In Space Station Scooby, Pierre Jacques and Jacques Pierre squeeze into this tardigrade suit to try and steal the secret formula from the space station, breaking a bunch of lab equipment to get Neil deGrasse Tyson out of their way. Bill Nye brings the gang aboard the ship, but only gets Shaggy chased around the ship, and gets attacked with Velma, losing his keys in the process. The pair of villains barely get saved from burning up, but they'll definitely be hot once they realize they have 17 years in prison waiting for them back on Earth. In The Phantom, The Talking Dog, and the Hot Sauce, the producer of Casey Musgrave's play tries to get it shut down, so he can collect the insurance policy money, driving away 3 of her actors and breaking some equipment along the way. No matter, we've got replacements and then some, as the mystery gang steps in and also gets chased around. Shaggy and Casey give him a guitar solo, Fred nearly gets attacked, and Scooby tries not to get lit up. The only thing this guy should be producing is license plates in the Tennessee State Prison for the next 68 years. Do they even do that anymore? In The Last Inmate, Janine and her brother Jeremy team up to find the lost gold of Cheever State Prison, dressing up as the ghost of Jean LeBeau to try and scare off Morgan Freeman and some meddling kids. Jeremy throws a block of cement at the mystery machine, causing it to crash, before chasing everyone around inside the prison, and finishing it off by grabbing Scooby by this faux collar. This old prison isn't active anymore, so I think we'll have to send the pair over to Shawshank State Prison for the next 97 years. In the horrible haunted hospital of Dr. Phineas Fragg, Big Bob McAllister uses the legend of Dr. Phineas Fragg to scare everyone out of the hospital so he can drill for the oil underneath. He starts with attacking this nurse, keeping him in the supply closet, before the gang and special guest Kristen Schaal join in on the fun, getting attacked and chased around the hospital. The monster latches onto the mystery machine, and chases everyone down to the basement, closing off any route out of here. But this series is a well-oiled mystery machine, so of course he's captured and sent to the local prison for 55 years. In The Hot Dog Dog, Big Eddie Eats uses the legend of Chicago's Old Gnarled One to shut down the hot dog eating competition before Joey Chestnut can win his belt back. He breaks through the factory floor to attack 75 people during his first attempt, plus 18 more in the makeup competition, grabbing Joey, Mr. Haggerty, and the gang. Scooby's putting the dog in hot dogs here. Wait, actually don't do that. Scooby's the bait, getting grabbed by the monster before Eddie is captured and taken away to Illinois State Prison, where he's unlikely to have anything resembling food. So basically, still just hot dogs. 126 years of mystery meat. No, that's not a euphemism. In A Movable Mystery, Jay Koshblanc uses a gargoyle disguise as a diversion method to swap paintings from the Louvre with forged copies that he made. He ruins his own show for Gigi Hadid, attacking her and 6 other workers before returning to his bell tower the gang have camped out at. He does chase them through the French subway systems, taking a Vespa in the process. Before scaring off 19 attendees of the runway show, he'll be taken away to a French prison, and stay there for the next 83 years. In The Feast of Dr. Frankenfooter, Alton Brown brings the gang to his creepy old mansion to try and reinvent his image with the help of his Frankenfooter creation. He chases the gang around, nearly getting both Shaggy and Scooby, but I guess nothing really bad happened, so maybe we can let it slide. Okay, don't worry about her. Or him. Or them. Quick, let's go eat before we find any more kidnapped people. In a fashion nightmare, Marla dresses up as the ghostly elevator operator to scare people away from finding floor 13, where legendary designer Miko Monreal's sketchbook of ideas is. She begins with this snooty rich lady, before chasing Shaggy, Scooby, and special guest Tim Gunn around. They give her a quick makeover, but she's not exactly making it work. More worried about trying to get the sketchbook back from Shaggy. Maybe we'll send her to jail with a sketchbook of her own. She'll have 17 years to learn how to make her own looks anyways. In Scooby on Ice, Johann Steiber dresses up as the Snow Devil, or Schneeteufel, to shut down the ice games, and also steal and sell the water from underneath the frozen layer of the lake. He causes the gang to go careening off the road, before chasing them and Tara Lipinski around the resort. He's an ex-hockey player, so he's definitely being over-aggressive with everyone, trying to check Daphne and Shaggy, grabbing Tara's leg, and swiping at everyone in the boat before they escape. While trying to get his blades back, he grabs Scooby, gives Shaggy the people's elbow, and sends Tara flying before his capture by Fred, who finally did something in this episode. Johann will be kept in an Austrian Alp prison for the next 168 years. In Caveman on the Halfpipe, the ski instructor uses the frozen caveman costume to try and frighten people off the mountain, so he can make off with a briefcase full of old bearer bonds. He really hit the clubs hard in this episode, getting a total of 17 assault with deadly weapon charges, plus all of his attacks on Scooby, reckless endangerment of the gang and Chloe Kim, and stealing a snowmobile to chase them all down with. So he's looking at a pretty hefty 133 years in prison. In the crown jewel of boxing, the caterer steals a robot from the military base to help him search for King Louis's lost treasure. He's narrowed down the search to Layla Ali's new gym and museum, so he heads over there after punching the mystery machine into a light pole, breaking through the ceiling and scaring out 64 people in attendance. The gang get the place cleaned back up just in time for it to get trashed again, narrowly missing the robot's attack before being chased into the elevator, which the robot does break the cables to. Scooby tries to stand his ground, but gets smacked around, and a full-on cave-in traps everyone down there. Layla rock'em sock'ems this robot, while Velma finds the caterer's hiding spot, delivering him to the authorities to deal with. It's looking like a 123-year sentence in Kentucky jail for him. In the internet on Haunted House Hill, the caretaker of the mansion tries to scare off everyone, so he can steal the valuable materials the place is built with before it's sold off. He starts by scaring off this old man selling vacuums, but he kinda just waltzed in like he owned the joint, so maybe I'll drop that one. Chasing the gang and Liza Koshy around isn't acceptable though, especially when he uses ghostly jazz instruments to attack Daphne, Fred, and Velma. At least he'll have 26 years to sing some really powerful blues tunes. In the 7th inning scare, Macklemore dresses up as the Jaguars' old mascot in order to create a mystery for the gang to solve, because he just really loves their work. So much so that he destroys the baseball field to chase the gang around, and attacks Daphne, Fred, and Velma. The baseball memorabilia shop and stadium both explode, plus his own house, which he gets on the phone with insurance about. It seems harsh to put all the blame on him. I mean, he hasn't done anything too heinous. Except for the robbery of 2013. Life in prison. In the dreaded remake of Jekyll and Hyde, Tabitha uses Mr. Hyde's monster mask to scare away studio workers, so she can find the lost vault of Mammoth Studios, where millions of dollars of old film reels are kept. She uses some explosives to try and divert the gang from the set, but when that doesn't work, just resorts to dropping studio lights on the gang and Sandy Duncan, using the animatronics to attack Fred, Shaggy, and Velma, and hopping in the studio cart to chase everyone down, picking up a hitchhiking Great Dane along the way. She also kidnaps Bill Billington, and keeps him tied up with a nondescript number of workers. So we'll go with 4 others. So adding on those final few charges, we'll get her all the way up to 5 life sentences and 87 years in California State Prison. In Total Jeopardy, the cameraman hacks into Max Kilobyte to try and win Jeopardy versus Shaggy and Velma, but when the humans start flexing those brain muscles a little too much, throws a tantrum a few times, wrecking the set and throwing objects around, before chasing the gang and Alex Trebek around backstage. When Shaggy wins the episode, Max starts wildly shooting lasers around everywhere, endangering everyone in attendance. But, the cameraman only hacked into Max to answer questions. Everything else was all Max, so that's not good. 10 years for hacking, and I think we should decommission Max, like, immediately. In the dark diner of Route 66, the waitress, cook, and janitor use these mud monster disguises to try and steal all of the gold out of the lost city, but there's way too much in here to haul out by hand, so they attack the gang and steal the mystery machine. Now at the diner, the gang split up, with Axl Rose taking Shaggy and Scooby, while Daphne, Fred, and Velma all get kidnapped and held captive in the underground caves. The monsters chase Axl and the boys around before taking off down Route 66, but crash out a little too hard and get taken away to prison, where they'll be for the next 82 years. In Lost Souls of the Jungle River, this sneaker salesperson heads over to Brazil in search of this lost sneaker factory, which happens to be where Jason Sudeikis and the Mystery Gang are headed to. The sneakerhead chases them all around the boat, adding on one of the locals to the rampage, before breaking in and attacking Jason. Setting the whole boat ablaze and kicking the adventurers out onto the river certainly isn't a great look. But then again, neither are the rare sneakers. That final attack on Scooby seems a bit unnecessary, but hey, if the shoe fits, I guess. 185 years in prison for the sneakerhead. In the Tao of Scoob, the maintenance man tries to steal this rare emerald back from Lucy Liu, after he ditched it before serving 20 years in prison. He breaks into her art gallery, and out of it as well, to chase the gang around, adding Lucy to the chase through the streets, winding up in this place for a New York slice, while also trying to slice Shaggy. He eventually gets it back from Scooby, but loses the final duel versus Lucy and her paintbrush power. He already served 20 before, so what's another 187 years for the gangster? In Returning of the Keyring, the garden department lady uses this plant monster disguise to scare away people from the store, so she can plan out her bank heist. With the ferocious Flora, she attacks a customer, the owner, the gang, and Daphne's friend Sean Astin. Astin gets the gang together to create a fellowship of sorts to return the ring of keys. Sean, Shaggy, and Scooby get grabbed by the creature a few times, but weed whackers and bailers help clean her act up, leaving her with 51 years in prison. In Cher, Scooby, and the Sargasso Sea, Cher's yacht captains, disguised as the old Sharkmen, to grab the sunken treasure from the Sargasso Sea. They attack Cher's chef before chasing everyone around, crashing the boat full speed into the wreckage. One of them is waiting for Fred to enter the mystery machine, and breaks down the door to try and find the hiding gang. The gang already escaped with scuba gear, but they chase them anyways, before just taking off with the yacht. Cher gets back to the ship and back at her crew, leaving them with nothing more than 62 years in prison. Actually, we never see the chef again. The last we see is the hat floating in the ocean. So, a life sentence, plus 62 years. In The Lost Mines of Kilimanjaro, Joyce Dranders and her gorilla usher the gang towards the caves of King Solomon, so Joyce can find the treasure and make a fortune. Her gorilla has an even larger gorilla suit, picking up the mystery machine and throwing it around, chasing the gang, and flinging them all off the rope bridge, leading to Shaggy, Scooby, and this leopard cub being thrown into the ravine below. Joyce has dirt on her hands too, slashing the mystery machine's tires, stealing from the tomb, and locking the gang and Jessica Biel in there. I'm sending the gorilla to the newly expanded nature preserve, while Joyce is getting 58 years in a Tanzanian prison. In The Legend of the Gold Microphone, the librarian uses her connections, both underground and wired, to break into Reverend Run's new youth center in search of the gold microphone, doing so dressed as Bones McCann. She locks the doors on the two electricians, who only escape through the second-story window, before breaking in and chasing the Mystery Gang and Rev Run. She just barely misses tackling Run and Velma, and attacks Scooby, Run, and Shaggy before her capture. It's not the worst sentence for a whack MC, but she's still getting 209 years in a New York prison. In Scooby-Doo and the Skytown Cool School, Kathy Cavendish III stages the heist of the resort across from Billy D. Williams' Cool School, using a drone she stole from Spain to help her. She starts by attacking the gang, sending them careening off the road, trying to finish them off after they save themselves. While Billy D gives them a hot air balloon ride, she flies through and destroys the balloon, sending them free-falling. She breaks back into the school to chase them all around, picking up Shaggy and Scooby in the elevator, before completing her heist of the money. Too bad for her that she runs straight into the gang, and goes tromping at Daphne, Shaggy, and Scooby before her capture. She'll be sent to a Swiss prison for 9 life sentences plus 120 years, with 2 years in Spain for that theft. In Falling Star Man, the Man in Black turns out to be the very thing he's sent by the government to tell you doesn't exist. An alien. He knows one of the buildings on Terry Bradshaw's farm is full of cash, so he crash lands next to the gang and chases Terry and them around. Terry's ranch hand Jimmy gets attacked out in the barn, before the alien breaks into the main house, tackling Terry during another chase. In today's NFL, that's roughing the quarterback. So that's just under 51 years in a Louisiana state prison. In A Haunt of a Thousand Voices, Frank Welker, Matthew Lillard, Kate McCucci, and Greg Delisle do everything they can to sabotage the recording session, because each of them wanted to play one of the other's role for once. There's a lot of chasing, kidnapping, attacks, and some breaking and entering, but everyone comes together in the end and gets the job done. So no time served for anyone. I mean, who else is gonna voice the gang? In Scooby-Doo Dog Wonder, Mr. Smallbottoms dresses up as Medusa to steal and sell expensive vases on the black market, which is a way to avoid paying taxes on them. He breaks into Radley Crown's penthouse, scaring 11 party guests, before knocking Blue Falcon out with his vase, kidnapping him and keeping him locked in the cement factory. The gang are on the vase case, getting attacked at the factory before cementing Smallbottom's fate in prison for the next 48 years. In Movieland Monsters, Carol Burnett's staff create a virus and put it in the VR experience she created, chasing and attacking the gang through various movies. Stolen plots, stolen cars, stolen Dorothys and Totos, fireballs and bad pilots, all so they can keep working with Miss Burnett. Everything was in the VR world, but even if it wasn't, we'd probably have given them a pass. So no time served. Also, if I had a nickel for every Scooby-Doo show that ended with a VR episode where nothing much of note happens, I'd have 2 nickels. Which doesn't seem like much, but it's weird that it happened twice. How many years in prison would everyone from Velma get for their crimes? And no, I don't mean the writing staff. So this version of the legal analysis will be a little bit different, since we have an overarching plot with just 2 main villains, with most of the crimes coming off screen. But for Season 1, it's revealed that Victoria Jones, Fred's own mother, is the Crystal Cove killer, to try and find a suitable brain to switch into Fred's body, giving Jones Gentleman's Accessories someone competent enough to run it. Also, Victoria joins a small group of confirmed serial killers in the Scooby-Doo franchise, with our trio of cat creatures from Zombie Island, Simone, Lena, and Jacques. Brenda's the first one to fall, with her body being placed into Velma's locker to implicate her, while also removing her brain to keep as the potential heir. On top of that, Norval and Velma find Krista's de-brained body in her garbage, and all of this happens in the first episode alone. Lola becomes the 3rd and final murder victim in episode 4, but that's nowhere near the end of Victoria's reign of terror. Actually, if anything, as Velma grows closer to cracking the case, she ramps up her violence a bit. She attacks Daphne's birth mother Carol down in the Crystal Mines, before continuing down the bloodline to attack Daphne and Velma at Fogfest, almost cutting the show short right here by stabbing the titular character. Somehow, her blade gets swapped out with a churro, and Sophie's newborn gets the knife instead. Once the girls run into Fred and Norval, she takes one last swipe at them with the knife, before just taking off with the Fog King crown. You know, that's fine. Fred just finds another one in the trash, and hits the funhouse to show it off, getting attacked one last time. Sometime later, he wakes up locked down in the basement lab inside of his own home, where all 3 of the deceased girls' brains are. He's left to his own devices down there with no food or water, which I'm sure Child Protective Services wouldn't get on board with. But luckily, with the help of his friends and Velma's mom Dia, he escapes. Speaking of Dia, Victoria hypnotized her with his pocket watch, forcing her to do all types of illegal science involving the slain girl's brains, keeping her down in the basement of Jones Manor. Which brings me to my first point of contention. The girls' brains are technically still active. We see them around town and school a bunch, so were they really murdered? I'm going with yes. Mostly because this is science fiction. There's no way that this would be viable in real life. And also because it makes my final numbers look good. Look, I'm no better than the average YouTuber. I cook the books too. I don't think it'll matter too much, especially when she kidnaps Daphne and Fred and takes them back to the underground lab, attacking Velma when she tries to untie them. Luckily, she's hard countered by Perfume, and some help from the bats doesn't hurt either, which leads to her capture. Unfortunately, she still got her husband William under her spell, knocking Velma out and putting her up on the table instead. Fred does manage to get the gun from William, but Victoria uses this as her escape opportunity, ensuring that no one follows her when she throws the lantern down, causing the place to go immediately up in flames. Fred saves the girls and goes to chase her down, but ends up curling back up to Mommy's side pretty quickly, handing the gun back over to her. Norval got Velma's voicemail and tracked her back to this cave, but as he rappels down, Victoria goes to shoot him, and admittedly in a pretty sweet move, he parries the bullet, deflecting it into a stalactite, dropping it straight on Victoria, killing her pretty much instantly. She does stick around as a ghost in Season 2 to torment the gang a little bit more, but for what it's worth here, she just wants Fred to stand up to her and set her free. So, to recap, we got her for the murders of Brenda, Krista, and Lola, plus the unethical human experimentation on them, the attempted murders of Daphne, Fred, Norval, Velma, and William. various assaults, both with and without weapons, kidnappings, child abductions, and false imprisonments, an assortment of child abuse charges, of course menacing, arson, theft, and the enslavement of Dia, resulting in 10 life sentences and 285 years in Crystal Cove Prison for Victoria. Oh yeah, she died. Damn. No biggie, because at the end of Season 1, a new killer is introduced, this one targeting all the middle-aged men in town instead. It's everyone's favorite little nephew, Scrappy-Doo! The first one to go is Sheriff Cogburn, but it's quickly followed by Mr. S, who's attacked in his apartment in the first post-credit scene of the season. 2 morticians fall in the next episode, and another one in episode 3 down in the sewers. So this season is really upping the body count. Father O'Rourke makes it an even half-dozen villains, but that's just the start of this rampage. As Scrappy trails the field trip bus and punctures the tire, causing the entire thing to flip, injuring at least 19 kids inside, and 1 dog-on-dog crime. Velma gets kidnapped and taken back to his evil lair, to try and convince her that this is all on Don, Gigi's father, who he attacks when he pops out of the stripper cake. Look, there's a lot going on that's not pertinent to this series, but just know that it's bizarre. Scrappy's hard countered by vacuum cleaners and taken over to the jail, but manages to escape with the help of some of his buddies, killing Merle and another jailer before heading over to the dual wedding for Dia and William and Amon and Sophie. Speaking of Sophie, she's actually revealed to be helping Scrappy, dressed as Uncle Scooby, with an eye. We first saw her pop up in the first episode of the season, tackling Velma in the cemetery, and she's the one that's responsible for moving all the men's bodies around. But she only did this to protect her family from Scrappy, which I was actually going to give her a break for, but we do see her in prison at Velma's funeral, so she's probably in there for 62 years. Oh yeah, spoilers I guess, but Velma dies via Scrappy's ult attack. He also crashed the wedding, attacking 3 guests and scaring off the rest. He runs to attack the rest of the survivors, but the military made him bulletproof, so the only thing stopping him is Velma possessing him, which does finally bring an end to his terror. He came in like a whirlwind and absolutely wrecked everything, so pretty average Scrappy time actually. But he did manage to rack up all the murders of the men, the attack on the bus full of kids, leading to Velma's kidnapping, and the attack on the wedding and all the guests, resulting in him also getting 10 life sentences and 187 more years in prison. Oh yeah, he died too. Well, no matter. We still have the Halloween special at least. Evelyn dresses up as the Black Knight, taking the Halloween costume of our first victim, Jeff, to pin the rest of her 13 murders on him. She attacks Fred and Orville at Sweetie's concert, which is even worse because Fred's technically on security duty. So now she has free reign to tear the stage down, nearly killing Sweetie and her backup dancers, and causing about 200 partygoers to scatter. But it's when she raises her army of the dead with her spellbook when the fun really starts, attacking another 20 people before her takedown by Velma, giving her 21 life sentences, and 1,248 years in prison to— oh, Velma killed her. Okay, well, Velma, if you like killing people so much, let's do your crimes then. Velma actually commits way more crimes than you'd expect, as pretty much our first scene shows her attack Daphne in the showers, before breaking into Fred's house later on. But when the police suspect her of having something to do with the murders, she ditches the cops with Daphne and runs off. Instead, Fred gets flamed, but Velma, having a hallucination when going to visit him, sees her banned from the prison. She does do a little bit of property destruction, but it's when she wrongly suspects Lamont Rogers of being the killer that she fully swats the Rogers home, while also neglecting her babysitting duties. She breaks into the Jones estate once more before solving the murders, but with Victoria's ghost still roaming around, she has to double check to see if she's actually dead. So she heads over to the cemetery to dig her up, which we already know Sophie interrupted, but we didn't know that Velma hits Fred with a shoe. Oh, the horror! She breaks into the school with Daphne to rig a random lottery draw, makes some random lobsters fight to the death like Mike Vick in 07, and steal Gigi's father's keycard on the military base to access an unauthorized area. All of this results in a 48.5-year sentence in— oh yeah, she's dead too. Man, can I get anyone here? Daphne's a drug dealer for like an episode, and she stabs a girl in the self-defense tournament. So with the breaking and entering, that's good for 18 years. And she didn't die, so that's good. Her birth parents stay deep in the crystal mines. kidnapping her to help them out for a bit before almost turning on her before their capture. Her mom did get away, so she'll add that charge onto a 21-year sentence. Fred was wrongly sent to prison for the murders at first, but incited a riot at prison to escape. When he was kidnapped by Victoria, he did kind of kill a bunch of rats trying to roast them, but we'll call this survival tactics. 10 years in prison. Norval might be the hero for killing Victoria, which I will concede was self-defense, but he did poison his chili for the cook-off, affecting Fred and at least 6 officers. So 35 years for you, Norval. And finally, Velma's dad Amon breaks house arrest and steals the bus the kids took to get to Sacramento. Which, if he is stranding them in Sacramento, that might as well be a death sentence, but just 6 years for him. How many years in prison would every villain from Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue get for their crimes? In the series premiere, Shags to Riches, Dr. Phibes is introduced as the ruthless villain of the series, zapping Agent 3 with his laser gun, before scaring Shaggy into giving over the secret recipe for hot dog tacos. But every bad businessman has a horde of lackeys to help, and Agents 1 and 2 are the most trusted ones, for some reason. They break into Shaggy's new mansion to find the recipe, shooting their lasers all over the place. They chase them down into the laboratory, where Shaggy and Scooby are hiding after using the shrink ray. They try to squish the shrunken Shag and Scoob, eventually capturing them and taking them onto Dr. Phibes' submarine, finishing off the job by throwing them into a locked room. Dr. Phibes only gets 5 years here, while Agents 1 and 2 will be spending life in prison, plus 42.5 years inside of this whale shark prison. In more fondue for Scooby-Doo, Dr. Phibes tasks Misty Swiss to take care of Shaggy and Scooby, who have found themselves on a secret mission in Switzerland. She nearly slices them with her machete, but in the end resorts to just switching the signs on the slopes to send them off the cliff. It ain't much, but it is enough to get her 23 years inside of a Swiss prison. Meanwhile, Dr. Phibes is seeing that Misty isn't quite living up to her reputation, and decides to use his laser to speed up the process and take out the boys. But when that doesn't work, someone's gotta pay the price, as Agents 5, 6, and Doug are dropped from the ship. This will land him another 4 life sentences, plus 3 years to add to his total. In High Society Scooby, Agents 1 and 2 are tasked with kidnapping 3 scientists from an award ceremony at a country club. They do sneak into the venue, only to completely blow their cover by kicking Shaggy and Scooby into the food table, while also trying to shoot them with a laser gun. When that doesn't work, they just kidnap them and keep them tied up inside of an ice cream truck ready to explode, giving them enough time to net the nerds and take them away, only being stopped by a meddling and magnetized dog. Both agents add another 64.5 years in prison to their running totals. Oh, and Phibes has a lion chained up for some reason. In Party Artie, Mr. Phibes sends the boys Art the Robot to help them with their party, but actually tries to get them killed with the various gadgets. Art's got lasers, fire, and swords, attacking Shaggy, Scooby, and Mr. H. In the final chase, Art trashes the place, before winding up down in the lab and in the shrink ray. They do say the dynamite comes in small packages though, as Art cuts through Shaggy's cargo shorts and tries to toast the trio once more. As the leader, Phibes is getting 3 more life sentences, plus 34 years in prison. In Smart House, Dr. Phibes creates a dangerous new artificial intelligence computer virus to take over Shaggy's house. Okay, he didn't actually make it. These D&D guys did. But once it's uploaded to the system, it attacks Shaggy and Scooby by taking over the defense system and shooting lasers at them. When a new personal chef enters the picture, it's much of the same. The creators of the virus get the tables turned on them when the possessed vacuum ties them up, but the day is saved with a miniature Scooby antivirus. For Phibes' little stunt, let's add 17 more years to the tally. In Lightning Strikes Twice, Dr. Phibes plans to change the weather pattern of Earth in a shocking way. But while delivering his evil plan to his 10 employees, even the mention of the word lightning brings up bad memories. Of course, everyone knows that the best way to deal with your trauma is to angrily fire lasers at people. Later on, when Agent 2 alerts him of alien lifeforms in the area, Phibes just straight up headbutts him into oblivion. Pretty quick way to earn 41 years in prison, but sure. In Don't Feed the Animals, a couple of Australian poachers kidnap Dr. Minky and his marmosets for Dr. Phibes. And when Shaggy and Scooby arrive to ruin the plan, they throw a hunting knife at them before just capturing them to bring back to Phibes. 24 years for the poachers. Speaking of Phibes, he's got at least 13 animals caged up here, plus Dr. Minky. He uses lasers to try and zap one of the marmosets, nearly taking out 2 coders in the way, but clearly not learning his lesson by the end, as a superpowered marmoset reflects the lasers back at him, cementing his 56 years in jungle jail. In Mystery of the Missing Mystery Solvers, Dr. Phibes hosts the Mystery Solvers of the Millennium Banquet, where the world's best mystery solvers, along with Shaggy and Scooby, are. But when each of them disappear one by one, it's up to a Chad, a boy, and his dog to save the night. They need saving from a night. Who tries to turn Scooby's head into a convertible, before going for a collateral with both of the boys. They chase after Shaggy, Scooby, and Chad Chaddington, who ends up falling in the pit. Whilst looking for clues, the boys find the tied up sleuths, and unmask the event host as Dr. Phibes, who immediately tries to eliminate them with lasers. But no problem though. We'll take them on a tour of the Pit of Peril, and they'll all be taken care of, where Phibes can stay for another 3 life sentences and 74 years to think about his actions. In Chefs of Steel, Dr. Phibes sends Shaggy and Scooby to a live showing of their favorite show, Chefs of Steel, where he's already got Chef Tsukihari waiting to hypnotize everyone in attendance with the smells of hibachi. Before that though, Phibes shoots Agent 5 with a laser for good measure. At the competition, Tsukihari uses these chopstick spears to pin the boys to the grill, only being stopped by a supersonic Scooby. Tsukihari's terrible teppanyaki trouble results in 7 years, whereas Phibes adds just 4 years more. In Almost Ghosts, Agents 1 and 2 are back up to their typical hijinks, going invisible to infiltrate this military compound and steal a disintegration ray. Once they find what they think to be the weapons, they use it on the general, who instead catches a frozen chicken to the chest. And they get into a scrap with the entire mystery gang before firing another chicken at Scooby. They do manage to escape, but I'm keeping the tab running, and we're looking at another 14.5 years for their stunts here. In Pull to Pull, Agents 1 and 2 enter the Polar Bear 3000 race to deliver a special EMP device, which would shut down the world's electronics. In order to stop them, Shaggy and Scooby have to trade in their sim racing gloves for real ones, and also dodge a couple of missile attacks in the process. Agents 1 and 2 fail to finish the race, but the worst part will be that extra couple life sentences, plus 7 years in a Greenland prison. In Big Trouble, Dr. Phibes creates his very own mech suit out in the desert, but a wrench does get thrown in his plan for world domination when Shaggy and Scooby hijack his robot. With his remote control, he extracts the pair and flings them aside, before trying to stomp on them. After a quick chase, Phibes turns to trying to crush his own agents for some reason, before Mecha Scooby comes to save the day, as the pair have a kaiju mech battle, which does result in the Hoover Dam being blown up, washing away any chance Phibes had to win. So all he walks away with is another 238.5 years behind bars. In Operation Dog and Hippie Boy, Dr. Phibes recruits a few more villains to help with his latest scheme, first of which being this deranged bodybuilder named Menace, who crashes into the boys, ripping Shaggy out of the car in the process. And when Scooby goes to save him, he immediately gets caught as well. Scooby's secret power in this episode is transforming into people. Just don't worry about it. Menace gets thrown onto the mystery machine, hopping in the driver's seat to continue the rampage. Shaggy eventually sends Menace to the moon prison, where he'll have 16 years and 90 days to work out some more. But everyone knows that moon years go by super quick. So when he's back in the mix, he quite literally breaks into the mansion, chasing them down into the lab, where he slaps them up like an old Key and Peele sketch. Scooby's powerful burp shoots him back to the moon, where he's staying for good, or at least 30 years total. Mr. Invisible Man is here for like a minute, but he does break into the boys' place and holds them up with a laser, earning not just 7 years in prison, but also $1,001,001. So, a productive minute, all things considered. Finally, the cat lady also claws her way inside, chasing the boys around the property, using her hairball launchers to attack them, before her Spider-Man-esque yarn shooters tie them up. But, as we all know, the biggest threat to a cat lady is a bath, so she's quickly vanquished. But she did rack up enough charges to get 21 years in a Hello Kitty jail. Ooh, how cute. Alright, is that everyone? Agent 2? I don't know, trespassing? Dude, just go home. Alright, thank you. Oh, okay. Phibes sent him down the pit of despair. 1 year. In Shaggy and Scooby World, Dr. Phibes sends Agents 1 and 2 to the boys' new theme park to place these transmitters on all the rides, which sends them all into hyperspeed. Typically, I would go frame by frame to count up every single person, but I genuinely couldn't be asked here. The goofball agents also chase the boys through the park, grab Scooby's tail, and use some luscious locks to hold Shaggy down. But the only locks they'll be seeing are the ones on the jail cell, for 27.5 more years. Fibes isn't safe either, since he's also on the hook for the criminal negligence, and wildly shooting his laser gun in the big commotion. Oh, and Agent 7 eats Agent 9. So. In almost perfect, Dr. Fibes breaks into the boys' mansion to steal the nanotech device from the lab. Of course, he needs a good disguise though. He still has the cat powers from the last episode, which is perfect because Shaggy loves cats. Fibes scratches him up pretty good, but I mean, look at those eyes. How could you ever stay mad at the little guy? Well, once he transforms back into human form, he tackles Shaggy and steals the nanotech, getting into a quick catfight with Scooby and running off. So yeah, it's actually kinda easy to stay mad. 14 more years for Catboy Fibes. In Inside Job, Dr. Fibes eats a bunch of the nanobot technology to become a Fabio regen, whipping his hair back and forth enough to smack Dr. Trebla. It's also apparently bulletproof, as shown when Agent 3 shoots a laser, which deflects into the ceiling fan, dropping onto Agent 7 and 9. So, probably manslaughter? Fibes isn't done yet though, as he invites the prettiest people in the world over, the Nifties, and ushers them into the rocket to shoot at the sun. He says that they're octuplets, but I count 9 here, so who knows. Either way, he's getting 28 more years in the prison for pretty people. So, rehab. In Zoinks Man, Dr. Fibes and his agents plan to blow up a supervolcano, which would cause the extinction of all life on Earth. That would include, himself too, but we'll let him figure that one out. When Shaggy and Scooby intervene, Scooby is captured and held over the lava pit, only being saved when Shaggy and his mech suit drive the villains away. They can run, but they can't escape this extra life sentence and 6 more years. In The Many Faces of Evil, Dr. Fibes creates his very own clone army to try and take down Shaggy and Scooby. Now, they are clones, but they're all part of Fibes, so he's getting all the time for the crimes. Pirate Fibes launches cannonballs at Shaggy and Scooby, while Clown Fibes throws some really bomb pies at them. We even get some Fibes on Fibes crime, as the main one tries to shoot 2 of the fakes with some very real lasers. But we're nowhere near done, as Kung Fu Fibes scares 14 people out of the museum, while also destroying some of the exhibits. Clown Fibes is back at the golf course with more ammo, scaring 12 people off the green, which is about par for the course. Shaggy and Scooby stop Klepto Fibes from stealing medals from Fort Knox, returning home to find every Fibes variant already waiting for them, with all 8 chasing them around the house. Fibes might come to regret the cloning device, but maybe he can create one to serve as 5 life sentences and 105.5 years in jail. In Cruisin' for a Bruisin', Dr. Fibes and his 2 best agents join Shaggy and Scooby on a Mexican cruise, where Agents 1 and 2 are tasked with getting rid of Fibes' little problems. They untie the boys while they're paragliding, but when they land back safely, just open the hatch below to let water in to try and sink the whole ship. And the average cruise ship holds about 3,000 people, so there we go. Big numbers. Fibes isn't safe either, as he tries to laser Agent 2 for being annoying, knocks a crab off his face, kicks Agent 2 for being annoying, and absolutely trashes his room. He's getting just 1 life sentence, plus 7 more years, while the pair of agents get 3,000 life sentences and 8 years. Ouch. In There's a Doctor in the House, Evil Fibes kicks the, lesser evil Dr. Fibes out of his lair, and activates the Doomsday device to destroy the entire universe. When the boys and Fibes team up to stop him, Agents 1 and 2 fail to intercept them, so Evil Fibes hits the ultimate collateral with his handy net, tying them all up. A super stretchy Scooby grabs them and saves the day. But it's no stretch to say that Evil Fibes is getting 8 billion and 1 life sentences, and another 19 years. In Super Scary Movie Night, Dr. Fibes has 2 of his engineers create a monstrous virus that pops out of TVs, which he sends straight to his arch nemesis. These monsters are technically trespassing, and begin chasing the boys around the mansion, picking them up and shaking them down a few times. Not that Fibes is having a better time, as his lair is overrun with the fiends as well, chasing him and his squad as well. 15.5 years for the monsters. Agents 1 and 2 are sent to clean up the mess, and to also take back the disc. So they break into the estate and try to zap the boys in the process. But the only process they need to worry about is due process, as they add another life sentence and 12 more years to their totals. In Runaway Roby. Who would have guessed that Roby runs away? And is taken by Agents 1 and 2 back to Dr. Phibes' lair, where Phibes plans to extract all of his memory about Albert Shackleford. Too bad that Shaggy and Scooby save the day again. Oh, can't forget Sparky too. And switch Agent 2 and Phibes' bodies, leading to Phibes tackling himself, but also Agent 2. I don't really know how this one would hold up in court. Well, good thing I am the court. 3 years apiece for the agents, while Phibes gets another year. And don't get a big head. Dr. Phibes' latest plan to take over the world involves releasing a gas into the atmosphere that makes everybody stupider. So, whatever Kanye West was huffing, his agents blast a pizza delivery person, which they must have learned from the boss, since he also uses his lasers on Shaggy and Scooby, before falling victim to his noxious fumes, leaving him with less brain cells than years in prison, which is another life sentence and 3 more years. In Scooby-Doods, our favorite pair of agents release a Super Bowl at the rodeo, which knocks 3 people out before coming head-to-head with Shaggy, chasing him and Scooby around the event. If one was bad enough, how about a whole stampede, which continues that chase through the tunnels. These cowboys are headed straight for Texas State Prison for the next 24 years. In Zoinks the Wonder Dog, Dr. Phibes sends robot imposters of Shaggy and Scooby's oldest friends, Zoinks and Groovy Dawn. He immediately tries to laser Scooby, but when that fails, waits until the boys are no longer friends to enact his attack. He starts by having Zoinks try and zap Shaggy, just barely missing, instead taking out a palm tree. Groovy Dawn isn't faring much better, who misses Scooby with his own attacks. Phibes is still controlling them, so maybe just get better? Maybe they'll have aim trainers in jail. I'll give him the rest of his life and 12 more years to work on that one. In the series finale, Uncle Albert alert. Phibes knows that there's a mole among his ranks, so he tries everything he can to weed them out. He has Agents 1 and 2 follow Shaggy and Scooby around, who try to shoot them with their laser guns, instead accidentally waking up 16 sleeping agents. They'll receive a life sentence plus 91 years. Meanwhile, Phibes interrogates his other agents, starting with Agent 21, who he sends down the chute and we never hear from again. When Shaggy and Scooby start their final plan, he locks them in and shares a real touching moment with Uncle Albert. With everything lost, he activates the self-destruct mechanism for the lair, which has, by my count, 462 agents, plus the 2 engineers, Shaggy and Albert. And Phibes adds 467 life sentences and 4 more years onto his final total. Speaking of that final total, let's count up the totals for Agent 1, Agent 2, and Phibes, shall we? Over the course of the 26 episodes, our 2 agents will be getting 3,007 life sentences, plus an even 300 years for their crimes. But that's nothing compared to Phibes' 486 life sentences and 703 years added on.
Objection!
Your Honor, it's come to my attention that if you attributed all of the crimes committed by Phibes' clones to Phibes himself, Evil Phibes' crimes should also be taken into account for his totals. I mean, seems like a little overkill, but also makes for a really funny outcome, so I'll allow it. If we include Evil Phibes' crime spree, I now sentence Dr. Phineas Phibes to 8,487 life sentences, plus 722 years, which puts him in the upper echelons of Scooby's most evil villains. So, who do you think is more evil? Dr. Phibes or Professor Pericles?
How many years in prison would every single villain from the new Scooby-Doo movies get for their crimes? In the series premiere, Ghastly Ghost Town, Crunch and Rhino shut down the Three Stooges Ghost Town theme park by dressing up as a gunslinger and a Native American, so that they can illegally blast mine and transport uranium across the border. They ran the gang off the road with their discount Batmobile, and they eventually end up trapped down in the mine, leaving our 2 nuclear ne'er-do-wells with 47 years in prison. In the dynamic Scooby-Doo affair, Mrs. Baker dons a purple cloak to stay anonymous while she runs a counterfeit ring by putting fake money in these clown things. She breaks into the old junkyard, assaults Fred and the crane, before stealing the actual Batmobile. Oh yeah, Batman and Robin are here too. While on the run, she throws a big ball at the gang to try and hit them, which adds even more time, bringing her total up to a solid 10.5 years. In Wednesday is Missing, the housekeeping couple disguises the Vulture, kidnapping Wednesday Addams in order to try and drive the rest of the Addams family out of the neighborhood. They also use some kind of magnets to divert Shaggy and Scooby on their magic carpet, and scare the whole gang with various Addams family props, leaving them with a sentence of 29 years. In the Frickert Fracas, the banker tries to steal Mrs. Frickert's chicken recipe by disguising himself as one of her scarecrows. He sneaks onto the farm that night and nearly escapes before being caught by this giant chicken, and ends up with a sentence of 33.5 years. In Guess Who's Not Coming to Dinner, Captain Moody's nephews kidnap him and keep him tied up at the old mill in order to get the inheritance from his supposed passing. While trying to enact on their plan, they dress up as ghosts and scare the gang and Don Knotts away, but the only thing they'll inherit is a prison sentence of 39 years. In A Good Medium is Rare, Alberto and his accomplice dress up as these phantoms in order to steal Phyllis Diller's rare jewels, breaking in and keeping her and her butler tied up before chasing the gang through the halls. Luckily, the police showed up this time and give them 26 years in prison. Well done. In Sandy Duncan's Jekyll and Hyde, silent movie star Zillia Fairchild dresses up as a variety of monsters and ghouls to try and stop the movie shoot, which would stop the sale of the movie studio. To do so, he tries to injure Sandy Duncan with a streetlight, trapping Shaggy and Scooby in the underground tunnels, and chasing the gang all over the movie sets. He does use a lot of weaponry, but I'm torn on giving him assault with deadly weapon charges. Considering this is a 1970s movie set, these are probably real arrows, so throw it on there. Eventually, he kidnaps Daphne and keeps her tied up, winding up in this mausoleum. In the end, they don't press charges, but this guy's kinda unhinged. 34 years in prison, but like most movie stars, he'll probably just pay his way out. In The Secret of Shark Island, Milo Meekley and the scuba divers are running an illegal gold refinery to smelt down gold doubloons they found in an old shipwreck. While it's technically not illegal to take the coins, whenever you find something like this, good old Uncle Sam will collect half during tax season. Smelting down the gold was a way to try and evade this. The two sharks chase Sunny, Cher, and the gang around the island, while Milo operates the crane, trying to scoop up the snooping teens, instead netting himself with 29 years in prison. He might have been worried about the wrong bars this entire time. In The Spooky Fog of Juneberry, Gene Haltree heads a cattle theft operation by dressing up like Phoebe Bridgers. A skeleton. Leaving a threatening note for the gang to leave town. When they don't, the skeletons nearly lasso Fred and Velma, knock Scooby off this rock structure, and nearly drown the gang and Don Knotts in the caves, wrangling up a nice 5 life sentences plus another 24 years on top of that. In The Ghost of Bigfoot, Mr. Crabtree runs a stolen cars sales operation, stealing, painting, and selling them at the old sawmill. He drops a list of car license plates containing 45 tags, plus being caught with 10 more. And when added to him chasing the gang around the lodge, plus nearly killing Laurel and Hardy with this boulder, lands him 2 life sentences plus 336 years in prison. In The Ghost of the Red Baron, Mr. Siegfried poisons the farm just as the Red Baron, so he can buy it for extra cheap. In doing so, he gets into a dogfight with this plane, causing it to crash, running the gang off the road. He turns on the plane inside the hangar, which would have diced the gang up, before resorting to plunking Shaggy with a walnut or something, and kidnapping all 3 stooges. While Velma hides from him, he turns on her plane, sending her high into the air with no safety measures. Siegfried really racked up the crimes, leading to 5 life sentences plus another 34 years added on. In The Ghostly Creep from the Deep, the oil pirates, who never get unmasked, but that's okay I guess, run an illegal oil bootlegging operation out in the bayou. To try and preserve their scheme, they try to scare away the gang and the Harlem Globetrotters, with 2 of these goons threatening them with clubs. Redbeard and his mateys are going to spend the next 16 years down in Davy Jones' locker. In The Haunted Horseman of Hagglethorne Hall, the Duke of Strathmore dresses up as the Haunted Horseman to try and take over the castle to sell it for souvenirs, with Farmer Weedley helping him, dressed as the Moat Monster. The Duke chases Fred, Shaggy, and Scooby with this lance, before sending them down the trap door, while also chasing down Davy Jones unarmed. No, not that one. But he will be spending the next 28 years in prison for his crimes. Mr. Moat Monster is also on the hook for the extortion, plus the menacing of Daphne, Davy, and Velma, totaling 7 years in prison. In The Phantom of the Country Music Hall, Ben, Bing, and Bertha try to stop the Country Music Hall from opening back up, so they won't have to worry about people finding the money they robbed from the bank. They steal Jerry Reed's guitar in a commotion, which I will value over $950, getting them for another grand theft charge, plus trapping Daphne and Fred under the stage and chasing Shaggy down on the theater dollies. They'll be trading the music hall for the mess hall of the local prison for the next 33 years. In the Caped Crusader Caper, Joker and Penguin are back once more, looking to steal a flying suit from the rubber factory. When they lure the engineer into their base, the gang follow, with Batman and Robin joining in. Shaggy gets chased away by this waterspout monster, but that's nothing compared to the animatronic bat that picks up a stalagmite and chases Daphne, Fred, and Velma through the caves. They also steal the Batcopter to escape, and once back at the factory, Penguin throws his umbrella at Scooby to knock him down, instead popping the parade float that Shaggy was on. These two goofballs will be headed to Gotham City Prison, where they'll be for the next 31 years. In the Loch Ness Mess, Morgan, Winslow, and Selby dress up as revolutionary ghosts to try and scare people away from what they thought was valuable treasure, but was really just old movie props, which makes the breaking and entering into Shaggy's uncle's house, chasing the gang and the Globetrotters around, and pyrotechnic attacks of Fred, Shaggy, two Globetrotters, and Scooby all the more embarrassing. And for it, they'll go from Loch Ness to Locked Up for the next 35.5 years. In the Season 2 premiere, The Mystery of Haunted Island, the owner, coach, and trainer of the Scorpions sabotaged the Harlem Globetrotters, so the team stood a better chance at winning the next day. In doing so, they trapped the Globetrotters down in the library, and also dropped this weight on Shaggy's head, getting 22 years in prison, and yet another embarrassing loss to the Globetrotters. In The Haunted Showboat, Jack Canna and his partner, Joe here, run a counterfeit operation in Tom Sawyer's cave, using this riverboat to distribute the goods. He locks up his former partner Johnny, as well as most of the gang and Josie and the Pussycats. Along with that, they also knock out Shaggy and Scooby with sleeping gas, turn a water hose on Scooby, and fling Alexander off a fan at a high speed, leading to a sentence of 58 years, or 1,829,088,000 Mississippis in prison. In Mystery in Persia, Abdullah releases an evil djinn, which torments the gang, Jeannie, and her friends. He starts slow, just scaring Shaggy and Babu, but then sends the gang, Corey, and Henry down the chute to an underground hall of doors. Jeannie helps them out, but gets put into this bottle, and I guess Jeannie still have rights, right? So adding the kidnapping and false imprisonment to his totals feels right. One last false imprisonment of Prince Aben, and Abdullah will be spending the next 33 years in this glass prison. In the Spirit Spooked sports show, Jesse Finster and the principal's twin brother try to stop the fundraiser to save the school from closing, so that they can buy the land for cheap and put in a horse track. In doing so, they chase the gang and special guest Tim Conway around, as he eventually gets thrown out of the trash can he was hiding in. Later, Daphne, Fred, and Velma get trapped down beneath the school, and in the final chase, they find the principal tied up, while Scooby gets snagged with the net. But it's the duo of ghosts that snagged the 25-year sentence. In The Exterminator, Lorne Chumley dresses up as various monsters from his silent horror film days, trying to scare people away from his personal movie set and his soon-to-be foreclosed home. He scares Shaggy and grabs Scooby, before stealing Don Adams' exterminator tanks. He breaks Don's watch by hitting him with a hammer, before grabbing him and locking him in this chest. Also, as this fish monster, he pops the inflatable that Shaggy needed to stay above the water, sending him absolutely flying. While they don't charge him in the end, I'm still giving him 13 years in director's jail, doomed to make the most mid-movies ever. In The Weird Winds of Winona, bank owner PJ Peabody and his henchmen drive the population of Winona out with this wind machine, so that he could purchase the land for cheap. When the gang are on their trail, they chase them off by shooting these pieces of paper at them, catch Scooby with this rope, and lock them all in the library. Also, this one may be contentious, but two of them hop in Speed Buggy, who, while being sentient, is still a motorized vehicle. So that's Grand Theft Auto in my book. Once revealed, Peabody makes one last run for it before his capture, and his inevitable 78-year prison sentence. In The Haunted Candy Factory, Sterling Smith impersonates Mr. Franklin to aid his partner in crime, Mr. Crink, in smuggling the gold out of the country. They kidnap Cass Elliot and keep her locked up in the candy factory, and the gang soon meet the same fate. To buy some time to ship more gold out, they pelt Cass, Shaggy, and Scooby with those coconut snowball things, tie up Daphne, Fred, and Velma with the taffy, and lock Cass and Shaggy in one of the machine rooms. But eventually they trip, stumble, and fall into a prison sentence of 44 years. In the series finale, The Haunted Carnival, the strongman dresses up as the ghostly strongman to try and get Dick Van Dyke to sell him the carnival for cheap. As the ghost, he chases the gang around the park, nearly kills Shaggy and Scooby via this balloon death trap, and hits Dick Van Dyke with the mallet from the Strongman Carnival game. When added to the normal assault on Shaggy, and the false imprisonments of Daphne, Shaggy, and Dick Van Dyke, this strongman will have plenty of free time to work out in prison, for the rest of his life, plus another 30 years on top. How many years in prison would every villain from the Scooby-Doo show get for their crimes? In the series premiere, High-Rise Hair Raiser, Red Sparks and Jim Rivets halt progress on a construction site, so they can continue their safe robbery spree, scaring away 2 construction workers and the gang, while also stealing a telescopic lens, winding up with a 21-year prison sentence. In The Fiesta Host is an Aztec Ghost, the archaeologist couple of the Stone Hacks dress up as the ghost of Katazuma and the Stone Monster to scare away people from the town, so they could continue to steal from the Aztec pyramid. They go into the hotel to try and scare the gang away, and eventually lock them up deep within the pyramid's walls, and according to Mexican law, they'll be receiving 191 years in prison. Now their career really is in ruins. In the gruesome game of the Gator Ghoul, Alice Dovely tries to take over the Finoki Fizz Company by rooting their business, so she could sell it on to Cookie Cola, doing so just as the Gator Ghoul. She stalks the gang back to the factory, where she chases them around before getting caught in a sticky situation, and a 13-year prison sentence. In What a Shocking Ghost, Mr. Voltner dresses up as the 10,000 Volt Ghost to scare the residents of Winterhaven, so he and the mayor can buy the land for cheap. He breaks into a couple of places, chasing and nearly capturing the gang, and breaking a few props along the way, winding up with a shocking 24 years in prison. In The Headless Horseman of Halloween, Cousin Elwood dons the classic Headless Horseman costume in order to steal his aunt's diamond necklace and fly out of the country. He crashes the Halloween party, which, aside from being completely rude, also scares away, by my count, 9 partygoers, plus the attempt to grab Shaggy, and his eventual takeout whilst on the ladder. And this Headless Horseman narrowly escapes the guillotine this time, instead receiving 20 years in prison. In Scared a Lot in Camelot, Zarko the Magician disguises himself as Merlin the Wizard in order to steal Shaggy's uncle's treasure, kidnapping him and keeping him locked up to do so. When paired with his assault of Scooby and Shaggy, plus his false imprisonment, Zarko will have 34.5 years to work on his act some more. In the Harem Scarum Sanitarium, Officer Oldfield is the ringleader for a multi-million-dollar gold robbery, and to make matters worse, he's not even a real cop. When the gang get a little too close to cracking the case, he chases Fred and Shaggy away, eventually leading to his assault and kidnapping of Shaggy, resulting in a life sentence in Canadian prison, plus an extra 50 years on top. In the No-Face Zombie Chase case, the No-Face zombie breaks into the rare coin shop and steals the Golden Galleon, but it's revealed that this is nothing more than a robot, as Mr. Dilly was the mastermind behind it all, in the gorilla costume. But I'm still leaving him on the hook for it all, plus the assaults, animal abuse, kidnapping, and evading police, sending this zombie to the Walking Dead's prison for the next 30 years. In Mamba Wamba and the Voodoo Hoodoo, Roger dresses up as Mamba Wamba in order to steal the rights to the famous band's song, with the help of Lila. Together, they kidnap the rest of the band and keep them tied up, and once Shag and Scoob find them, chase them down and fight for the contract. Hopefully the duo learned how to play Jailhouse Rock, but even if they didn't, they'll have the next 42 years to do so. In A Frightened Town Meets Demons Underground, Mr. Crenshaw uses the legend of Seattle's old demons in order to steal the underground treasure, scaring his workers along the way. When the gang get involved, he takes a swipe at Shaggy, before just grabbing Daphne and keeping her tied up in this old-timey piano. While it seems fitting to give him 666 years, realistically I can only sentence him to 20 years in Washington prison. In A Bum Steer for Scooby, Sam Farron and his ranchers dress up as a medicine man and a talking bull, in order to steal Daphne's uncle's cattle from his farm. By my count, 38 in total. They cut his barbed wire fence down, before chasing the gang down and trying to trap them, eventually succeeding by herding Shaggy and Scooby into the truck. By the end, Daphne's uncle reveals he was assaulted by one of their lassos, adding one final charge onto the rap sheet, bringing the total up to 126 years in Texas State Prison. In There's a Demon Shark in the Foggy Dark, Mr. Wells disguises as the Demon Shark in order to smuggle $2 million of stolen pearls to Florida via frozen oysters, And when the gang gets a little too close to solving the mystery, he chases them around the aquarium, netting him a total of 27 years behind bars. In Scooby-Doo Where's the Crew, Professor Poison's crew abandoned ship, only to return as these ghostly goofballs, looking for the shipwrecked treasure below. To keep their operation afloat, they try and chase away the gang and the professor, but when that fails, just resort to kidnapping them, keeping them tied up next to their hull. And I'm throwing them all in the brig for the next 22 years. In The Ghost That Sacked the Quarterback, Buck Bender poses as the scoreboard operator, posing as the rambling ghost, kidnapping 2 of the players to get back at the team for firing them. He keeps them locked away, where Shaggy and Velma soon find themselves. On top of that, in his chase with Shaggy and Scooby, also runs into 5 other players, and then uses the whirlpool to fling Shaggy and Scooby out of this window from at least 3 stars up. Given the NFL's bizarre leniency with violence, he won't be banned from the league. But he is getting a 15-yard penalty for unnecessary roughness, and a life sentence plus 41 years. In The Ghost of the Bad Humor Man, the Neapolitan Technicolor ghosts hide a stolen arm truck with $2 million in the ice cream factory, repainting it to look like an ice cream truck. When the gang nearly ruin their scheme, they chase them away, locking them in the freezers, resulting in a cool 17-year sentence. In the Season 1 finale, The Spirits of 76, Mr. Clive and Mr. Willett break into the US Mint in order to produce tons of US currency. To do so, they dress up as revolutionary figures in the Wax Museum, but when Scooby gets a little too nosy, kick him away. When the gang go find him, they instead find themselves trapped too, bringing our bicentennial bandit's sentence up to 53 years. In the Season 2 premiere, The Curse of Viking Lake, the museum curator and 2 geologists use Viking disguises to scare away people from their underground uranium mining operation. For some reason, that means Velma's Uncle John gets kidnapped and held captive in this cage, and as the gang try and save him, the Vikings chase them around the caves, trapping Fred and the girls, while Shaggy and Scooby have their hands full with the others. So I sentenced these 3 to become Minnesota Vikings fans for the next 25 years. That's too bad. In Vampire Bats and Scaredy Cats, Lisa's Uncle Leon tries to convince her that she's been turned into a vampire, so she'd be sent to a mental institution and unable to take over the hotel, which is heinous in itself. But adding on the assaults of Daphne and Shaggy, plus animal abuse for Scooby-Dum, Leon will be spending the next 11 years in a prison cell coffin. In Hang In There, Scooby-Doo, Johnny the Sandwich Guy runs an illegal music distribution business, pirating hit songs off the radio and selling the cassettes and records. To do so, he disguises as a pterodactyl, hiding out in this cave system. When the gang are on the case, he chases them away, thrashing at them. This doesn't fly on my watch, so he'll be getting 18 years in prison. Also, the hotel manager was in on the whole thing too, adding on a very quick evading police and resisting charge, totaling 20 years for him as well. In the Chiller Diller movie Thriller, Detective Jim Moss poses as the ghost of Milo Booth, to shut down a movie production with Scooby-Dee, so he can create his own. He attacks the conductor and hijacks the train the gang are on, leading to Scooby-Dee's capture. In the chase, he turns on this machine which sends them for a tumble, later locking them in a mausoleum. This faux phantom will be getting 64 years in Alabama State Prison. In the spooky case of the Grand Prix race, Ken Rogers dresses up as the Phantom Racer to kidnap racers and steal their cars to repaint and sell them off. Shaggy and Scooby get snatched up and put into a car the Phantom rolls down the mountain. Shaggy really can't catch a break in this one, as he gets kidnapped and sealed behind a brick wall too, as the Phantom chases Velma and Scooby. This racer is gonna get a lifetime ban, a life sentence plus 38 years, and eventually a video on him by Josh Revell. In the Ozark Witch Snitch, Aggie Wilkins dresses up as Witch McCoy in order to find the buried money her boyfriend robbed from a bank. In doing so, she breaks in and kidnaps the Hatfields, keeping them tied up at the old sawmill. As Shaggy, Velma, and Scooby are hot on her trail, her boyfriend the zombie pushes them off a log into the ravine, which 100% would have killed them. But they aren't safe for long, as they're captured and nearly turned into Scooby Stew on the other side. And Aggie will get 66 years for her crimes, while the zombie tacks onto his current prison sentence, adding a couple life sentences plus another 9 years. In Creepy Cruise, the Mad Professor and Simon Grady use a time machine and a futuristic bug monster to scam investors out of their money. But when the gang interrupt their scheme, chase Daphne and Shaggy around the ship. Eventually, Shaggy and Scooby get snatched up by the monster, adding another charge onto their totals, giving them 12 years in prison. These futuristic fools don't have much of a bright future ahead of them. In the creepy heap from the deep, Captain Clements runs a criminal makeover parlor out of an old submarine, helping this wanted bank robber escape capture. But as the sea monster, he adds quite a bit more on, assaulting Shaggy and Scooby before eventually locking the gang in the submarine with the water rising. Taking critiques on how I handled a similar situation before, this time he's getting attempted murder for this stunt. Captain Clements is on the hook for vandalizing the mystery machine, harboring a fugitive, and aiding and abetting. He's getting 23 years, while the escaped convict will get 4 life sentences plus another 52 years on top. In Watch Out, the Willowa! Gray Fox pilots the Willowa, as 2 fellow tribesmen don the Owlman costumes, to try and scare away people getting close to uncovering their rare goods smuggling operation. Velma's uncle comes the closest before the gang, so they snatched him up and kept him locked away, so that they could get across the border. But when the gang intervene, they chase them down, eventually leading to the attack on Shaggy and Scooby. The tribe's chief said that they'll take them down to the tribe's elders for proper punishment, which by my count should be about 42 years in prison, or whatever equivalent they deem suitable. In a creepy tangle in the Bermuda Triangle, the head of the weather base, Mr. Grimsley, and some of his henchmen dress up as these skeleton guys to steal and resell planes on Diablo Island. They kidnapped a total of 4 pilots from 2 planes, and when adding the menacing charge for Shaggy's chase on top, total 51 years in prison. In A Scary Night with the Snow Beast Fright, Jean-Baptiste controls the Snow Beast in order to smuggle oil out of the North Pole. In doing so, he attacks and kidnaps Professor Kruger and Chief Manook, keeping them locked up in a cave. Add that to the various igloos destroyed on native land, and the assault on the entire gang, Jean-Baptiste is going to be on the naughty list for the rest of his life, plus another 160 years. In To Switch a Witch, Arlene Wilcox's twin sister, sorry, they never gave her a name, tries to frame Arlene as being a witch in order to steal her inheritance from her, hiring Gar Mooney to help her. Her glowing costume leaks some battery acid, ruining the floors of her house, so that's another charge right there. Look, I'm grasping for straws here. The pair survived the witch trials, but will reside in a Salem prison for 33 years. In The Tar Monster, Stoner goes AWOL on his archaeological team in order to steal the treasure from the underground city of Byzantius, using the legend of the Tar Monster to do so. He scares away 3 of the members, destroying part of their campsite. As Shaggy and Scooby are sleeping, he walks into their tent and drives them out. And does breaking and entering count if it's a tent? Sure, why not? This Turkish Tar Monster's tantrum totals 24 years in Turkish prison. In A Highland Fling with a Monstrous Thing, Jamie Craigmore dresses up as the ghost of Finian Macduff, scaring away the tourists of Macduff Castle, so he can continue to smuggle and sell Swiss watches out of the castle. Shaggy basically gets tunneled this entire episode, getting sent down the trapdoor with Scooby, and eventually being locked in the basement. The Bagpipe Bandit is going to receive a life sentence plus 21 years of time in Scottish prison. In the creepy case of Old Iron Face, Mama Mione uses the legend of Old Iron Face to smuggle prisoners off Skull Island and scare away anyone getting close to her operation. Captain Morgan unfortunately gets the worst of it, getting kidnapped and held captive in the underground mansion. When the gang come for a rescue mission, they are soon chased and attacked by the Ferris foe. Good thing we're already at prison, saving Mama Mione a trip, and she'll stay here for the next 29 years. In Jeepers, it's the Jaguaro. Barney dresses up as the Brazilian legend of the Jaguaro in order to further his efforts of his diamond smuggling operation. He scares off 3 of the native tribesmen getting too close, and soon after Shaggy and Scooby too, trying to sink them in the Amazon with all the river monsters. He destroys the plane that brought the gang here, kidnapping the pilots and keeping them tied up, but one of them happens to be in on the whole thing. One last assault of Shaggy results in a 51-year sentence in Brazilian prison for Barney. In Make a Beeline Away from That Feline, Dr. Bell dresses up as the cat creature in order to steal rare jewels from shops around New York, planting the stolen goods on Daphne's Aunt Olivia, who's under a hypnotic spell. We see him wreck the Bixby jeweler's shop, and as the gang follow the breadcrumbs, scare Shaggy, eventually thrashing at him, taking some of his shirt with him. Our cat burglar here will receive 18 years in prison, which is like 88 in cat years. In The Creepy Creature of Vulture's Claw, Professor Greer dresses up as this 7-foot-tall praying mantis in order to scare people away from the botanical gardens while he finalizes the deal to purchase it after finding oil reserves underneath. Once the gang threatened to ruin that deal, he takes action by trying to scare them off, sending Shaggy and Scooby down the chute into the alligator pit, and kidnapping Daphne, keeping her locked up in the shed. This praying mantis should be praying that he sees freedom again, but that's unlikely with a life sentence plus 27 years on top. In the Diabolical Disc Demon, Ace Decade steals a bunch of records from his uncle's company, smuggling them out in garbage cans. But he decided to turn up the operation, kidnapping Tony Signs and keeping him locked up in the supply closet, so he could steal the sheet music directly. But when the gang beat him to it, he chases them around and grabs at Shaggy, netting him a final charge to his total of 20 years of jailhouse rock. In Scooby's Chinese fortune caper, Kim's Uncle Chin uses the legend of the Moon Monster to try and steal the fortune away from his nephew. Unfortunately, Shaggy and Scooby got the brunt of his attention, as he scared them silly and took a swipe at them during the chase. But that is enough to land him a 22-year sentence in Chinese prison. In A Menace in Venice, Mario disguises as the ghostly gondolier in order to try and steal the Malvolio treasure, and escape via the Venetian canals. And get ready because he's racked up a lot of charges, like the assault of Shaggy and animal abuse of Scooby, eventually leading him to try and sink their boat in the sea, which will leave him on the hook for the attempted murder of Fred, Shaggy, and Velma. You might notice that Daphne was omitted from that list, and that's because she was kidnapped and held captive with their friend Antonio. A little bit of property damage on top, and Mario is looking at 3 life sentences plus 55 years in Italian prison. Mamma mia. In Don't Go Near the Fortress of Fear, Captain Eddie dons the disguise of the ghost of Juan Carlos, an old Spanish conquistador, to smuggle stolen items from the museum out of the country. Shaggy and Scooby are like the natives from Juan Carlos's time, in that the conquistador tries to kill them, and almost succeeds too. In the final chase, he manages to trap Daphne, Fred, Velma, and Inspector Armendez in the 3rd story dungeon, before eventually getting captured. And he's actually taken away, where we can expect a 143-year sentence in Puerto Rican prison. In The Warlock of Wimbledon, Nick and John dress up as the Warlock of Anthos, using the legend to try and scare Jimmy from winning Wimbledon. If they were to succeed, then Jimmy would lose the house, and the 2 brothers would have control. Luckily, the gang won't allow that to happen, as they go through the typical recipe of chases and clues to unmask the perpetrators. Throughout the episode, we saw the Warlocks throw a staff at Jimmy, and destroy the gatekeeper's house on the property, which adds a couple more charges onto their tab, resulting in a life sentence plus 25 years for the pair. In the series finale, The Beast is Awake at Bottomless Lake, Julie Johnson dresses up as the Beast, in order to scare people away from her stolen gold smuggling ring. This includes Shaggy and Scooby, who more or less stumble across the monster throughout, who attacks them and their surroundings, leading to a total of 50 years in prison. How many years in prison would every villain from the first series of Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo get for their crimes? In the series premiere, The Scarab Lives, Howard Gruger dresses up as Blue Scarab, reenacting the crime spree from the unreleased comic, which includes breaking and entering and grand theft of the jewel store and museum, assaulting the on-duty guard, plus breaking into the comic maker's apartment and subsequent assault. When the gang get involved, he tries to kill Scrappy-Doo with his gargoyle, and nearly kills Shaggy and Scooby by sending them on the conveyor belt to this hydraulic press. We're starting off hot with this one, with a life sentence plus 45 years in prison. In The Night Ghoul of Wonderworld, Mr. Marino uses the legend of the Night Ghoul of London in order to steal the crown jewels, attacking one of the guards and keeping them tied up to do so. When the mystery gang roll into town, Marino can sense his time is running out, and tries to drive them away by trapping Scrappy in this case, throwing this candelabra at Shaggy, and dropping a chandelier on him, Scooby, and Scrappy. But how long does he receive in prison? Well, it's elementary, my dear Watson. 2 life sentences, plus 23 years behind bars. In Strange Encounters of a Scooby Kind, Tessie tries to convince everyone that an alien stole over $1 billion worth of radioactive materials. She successfully evades capture by the police, so this is a job for where my tax money should really be going. The Mystery Gang. She adds on another charge of animal abuse, plus a false imprisonment on Shaggy, before her capture, resulting in an extraterrestrial 12 years in prison. In The Neon Phantom of the Roller Disco, Bill Walker puts on the Neon Phantom suit to try and shut down Sparkles so he can buy it. Overall, he doesn't do too much besides dimming the lights, so we can really only get him for trespassing on the Hollywood sign. Oh, and out of nowhere, he tries to kill Daphne, Fred, and Velma with this antenna. Okay, cool. 3 life sentences plus another 5.5 years. In Shiver and Shake, that's a demon snake, we're going across international waters for this silver heist by First Mate Defarge. He steals a ton of silver ingots from Haiti, scaring the on-duty guard to do so, and smuggles them into the US. This makes the jurisdiction a little murky, but then again, so is the water in Florida. So what's new? Scooby-Doo and his little cousin get attacked, as well as Shaggy, which gives us a reason to throw Defarge into the brig for the next 45 years. In The Scary Sky Skeleton, Ed Drake dresses up as the Scary Sky Skeleton in order to drive away people from the airfield so he can illegally mine the oil from underneath. As the gang encroach on his operation, he takes it upon himself to try and take them out, assaulting Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy, before resorting to try and kill Shaggy and the rest of the gang too. In total, Ed racked up a grand total of 4 life sentences plus another 15.5 years behind bars. In The Demon of the Dugout, Mr. Husai tries to stop the International Series game before the Americans can win the trophy, which he switched the diamond out of. He scares away the entire stadium of people, grabs Scooby's tail, and chases Shaggy away before his capture. I sentence him to watch the 2024 Chicago White Sox for the next 15 years. In The Hairy Scare of the Devil Bear, Chuck Hunt, I really had to work on my enunciating there, dresses up as the legendary Devil Bear in order to scare his fellow archaeologists away from the treasure of the US Mint he found. In the process, he takes swipes at one of the archaeologists, Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy with the sharp claws, destroys the cave paintings in Shaggy's book, and nearly gives Shaggy a devilishly tight bear hug. We dug up enough dirt on this archaeologist where there's no way to cover this up, and Chuck will be spending the next 79 years in an Arizona state prison. In 20,000 Screams Under the Sea, Tiger Morris tries to keep everyone away from the treasure of Acapulco by putting on the sea monster outfit, scaring Senor Valdez and the gang, before fully attacking Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy. He sinks their boat on the open sea, which I will give him the attempted murder for, capping it all off by breaking into the harbor police building, resulting in a 70-year sentence in Mexican prison. In I Left My Neck in San Francisco, Lefty Callahan returns as the Lady Vampire of Alcatraz, in order to retrieve the rare jewels she stole throughout the city. She goes on an absolute rampage, scaring at the very least 3 random citizens, plus Shaggy, as well as abusing Scooby and Scrappy. So she'll be staying at Alcatraz a bit longer, 19 more years to be exact. In When You Wish Upon a Star Creature, the observatory owner Mr. Greenfield spies on the local laboratory to steal their secrets. On top of that, to stop any meddling kids from ruining his scheme, he dresses up as a star creature to scare away the security guard. Add that to the assaults of Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy, plus breaking into the laboratory, and Greenfield will be observing the stars from his prison cell for the next 17 years. In The Ghoul, the Bat, and the Ugly, Brandon Davies dresses up as the shadow creature in order to destroy a film reel that captured him stealing prize stamps from the store. He scares off, by my count, 110 people from his Batty Awards show, as well as the gang, plus the animal abuse for Scrappy. I mean, he's just a puppy after all. I'm sentencing Brandon to watch every Razzie Award-winning picture for the next 121 years. In Rocky Mountain, yee! Will Henry Pratt disguises as his great-great-grandfather Jeremiah Pratt in order to scare people away from the mountain as he looks for his lost treasure. He begins by scaring off 2 skiers, before turning his attention to the rest of the gang, kicking a rooftop full of snow on them. Could be worse though, as he scares Shaggy onto the gondola lift, and then shakes him off into the snow below. He's definitely getting a life sentence for that, plus an extra 13 years on top. In The Sorcerer is a Menace, Morgan the Magician uses the ghost of his dead mentor, the Great Haldane, in order to steal a precious black pearl. But we're not out in the Caribbean, we're in the land of opportunities, Atlantic City. Morgan gambled and lost, getting hit with a grand theft, a menacing charge of Shaggy, and an animal abuse for Scrappy, resulting in a 7-year sentence, and not even a gambling sponsor for his next show. In Lock the Door, It's a Minotaur, Nick Pappas uses the legend of the Minotaur to steal treasures from the Greek island of Halos. For the most part, he kinda just minded his own business, only attacking Shaggy and Scooby when they sat on him. If I could give any of these perps a pass, Nick would get it. I mean, look how cool he looks. But alas, the justice system only allows people in power and with enough money to bypass their punishments, so Nick will be getting 20 years in a Greek prison. In the final episode of the series, The Ransom of Scooby Chief, These two goofballs, Carl and Tony, kidnap Scooby for ransom, bringing Shaggy along for the ride too. While they try to get their money up, Scrappy and his gang get their funny up, but wind up getting hurt in the process, adding a couple more charges onto their total, as they end up with 67 years in a New York prison. How many years in prison would every monster from the new and improved Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo get for their crimes? This one changes up the formula big time, trading in the half-hour mysteries for 7-minute mini ones. But how will that affect our pursuit of justice? Well... Okay, so since this iteration of Scooby-Doo has like 7-minute episodes, there's not as much time to rack up the charges. But in the series premiere, A Close Encounter with the Strange Kind, these little alien guys pick up and kidnap Shaggy, and do some tests on him on their ship. But once they figure out the true power of what they're dealing with, they let him go. But I'm still going to be sending them the space gel for the next 9 years. In A Fit Night Out for Bats, Sylvester the Vampire Bat opens his door up to Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy. Kinda. He doesn't kick him out, which is basically like inviting him in, so they're using the classic vampire gambit on him. Much like Jeffrey Dahmer, he's looking to get a real meal out of his guests, as he tries to grab Shaggy and Scooby, but ends up failing to do so. Tomato juice it is, Vlad. Still, for the assaults, I'm gonna give him 4 years in prison. In the Chinese food factory, this masked robber breaks into the Chinese food factory that Shaggy and the boys are on security duty for, so that he can steal the safe. In an attempt to escape, he uses these chow mein noodles to tie up Shaggy and Scooby, but ends up meeting the same fate, and will be spending the next 19 years in a Chinatown prison. In Scooby's Desert Dilemma, the Arabian magician traps Shaggy and the Doos in his palace, nearly slicing Shaggy with the statue's lance. He levitates the table up, dumping an entire feast on them, before turning into a cobra to hunt them down. The sinister Sultan is going to receive life in prison, plus an extra 20 years on top. In the old cat and mouse game, the Catman of the Andes Mountains turns Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy into mouse-sized versions of themselves, sending his Siamese cat after them. Obviously, they wouldn't have fared too well against the feline beast, but they managed to make a getaway via paper airplane, leaving the Catman to use up one of his 9 lives, plus another 5 years in Peruvian prison. In Stowaways, Shaggy trespasses. Wait, Shaggy? Yeah, Shaggy's really the only one breaking laws here. He trespasses, albeit accidentally, onto the ship, and when the crew is on the hunt for them, disguises as this nice young lady. In a last-ditch effort, he steals one of the emergency boats and paddles off, just narrowly avoiding becoming a shark dinner. For his crimes, he should receive 4.5 years in prison. In Mummy's the Word, the boys wander into this Egyptian pyramid, where they join most of us in having mummy issues. Stand your ground laws in Egypt are a bit unfounded, but also they don't really do anything besides lumber towards them. For the first, and definitely not the last time here, we're gonna go with no time served. Let's just hope we can get back on track with some real crime heads. In Hang in There, Scooby, Shaggy and the boys get stuck paragliding around the city, only to be attacked by this vulture, destroying their glider and sending them back down to Earth. This is definitely an attempt at murder, but instead of prison, or worse, I'm sending the vulture to a nature preserve to be kept safe. They shouldn't even be in the city to begin with. In Stuntman Scooby, Shaggy and the boys get severely miscast for their roles as action stars, and mess up a variety of the director's films. But surprisingly, he's kinda chill about it, as he switches them from the on-screen heroes to the unsung heroes, the janitors. In a first, no crimes were committed. There's not even really any gray areas here. No time for anyone. In Scooby's Three Ding-a-Ling Circus, the circus owner chases the boys around when he finds out that they ate all of his food. And you know what? Fair. But he still does get a menacing charge and a quick year in prison. Believe me, I know, we're really reaching here. In Scooby's Fantastic Island, Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy shipwreck on a thought-to-be deserted island, which is actually inhabited by all types of dinosaurs and cave people, one of which scares them with this club, but ends up being kinda chill. I don't think I'll charge them with anything here, mainly because laws weren't even invented until Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 2002. In Long John Scrappy, this pirate puppy naps Scrappy, leading Scooby and Shaggy to go on a rescue mission. But when they do, the pirate tries to fling them off the sails to the deck below. But this landlubber is going to spend a long time in Davy Jones' locker, for the rest of his life, plus another 9 years on top. In Scooby's Bull Fright, El Toro tries to obliterate Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy by various sporting means. Though he doesn't succeed, I'm still going to recommend he be released from captivity here and return back to the wild. Again, no time served. In Scooby Goes West, an entire town of ghosts terrorizes Shaggy and Scooby when they get stranded by the train. They get glue and feathered, hosed off, and chased off, but like, what am I gonna do? They're ghosts. Well, joke's on you, I'm bringing in Luigi to suck them all up. Wait, hold on. In A Bungle in the Jungle, this George of the Jungle wannabe, Mouse Rat, uses various animals to attack Shaggy and the dogs when they come across his treehouse. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say he doesn't have permits for this, so he's liable for all the harm caused, which includes animal abuse, assault, and false imprisonment. For his deeds, he's headed to jungle jail for the next 10 years. In Scooby's Fun Zone, the strongman of the carnival chases Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy around the boardwalk after accidentally getting plunked by Scooby's Screwball, eventually dunking them in the water with a fastball of his own. He might have won the battle, but he's definitely on steroids. So he's getting a sentence of 5 years, and an asterisk next to all of his records. In Swamp Witch, the, Swamp Witch, and her demon lure Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy into her hovel, where she locks them in and tries to use them for stew. The demon did most of the work, stealing Shaggy's coin to get them to the door, but the witch takes over from there, so the pair will receive 11 years in the Bayou Penitentiary. In Sir Scooby and the Black Knight, the boys essentially walk right into this guy's house and eat all of his food, and he rightly takes issue with this. But he does go a bit too far, chasing the trio around the castle and eventually into the moat below, leaving this knight to spend the next 5,475 nights in jail. In Wax World, this Wax Dracula, Waxula, tries to turn Shaggy and the boys into wax sculptures by trapping them in his museum and dipping them in the wax cauldron, which would 100% kill them. And for that, I sentence him to a waxy tomb for life, plus another tenner on top. In Scooby in Wonderland, Scooby has a dream where he's a self-insert in an Alice in Wonderland fanfic. And that pesky Cheshire Cat is at it again, being a thorn in Scooby's side just as ever. Aside from grabbing Scooby, not much happens. But I still sentence the Cheshire Cat to fall down the endless rabbit hole, until he hits the bottom. You can do the math there. In Scrappy's Birthday, a nurse at Scrappy's hospital quite literally beats Shaggy and Scooby to a pulp, all because they ran into him in the hallways, which definitely causes them to lose their license, and they'll get a 7-year sentence to go along with it. In South Sea Scare, the lava monster rises from the volcano to terrorize the luau, including 6 locals and Shaggy, chasing him into a restaurant where he eventually attacks Scrappy, Scooby, and eventually Shaggy too, breaking multiple items along the way. Now, this would usually be the part where I sentence them to some time, but, Scrappy killed them by throwing them into a volcano. So. In Scooby's Swiss Miss, this bulldog becomes a real bully, attacking Scooby-Doo at various points because the girl dog is in love with him. He traps Scooby under the frozen lake and rolls a giant snowball at him, so I'll sentence him to a life of marriage. In Alaskan King Coward, the saber-tooth variant of Bigfoot is uncovered by Shaggy and the boys, who repays the favor by immediately breaking free and attacking them, eating Scrappy. Fortunately, or more likely for you at home, unfortunately, Scrappy survives, and the Bigfoot gets sent to the big house for 42 years. In Et Tu, Scoob, Rocky Maximus is the final boss gladiator at the Roman Colosseum, and tries to keep his place there however he can. Anyways, he tries to stomp Scrappy into the ground, chases them around the Colosseum, and gets into a couple chariot wrecks trying to grab them. In total, he's sentenced to 20 years of duels as penance. In Soggy Bog Scooby, this giant reptile creature interrupts the boys' fishing trip, chasing them around the swamp, picking up an assault charge, animal abuse, and of course a menacing thrown on top, which will leave this gator with a sentence of 5 years in prison. In Scooby Gumbo, this New Orleans chef gets duped by some dogs, chasing them and Shaggy all around New Orleans during the Mardi Gras parade. He uses some of the brass section to get a bit of revenge, but that'll get him 22 years in prison. Maybe he should have given up Wrath for Lent. In Way Out Scooby, Shaggy and the boys accidentally hitch a ride to Mars on a space shuttle, getting bounced around and chased by the Mars rover. But the real criminals here are the ones in the control center, who surely knew that they got loaded up and shipped out. Hey guys, we stopped sending dogs into space a long time ago. For their negligence, they'll get 13 years in a Martian prison. Wait, hold on. Okay, 6.9 years in a Martian prison. And I'd better not see any comments with this timestamp saying nice. In Strongman Scooby, the gym bro bulldog gets paid to train the boys for the day, instead getting a bit of roid rage. And he tries to kill Scooby by locking him in the steam room. If he doesn't end up as shark bait, he'll be in the doghouse for just the 3 years. In Moonlight Madness, Austrian Adolf here puts a magic amulet around Shaggy in his sleep, which turns him into a werewolf when the full moonlight hits, causing Shaggy to go back and forth between monster and man. For this, he'll receive a light 15-year sentence. Man, this must be the worst thing an Austrian named Adolf has ever done. Oh, this must be the second worst thing that... In Dog Tag Scooby, the boys accidentally get signed up for the military, and get sent through boot camp. However, Scrappy says no to the military-industrial complex, and makes an absolute fool out of the drill sergeant, who in turn steals a tank, crashes it through a wall, and grabs Scrappy, the most level-headed military general. But that one's coming back to bite him, as his little stunts will earn him 43 years in military prison. In Scooby at the Center of the World, these rock monsters crash the boys' picnic, eating all of their food, and then having the nerve to chase them through the cave system. So I sentenced these Reggie Rocks to be locked up in the Route 111 desert ruins for the next 3 years. In Scooby's trip to Oz, the Wicked Witch of the West uses her magic to drug Shaggy and the Doos, leading to their kidnapping and imprisonment in the castle. She continues her reign of terror, but only enough to earn her 44 years in Oz State Prison, guarded by the Flying Monkeys. In A Fright at the Opera, the Parisian Phantom captures the boys in his lair, after trying to kill them with a deadly flood. Not that the water level was deadly, but have you seen the water in Paris? You'd stand a better chance in one of the lakes from Fallout. For all of the crimes, and being yet another parody of Phantom of the Opera, I'm sending the Phantom out to the prison from Fallout New Vegas for the next 38 years. In Robot Ranch, the theme park's owner reprograms his robot to try and capture Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy and turn them into robots. Which he nearly does, as he grabs Shaggy, knocks Scooby around, and traps Scrappy in a jar. Wait, no. Quick, before anything else happens, Wild West jail for life and 15 more years. In Surprise Spies, this evil spy tries to steal a package that the boys have been tasked to deliver to Alcatraz, and nearly comes away with it multiple times by roughing Scooby up. But eventually his plan is foiled, and he gets locked up. We might as well keep him on Alcatraz for a bit longer, so how does 7 more years sound? In The Invasion of the Scooby Snatchers, an alien sends some cloning pods to Earth to mimic Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy, who in turn destroy this entire production studio, leaving them with a 12-year sentence in intergalactic incarceration. In Scooby-Dooby Guru, the Taj Mahal guard uses an elephant to capture Scooby, when the gang have been causing a bit too much ruckus within the palace. And I get that's why he's here, but it's still a bit too far, and he'll be spending the next 4 years in an Indian prison. In Scooby and the Bandit, Bandit has his breakfast interrupted by this Dorky Doo, and immediately turns him into a pretzel, before chasing the boys down. Now, the gang did kinda steal his van, which looks exactly like the Mystery Machine, so I'm willing to drop that charge. But he's still getting 3 years in jail for giving Scooby the old rolled gold twist. In Scooby-Nokio, the Pleasure Island Man, which, like they couldn't have named him literally anything else, runs into Scooby, offering him tickets to a new theme park. One that sees the boys turn into donkeys, with Scooby's nose growing exponentially after each lie. But this does all occur in Scooby's dreams. Even still, 3 years for this guy, because he's just kinda creeping me out. In Lighthouse Keeper Scooby, this ghostly captain scares the boys who enter the lighthouse to escape a storm, throwing an anchor at Scooby and trying to trap Scrappy. This seems to be a real ghost, but either way, he'll still get 7 years down in Davy Jones' locker. In Scooby's Roots, a she ghost inhabits Grandpa Scooby's house, throwing food and household items at the family. But once the veil is removed, it's revealed to be Great-Grandpa Scooby. So, can I still get him for trespassing? He doesn't technically live there, I guess. So, it's staying. and he's staying in a special ghost prison cell for the next 13.5 years. In Scooby's escape from Atlantis, this ancient Grecian centaur tries to defend the lost city from these present-day intruders, chasing them around and kicking Scooby away in this vase. I'm gonna use the laws of the Bahamas for this, since it is Atlantis and all, so the centaur will be sent to prison for the next 15 months. In Excalibur Scooby, a weak wizard can't pull the sword from the stone, so he kidnaps the boys while they drive through the English countryside. But once they refuse to cooperate, he locks them in the castle and chases them around, reanimating various items to try and change their mind. But Scrappy is the chosen one, pulling out the sword, and he gets the great honor of sending the wizard to the dungeon for the next 2 lifespans plus another 15.5 years. In Scooby Saves the World, a metallic alien boards the Scooby shuttle, attacking Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy, and destroying the government property, which certainly won't help intergalactic relations. But no need to worry, as they get launched into space, where they'll stay for the next 17 light years. In Scooby-Dooby-Goo, there's actually no villain here, but there is this host of a child beauty pageant that Scrappy accidentally put Shaggy and Scooby into. He's all set to crown them as the cutest babies, but immediately drops them when they turn back to normal size. Nothing technically illegal, but I'm putting him on a watch list for now. In Rickshaw Scooby, this Spyro ripoff. Wait, hold on. When did Spyro come out? In Rickshaw Scooby, this Spyro prototype chases the boys around the Chinese temple, using their fiery breath to toast them like marshmallows. And I'm actually going to use my power of veto here, and not sentence them to anything, as all the beef seems to be squashed by the end, and the dragon chauffeurs them around the Great Wall. In Scooby's Luck of the Irish, Scrappy catches a leprechaun, who is legally obligated to tell them where he keeps the pot of gold, but sends them to an old castle, where he pulls all kind of pranks on the gold rushers. But keeping them locked in the castle, and chasing them around with various attempts to harm them, pales in comparison to the real crime, not telling them where the gold is. That adds a final charge onto the total, leaving the lad with life in prison, plus another 30 years on top, and is now court mandated to tell me where the gold is. In Backstage Scooby, Marvo the Magician gets his ego hurt when Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy hijack his show, and is looking to turn his magic into dark magic against them, but that'll only earn him a nice 7-year sentence in Magic City Prison. In Scooby's House of Mystery, Olga uses her House of Mysteries to trap the boys in, hoping to harvest a fresh puppy tail for her beauty potion recipe, but she sends her Raven to do most of the dirty work, and her props do little to help as well, leaving her with nothing more than 14 years in prison. In Sweet Dreams Scooby, the Red Baron has an aerial fight with Scrappy, but as the title may allude to, this all happens within a dream sequence. Not much I can really do about that one. Unless the dreams were real, which is maybe hinted at in the end. So lock 'em up. In Scooby-Doo 2000, this wind-up ape toy wreaks all kinds of havoc on the boys, chasing them around in the distant future of the year 2000. After Shaggy and the Doos get attacked, they decide to head back to their decade, leaving the toy monkey to sit in its toy jail for the next 8 years. In Punk Rock Scooby, the Plutonian variant of Scrappy makes a stop on Earth, to crash the Battle of the Bands, and also to take his lookalike back with him. But maybe he should focus on his aim with the lasers, because all he does is break stuff and animate tall skinny objects to become monsters. No, not Shaggy. For the damages, and, you know, the whole trying to kill them thing, the Plutonian Scrappy gets life in prison plus another 13 years. But if you're lucky, we'll throw the wrong one in there. In K9 to 5, the scientist that hired the boys as his assistants creates the average toxic work environment that I'm sure all of us know all too well, as he turns himself into a werewolf, chases them around the building, and assaults the trio of underappreciated interns. Plus, breaking various items around the building adds yet another charge onto his totals, resulting in a total of 11 years in prison. In Hard Hat Scooby, this vampiric construction foreman has Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy build the Vampire State Building overnight, which we never see payment for. Along with that, he also admits that they will be his next meal, which is suspect at best, and a felony at worst. And of course, I'm giving him the worst, which is life in Vampire State Prison, with a bonus of 26 years. In Hot House Scooby, The Tomato Man contracts the boys to do some lawn work, which is a pretty good cover-up for sending his bloodthirsty plants after them. He chases them throughout his greenhouse to try and catch his plant's meal, but instead catches some charges of animal abuse and assault, and is left with a 5-year sentence. In Pigskin Scooby, the Monrovia monsters scare away the hometown heroes, and instead face the hungry heroes, absolutely destroying them. You might be upset that I gave them jail time for this. So here, 15-yard penalty for unnecessary roughness. Look, it's the NFL. They could have killed them and still be back next week. 4 years in prison. In Sopwith Scooby, Red Baron tries to take out the competition of the airplane race, which includes a hippie and 2 dogs. He uses a bunch of these goofy gadgets to try and knock them out of the sky, but gets caught with his pants down, losing the race and getting a life sentence plus 6 years. In Tender Bigfoot, Bigfoot assaults the... yeah, it's Bigfoot. What else were you expecting? Bigfoot assaults Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy, who are hiking through the woods, and chases them down the river and over a waterfall. For these actions, I sentence Bigfoot to somehow never have a high-def photo of them taken for at least 7 years. And they also get house arrest. Cave arrest? Give it a rest? Who cares anymore? In Scooby and the Beanstalk, the boys end up on a magic beanstalk, where a giant resides up top. He keeps them as his new entertainment source, not allowing them to leave unless they make him laugh. But when they try, he's immediately put to sleep. So what's more criminal? Assault, animal abuse, and false imprisonment? Or being unfunny? For my sake, we'll go with the former. And the giant will spend the next 10 years in an extremely large prison cell. In Maltese Mackerel, these 2 goons chase down Shaggy and the boys to steal the Maltese Mackerel statue worth $1 million. They head down to the docks, where they attack the dogs and use swordfish as weapons against Shaggy, which is probably the most impressive weapon in the series. But as the boys go free, the perps are delivered straight back to the police boat, where they can expect to stay for the next 14 years. In Dumbwaiter or Caper, Bugsy Burton and his gangsters steal a shipment of diamonds, forcing the Fearless Detective Agency to step in and take them back. But when they do, the gang doesn't go down without a fight, chasing them around the mansion and flattening them with this broken door. Unfortunately, they get a bit tied up, and they'll be getting 11 years in jail. In Yabba's Rustle Hustle, these rustlers are running a cattle theft operation, using a helicopter to airlift them off the farm. But this one's no real cow. It's Uncle Yabba and Deputy Dusty, who get dropped, chased, and locked away in the shack. The rustlers' plan only being foiled by one of the real cows, and the bull bandits are going to receive 16 years in the Old West Jail. In Catfish Burglar Caper, Mrs. Higgins dresses up as the catfish burglar in order to steal prized jewels off a yacht. This one even has a planned getaway, but it's just a windsurfer though. Either way, they take off with the jewels after chasing the boys around the yacht, taking refuge in this old lighthouse before being caught in a seaweed trap. So the pair will trade their boat shoes for prison slides for the next 15.5 years. In Movie Monster Menace, this horror director and a cinematographer use a monster ray gun to turn these underpaid extras into real monsters, forcing them to chase Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy around the set. One of them hurls Scrappy across the room, but I'm pinning that one on the real villains. Hollywood. Okay, the director in this case. So he and his partner will get 9 years in prison. Man, this must be the worst thing a horror director's ever done. Oh. In Mind Your Own Business, these 2 cowboys overhear Uncle Yabba's inheritance of a gold mine, stealing a map to it, as well as Deputy Dusty's shirt, before chasing them down in the mines. Eventually, they get minecarted off to the sheriff's office, and they'll be locked away for the next 5 years. In Super Teen Shaggy, this biker gang crashes a masquerade party, and refuses to leave. But have no fear, Super Teen Shaggy is here. The main biker lifts him up and is looking for a fight, but Shaggy prefers to settle this on the road, as a chase ensues, but is quickly ended when they all fly into the pool, leaving these bikers with a 5.5-year sentence. In Basketball Bumblers, Big Ed uses a remote control to affect Shaggy's basketball game. At halftime, the boys sneak down to try and steal his remote, and he chases them around the basement. Cheaters never prosper, unless you have a lot of money, which Big Ed seemingly does not. So, 1 year in prison for him. In Tragic Magic, a traveling magic show by Misto and Grimes. No, not that one. is a mere facade for the magic of bank heists, as the duo steal the only safe in Tumbleweed by trapping Dusty and Yabba down in the sewers. When Scrappy, Yabba, and Dusty catch up, they quickly find themselves tied up, as the thieves head for South America. Luckily, we caught them before they left our jurisdiction, and they'll be staying in the country for a long time, 32 years to be exact. In Beauty Contest Caper, Miss Bulgravia and Bruno kidnap 7 contestants from the beauty pageant, keeping them locked up in a cage, so that Miss Bulgravia can win by default. But with the boys on the case, make that 8, as undercover Shaggy meets the same fate. He gets thrown down the laundry chute, and when Scooby tries to save him, nearly gets smacked too. This pair might take the crown for the worst queens yet, receiving 93 years in prison for their stunt. In Stakeout at the Takeout, Otto and Ivan steal a bunch of gold coins, and try to smuggle them out in hamburgers. They pick Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy to be their help, but their patience runs thin when they keep messing up, and pick them up by the collars. Just as they're about to escape, Scooby diverts the plane right into the airport restaurant, which probably kills everyone inside. And yeah, sure, Scooby technically steered it in there, but the other two are still in the cockpit, so unlucky guys. Tell you what, I'll cut it back to vehicular manslaughter, and we'll call it even. An even 2,516 years in prison, that is. In Runaway Scrappy, these two train robbers, well, rob a train, and tie up Dusty and Yabba in order to escape. They manage to get free, only to turn around and immediately get captured again, leaving Scrappy no choice but to help these bozos. Just in time too, as the robbers steal Dusty's motorcycle and run off, running straight into the immovable force that is Scrappy-Doo. These silver robbers only run off with 39 years in the Tumbleweed jail. In Who's Scooby-Doo? These two bullies steal a personality switching device from the science fair, so that they can sell it for some cash. As the boys chase them down, they drop some oil down and the mystery machine goes for a spin. They buy a bit more time by sending Scooby, who swapped into Shaggy's body, after a cat, and one final chase adds another year onto their totals, resulting in an 11-year sentence. In Double Trouble Date, Lucy's brother catches wind that Shaggy set Lucy up with Scooby, and he chases them to the amusement park and grabs the boys, and ends up breaking various park equipment, though his motive is pretty valid. This roller coaster ride of emotions leads to an 8-year sentence in Thrillville Penitentiary. In Slippery Dan the Escape Man, Slippery Dan gets out of his confinement, turning the tables on Dusty, Yabba, and Scrappy. They track him back to Tumbleweed, where the cycle of getting tied up and released mirrors that of the US prison system. Speaking of mirrors, Dusty uses this mirror maze to capture him. Alright. Unfortunately, he went across the border to do so, certainly outside of his jurisdiction, ruining the entire case that we've built up. Way to go, Deputy Dumbass! In Cable Car Caper, this super slay pink jumpsuited woman and her assistant steal a cable car full of people, keeping them locked away in the underground city. When Shaggy and the boys investigate, they too get kidnapped, narrowly escaping the attack by the man, before the pair escape with the stolen gold. But their plan goes off the rails pretty quickly, leaving them stranded, and with a 148-year sentence. In Muscle Trouble, this bodybuilder gets a bit of roid rage when Shaggy lifts more than he can, throwing him around before challenging him to a race. But during the race, he pulls out all the stops to win, breaking their boat, only to still lose the race. Not only can he never show his face here again, but he's also gonna get 4 years in prison too. In Lowdown Showdown, Bucko gets released from prison. And what better way to show how poor the US prison system is than immediately commit more crimes. He rips the floor from underneath Dusty, Yabba, and Scrappy, throwing them aside. He kicks them all over town before eventually getting caught with his pants down, leaving him with another 8 years in prison. In Comic Book Caper, Mr. Morley dresses up as Slime Boy in order to steal a prized comic book from the convention, lifting up the glass and trapping the boys on guard. During the chase, he very comically gets the best of Scooby, before cramming Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy together in the trash can, but they get the last laugh, delivering him right to the police station, where he'll get booked and spend 16 years. In Misfortune Teller, RB, which probably stands for something, let's go with Roid Boy, buys a fortune reading from Shaggy. So when Shaggy tells him the fortune, RB picks him up by the collar and says it better be true. So now the boys have to rig all the carnival games, concluding with a 10-second wrestling match versus Scooby, where he kinda takes it too far. My crystal ball is showing 5 years behind bars for Roid Boy. In Wild West Vampire, Count Zarko rises from his coffin to turn the town of Tumbleweed into... zombies? Sure. He tries to turn Dusty into one, but you might need a working brain for that one. I mean, he turned Yabba after all. I also counted 21 people that fell victim to a spell, bringing the Count's counts to 28 years, extradited to a Transylvanian prison. In a gem of a case, Fingers Malone steals a case of jewels from the boys, and goes on an absolute spree of terror against them. He beats them up on the plane, ties them up on the bridge, leading them to fall into the ravine. If that's not enough, he roughs them up again, locks them in the room, and then ties them up to a log about to be split. He might be one of the most evil villains in this iteration, but the most criminal thing is this hairline. For that, 2 life sentences plus 23 years in prison. And from bad to curse, Mikolos steals the amulet that powers the Queen of the Romani, using it to chain up Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy. Once they're free, they get turned into what they truly are: 2 chickens and a pup with the heart of a lion. Scrappy still gets kicked though, adding yet another charge onto his totals, resulting in a 17-year sentence in a nomadic prison. In Tumbleweed Derby, these 2 thieves steal Yabba's prized horse Wildfire right before the big race and take off into the night. But after they rescue Wildfire, still need to sabotage the race to try and win, which of course fails. They can't accept losing, so they run off with the trophy, but Yabba manages to make quick work of them, hog-tying them into a 15-year sentence in Tumbleweed Prison. In Disappearing Car Caper, Pistons McGee sneaks into a car lot, where he uses a shrink ray to steal 7 cars, the mystery machine included. He takes them back to his garage, where they disrupt his money-making scheme. I guess he wanted to play dollies instead, since he gets wheeled right over to the police station, where he can expect a 36.5-year sentence. In Scooby-Doo and Genie Pooh, a genie and her genie dog get released from their bottle, and head straight over to the museum to find an ancient spell, taking Scooby along for the ride. She uses her magic to close Shaggy and Scrappy in an umbrella. Along with that, they pop Shaggy and Scrappy's inflatable before breaking into the museum, leaving them with 16.5 years trapped in this glass bottle. Oh, they got away. In Law and Disorder, Bart and his lackey rigged the election by planting stolen jewels on Dusty. So, the most average US election. But as first order of business, they break into the Tumbleweed Bank, and chase down Yabba and Dusty when they realize their crimes were all filmed, resulting in 4 convictions and no time served. That's what we call the US justice system, baby! In Close Encounter of the Worst Kind, these 3 extraterrestrials land on Earth to do a bit of shopping, and their list includes 2 Earth sandwiches, the Mystery Machine, 2 young lovers, 2 ice skaters, and 1 Great Dane. During the errands, the aliens also throw Scrappy aside before trapping him and Shaggy in the freezing water, cementing their place in the intergalactic incarceration system for the next 44 years. In Captain Canine Caper, Hollywood producer Mr. Johnson dognaps his leading star, Captain Canine, and holds them for ransom. He foolishly gets the fearless detectives on the case, and immediately gets upset when they try to ruin his plan. What did he expect to happen? He locks up Shaggy in the gorilla cage, chasing them through the studio tour, leading to the clock tower where Captain Canine is kept. Just when the boys are about to ring his bell, he cuts them down, which certainly could have killed them. He's set for life in prison plus 17 years. This must be the worst thing a producer's done since... What do you mean he fled to France? In Alien Schmalien, Mr. Bleak and Hugo kidnap an alien for the traveling circus. They rough up Dusty and the dogs before tying them up, escaping with a captured Xylon. But after rescuing Xylon, all 4 get cut off the high wire, and Mr. Bleak and Hugo are netting 26 years in a circus prison. In The Incredible Cat Lady Caper, non-Halle Berry Catwoman uses her feline friends to scare a guard and steal some expensive jewels from a local shop. Unfortunately for her, that shop is right above the Fearless Detective Agency. The boys get a mostly private flight over to her mansion, where she sticks her mammalian minions after them. Eventually she gets washed away by a wave of milk, and this cat burglar is getting 17 years in prison. In Picnic Poopers, Buster and his dog sabotage the picnic games to try and win the big prize, starting with the sack race. He hooks a balloon to this kid, lifting them off the ground, and we never see them again. They 100% died, right? Along with that, they threaten Shaggy and the dogs, before cutting the rope in the obstacle course, leading to a great fall, I'm banning them from the picnic games for life. And Buster is receiving life plus 8 years in picnic prison. In Go East, young partner, the Phantom Jewel Thief breaks into the Empire State Building to steal some rare jewels kept in there. With Dusty, Scrappy, and Yabba in pursuit, he drops a bowling ball on them, sending them into a freefall, which gives him enough time to escape through another building and hit the streets of New York. But the concrete jungle is unforgiving, and with some good old southern charm, the boys nab the perp, and give him a life sentence plus 25 years in New York State Prison. In 1,000,000 Years Before Lunch, Wonga terrorizes Dula, breaking into her cave house and kidnapping her, but the only clubbing he does is the dispatching of Scrappy. Prehistoric laws are a bit hit or miss, but we can find solace in Shaggy and Scooby, introducing present-day germs to his prehistoric immune system. But until that sets in, I think 19 years in a real rockin' prison. In Where's the Werewolf, Lance and Bulldog see a potential cash cow. Potential cash werewolf? As Scooby accidentally gets a special conditioner put on him that turns him into a werewolf. They break into the mansion the boys are house-sitting to try and steal him, and actually succeed after a few fails. They get exposed as frauds when Scooby is no longer a reluctant werewolf, and they'll both get 15 years in were prison. In Up a Crazy River, 3 robbers hit the Tumbleweed General Store, and when Dusty steps in, they assault him and kidnap him for $10,000 ransom money. When Scrappy and Yabba bring the money, the bandits tie them up and send them towards a waterfall, while still keeping Dusty tied up. Eventually, the plot armor deflects enough bullets to get the robbers, and they'll be spending 31 years in Tumbleweed Prison. In Hoedown Showdown, Bubba McGurks, upset that Shaggy's cousin Betty Lou won't go to the hoedown with him, takes his anger out on Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy, throwing an entire hive of bees at the trio. But this hive mind bit goes a bit too far, as Bubba can buzz off for the next 11 years. In Snow Job Too Small, Cousin Sherwood dresses up as the Abominable Snowman in order to steal his little cousin Wilbur's inheritance. To ensure he does, he swoops in and attacks the snowmobile that he and the fearless detectives ride on, rolling a giant snowball after them. This gives him enough time to kidnap Wilbur, taking off down the hill. Scooby does eventually free him, but up in the cabin is one more hurdle, as the snowman grabs him once more. After a quick tussle with Scooby, he's captured and can expect to sit in prison for an abominable 72 years, on top of the life sentences. In the series finale, Bride and Gloom, Horrible Homer, the horrible incel, drops a boulder on Dusty, Yabba, and Scrappy, with a threatening note demanding Dusty find him an eligible female for him to marry. When Yabba bites the bullet and goes undercover, Dusty nearly gets clobbered before Homer is introduced to his real partner, but she'll have to come visit him in Tumbleweed Prison for the rest of their life, and another 7 years on top. How many years in prison would every villain from the new Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo show get for their crimes? In the series premiere, Scooby the Barbarian, Professor Busby dresses up as Olaf the Terrible to become a modern-day pirate. He scares an entire tour group of people learning about the history of Norway, and when Daphne and the boys are on the case, rolls a cart of pumpkins into Shaggy and Scooby, before kidnapping Daphne and Scrappy. He locks the pair in an underground cell, but once they're free and join back with Shag and Scoob, chases them all onto the Viking ship, which is really just a stolen military submarine. And there's just no way that this guy gets out without some jail time. And I think 56 years sounds about right to me. In No Sharking Zone, Cowabunga Carlisle disguises as the seaweed monster, piloting a mini sub-shark to get the big surf competition cancelled. And this would allow him to steal the lost treasure of Scaruba, and make off with a fortune. Unfortunately, however, Daphne and the boys find a stash, leading to a final chase where Scooby nearly becomes shark bait. And Cowabunga is going to spend the next 12 years in Scaruba prison. Cowabummer, dude. In Scooby-Geist, a gaggle of ghosts haunt this house where Daphne and the boys stay for the night, which leads to a real rough night of sleep for Shaggy and Scooby. Now, usually this is where I'd sentence a real ghost to some arbitrary number of years. But once the gang leaves, the entire house sinks into the ground, and is therefore out of my jurisdiction. Well played, Poltergeist. In the Quagmire Quake Caper, Quanto disguises as the Mud Monster in order to steal the native gold. To do so, he goes down into the cave system and uses this contraption to mine, which also creates mini earthquakes as a result. As the gang investigate, he takes a swipe at them before chasing them out, later doing the same with Scrappy. Eventually, the sheriff gets his hands on Quanto, and we can expect an 11-year sentence in prison for him. In Hound of the Scoobyvilles, Bentley the butler dresses up as the Hound to steal Lord Barkerville's sheep, causing the fall of House Barkerville, which would lead him to inherit the property. He steals by my count 32 sheep, and considering they're used for an expensive cashmere company, I will consider them over 200 pounds in value. So when combined with the attack of Shaggy, he'll be spending the next 227.5 years in Scottish prison. In The Dinosaur Deception, Dr. LaRue pilots a robotic dinosaur in order to steal the silver from the mines of Montezuma. In doing so, he scares away 2 local men, and later Shaggy too. Once the gang finds the silver mines, he traps them with this trapdoor. He won't take the gold for most time served, but silver will do just fine for him. 217 years in Mexican prison. In The Creature from Chem Lab, Toby Wallace dresses up as the creature to scare away people from the computer lab at school, giving them enough time to illegally copy video games to sell later. I'm perfectly fine with illegally playing games, but I draw the line at profiting from it. So when he scares the janitor, a gym full of 426 students and 22 faculty, we might just have the quantity queen for this series. Plus chasing Shaggy and Daphne, and grabbing a very bouncy Scooby, leads Toby to get 462 years in prison, where his only source of enjoyment is Scooby-Doo Mystery Mayhem on the Game Boy Advance. In No Thanks, Masked Minx, Milo Damp attends a party at Daphne's parents' house, looking to steal a very valuable stamp before it's auctioned off. We've already read in the paper that he's stolen before, and does manage to take the stamp, chasing Scooby and Miss Blake from the Blake Zoo to the Blake Pool. Milo's monkey business only stamps his name in the prison admissions book, where he'll stay for the next 13 years. In Scooby of the Jungle, Bucko uses animal whistles to control African wildlife, and uses that to capture them and sell them off the nature preserve. He kidnaps Daphne and keeps her locked up in a cage, and soon Shaggy and the boys meet the same fate while trying to save her. But Bucko's whistle gets turned against him, as a stampede of wild animals run out of the cave and trap him. And we'll be sending Bucko straight to a Kenyan prison for the next 37 years. In Scooby-Doo and Cyclops 2, Mr. Cyclops and Ivan run an illegal uranium mining operation on Paradise Island, hypnotizing guests into doing all the dirty work. As the gang investigate the strange disappearances, Shaggy and Scooby get sent down the trap stairs straight into a piano. Using the scales of justice, Mr. Cyclops and Ivan will be spending 124 years in prison. In Scooby-Roo, Darcy dresses up as the Neanderthal monster in order to scare away the ranch hands of Hugh Smallwood, so that his ranch would fail, meaning he could then mine the uranium ore from his property. He uses the lasso to try and nab Scooby, later chasing him and Shaggy around the farm. We're gonna take him out back for a bit, with a 32-year sentence in Australian prison. In Scooby's Gold Medal Gambit, the chameleon breaks out of Wholesome Prison, heading straight for the World Games to steal the gold medals. His plan includes taking the likeness of various individuals, including Scooby-Doo, a waiter, and the game's chairman, the latter of which allows him to snatch the medals and make a break for it. When the chairman breaks free from the room he was locked in, we can finally bring the chameleon back to Wholesome Prison, adding another 28 years onto his sentence. In Wizards and Warlocks, the Tower Wizard locks Daphne and the boys up in the castle, forcing them to play through his D&D campaign, when 5 people before them already failed, and were trapped behind a curtain. Alright, let's see. Roll for prison. Ah, unlucky. 21 years in prison for him. In Scoobsy, Danny Devine dons the disguise of the Phantom of the Soaps, in order to ruin the production before he's written out of the show. He kidnaps the star of the show, Victoria Sensible, keeping her locked up in the laundry room. But he's got way more dirty laundry to air out, as he hurts Scooby, attacks the soap opera scene with a water hose, before focusing on Shaggy and Scooby. As they deal with that, the Phantom sneaks up behind Daphne and attacks her, before running off with Scooby. But the only slick thing here is the floors, as he crashes into the laundry room. This soap opera star is washed up now, and he'll be staying in prison for the next 25 years. In The Mark of Scooby, the Commandant steals thousands in tax money from the residents, and kidnaps Daphne and Shaggy when they fail to pay theirs. Scooby knows this is wrong, and goes to save them, but loses in the baguette duel, just narrowly escaping. Unfortunately, this was all in Scooby's dream, so no time served here. In the Crazy Carnival Caper, Jerry dresses up as the circus clown in order to try and steal a rare ruby that was used for a science experiment. He tries it a total of 3 times, failing each time, while also chasing Daphne and Shaggy, who are the keepers of it. He did, however, succeed in kidnapping Mr. McDouble and keeping him locked up in a carnival booth. So with everything tallied up, this clown will spend the next 27 years behind bars. In Scooby and the Minotaur, Mr. Kronos dresses up as a Minotaur to scare away archaeologists looking for the Golden Fleece. He starts with a team of 7, chasing them out of Greece, before turning his attention to Shaggy and Daphne, scaring them throughout the duration of his spree. Scooby isn't completely safe either, as the Minotaur charges at him, only to completely whiff and crash into the wall, leaving him with nothing more than 20 years in Greek prison. In Scooby Pinch Hits, Coach Rungout dresses up like the ghost of Casey O'Reilly to scare away Sally Star from pitching. When vague threats don't work, he just resorts to kidnapping her, keeping her locked away in the vents room. That's on top of all the animal abuse and the assaults. And this ghost will need a few asterisks in the record book, but he will have 22 years in prison to debate his Hall of Fame case. In The Fall Dog, Mickey Hack dresses up as a gremlin in order to sabotage the movie production. When Daphne and the boys are forced to step in to replace the stunt people, Mickey cuts their parachute, sending them into the ravine below. Along with that, he pours crude oil onto the track, turning them into a Beyblade before crashing. And finally, controlling a giant robot to pick them up will give them a couple life sentences plus 40 years in Hollywood prison. In the Scooby Coop, Crocker Pitt dresses up as the Spectre of sports cars to ruin his mentor's reputation, allowing him to steal the plans for the XYZ Coop. He activates the Coop in the showroom with, by my count, 30 people, and nearly runs over Daphne and Scrappy. Unfortunately for her, that's not all, as she and Shaggy get kidnapped and driven off, barely being saved by Scooby in the super garbage truck. I'm sentencing Crocker to spend life plus 61 years locked in a Tesla Cybertruck, a fate worse than death. In Who's Minding the Monster, Dracula and his wife hire the gang to be the new babysitters for their child, after Frankenstein's monster short-circuited. But once he returns, they instead take Shaggy and Scooby down to the lab to switch their brains into the monsters. Probably could have picked more suitable subjects, but whatever. Either way, the pair of fanged fools will spend the next 4 years in a Transylvanian prison. In Scooby a la mode, Chef Gustav disguises as the glowing ghost of Chef Maris in order to get the pastry school closed down, so he can find the lost treasure within it. He scares away 23 students, adding a couple more for some Shaggy chases, plus the attacks of Shaggy and Scrappy. During the first commotion, he runs into Chef Pierre and steals his coat, winding up with an even 80 years in French prison. In Where's Scooby-Doo, Beatrice Whimsy poses as an elderly lady on the Orient Express to help the gang solve a made-up mystery. But she does provide a real mystery because she's an undercover spy who has stolen a secret fuel formula. She steals a stack of newspapers with her face on the cover. But when she's found out, she takes Scooby's suitcase full of Scooby snacks on accident, detaching the train car in the process. But she can't get away with it for long, falling back into the train and getting entombed in the mummy's case. And as they say, Beatrice, Vienna waits for you. Because once they come to a stop in Vienna, she is finally taken away, where she'll spend the next 28 years. In Wedding Bell Booze, Alex Saunders dresses up as McBaggy Rogers to try and find the map to the buried treasure on their property. The map itself is hidden inside the wedding ring, so he scares Shaggy's sister to try and get it. But when that doesn't work, he tries to steal it from Shaggy, chasing him through Scooby's parents' house, and down into the basement where Uncle Gaggy is. Crashing the wedding reception doesn't help his case either, plus trying to tackle the dogs for the treasure completes his spree. He'll be on his pilgrimage to the Massachusetts State Prison, where he'll stay for the next 140 years. In Happy Birthday Scooby-Doo, Milo Spender dons the Red Skull mask to try and steal the Last Hope Diamond, something he failed to do years ago. He loosens a light to have it fall on Shaggy and Scooby, later untying the rope Scooby hangs by, and chases him and Shaggy around the TV station, leading to their final battle up on the roof, where he eventually knocks them off the sign. He even planned ahead for this, planting evidence to point all suspicion towards Fred, but his capture at the end ensures he'll spend 2 life sentences plus 19 years in prison. In Scooby's Peephole Pandemonium, publisher Orson Kane dresses up as the Maid Mummy to gain access into Norma Deadman's home, so he can steal her priceless jewels. In the commotion, he tackles Scooby to the ground, giving him one final charge onto his rap sheet, totaling 6.5 years in prison. But the real crime is that he's basically just TMZ. You know what? Add on a voyeurism charge for being a literal parasite. That's better. 11.5 years. In The Hand of Horror, Ratfield disguises as one of the Von Gizmo twins, his ex-bosses, to gain access to a new invention, the Invisible Hand. While controlling it, he locks the gang in the house, rolls Shaggy and Scooby up in this rug, and throws them down into the basement. While down there, they find the missing brother, and Ratfield's last stand begins, using the hand to hold Scrappy and Scooby down, before sending a horde of them to pin everyone to the wall. Oh, and throughout the episode, he stole 3 pizzas from this delivery person. In total, Ratfield will spend the next 41 years in Adam Smith's penitentiary. In Scooby or Not Scooby, something is rotten in Denmark, as Rosie Kranz and Gilly Stern dress up as sea monsters to steal the oil from the offshore rig for their own gain. Once Daphne and the boys check in, they chase them around the property, taking a swipe at them along the way. So, for their crimes, they'll spend the next 5 years in a Danish prison. Good night, sweet prince. In The Stony Glare Stare, Professor Mikos is hired by Thaddeus Blimp and his sidekick Wilmer to find the Mask of Medusa, so he can use it to take over the world. As the Cyclops, he chases the gang around Greece, and joins this restaurant dancer against their will. Once the mask is found, Blimp takes off with it, before being stopped by Scooby in the costume, and all 3 of these goofies are being sent to Greek prison for the next 9 years. In Mission Undoable, Cecil runs a spy ring out of the Statue of Liberty, creating a transponder for world domination. He captures Shaggy and Scooby in the base, with Daphne and Scrappy following soon after, sending in his robot army to chase them down. But once his cover is blown, he and his group are taken away to Liberty City Prison, where they'll stay until GTA 7 drops, so like 61 years. In the B Team, Harley Finster is an international super spy, sent to steal the fuel that NASA is creating on this honey farm. To do so, he and his team use jetpacks and killer bee costumes to chase the gang and Mr. Stinger down, stealing his hives, the Mystery Machine, and a police car. They pop all of the Mystery Machine's tires, before kidnapping Stinger and taking barrels of fuel from the farm. Wherever Harley's from, good luck extraditing him. He's staying in Honeydale Prison for the next 33.5 years. In Doom Service, Miss Van Loon disguises as the Overview Hotel's first owner, Ebenezer Overview, so she can steal top-secret documents from the neighboring military base. With her back against the wall, she frightens Scooby onto her getaway snowmobile, crashing into the snowbank, and she's escorted out by the MPs. She'll be spending 46.5 years in a Colorado state prison. In A Code in the Nose, Codefinger breaks into the military compound to steal a secret decoder, using a smoke bomb against one of the guards, and stealing one of their jeeps to go on a high-speed chase. At the department store he hides out in, it becomes a series of re-stealing the decoder from the gang, plus sabotaging Daphne and Scrappy with these marbles. And Codefinger receives 34 years in undisclosed military prison. In Ghosts of the Ancient Astronauts, Harriet Mullins and her gang steal the Celestial Orb, in order to find the lost treasure of the Temple of Sirius. In doing so, she has her zombie army kidnap the gang and Velma's uncle, locking them in the Pit of Vipers, before chasing them out to the river, where they throw putter at them in a last-ditch effort. By the end, the ghost aliens tie up the thieves, leaving them to be taken to a Brazilian prison, where they'll stay for the next 71 years. In The Night of the Living Toys, Katarina Cobalt disguises as the evil elf, in order to steal the money from the Black Forest toy shop. As the elf, she and her minions chase the gang around, eventually turning Shaggy and Scooby into Jack-in-the-Boxes. After stealing the rest of the money from the safe, she tries to seal Daphne behind some boxes, instead sealing her fate in a German prison for the next 39 years. In South Pole Vault, Dr. Carlin sabotages the research center by dressing up like a killer sea lion, stealing multiple helium tanks and research documents. He pulls Scooby and his penguin buddy underneath the ice, before rolling a giant snowball at the gang, which I will argue was an attempt to get rid of them for good. In addition to picking up all 10 sea lion pins with the snow bowling ball, usually we'd send him back to the States. I think we'll keep him in Antarctic prison for life plus 51 years. In A Halloween Hassle at Dracula's Castle, Chandra and Igor team up to steal Dracula's Moonstone medallion, crashing his Halloween party in the process. Chandra zaps the Wolfman, so should this be assault or animal abuse? Animal abuse gets more time, so we'll go with that one. Plus she uses garlic gas on the 2 vampires. Once the gang are on the case, they kidnap Velma, the Invisible Man, and the Mummy, keeping them tied up in the basement, where Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy nearly avoid getting squished by the enclosing walls. Finally, with the Moonstone Medallion in her possession, she uses its powers to attack the partygoers, turning the vampires, Wolfman, and Frankenstein's monster into things a bit less monstrous, finishing off by trying to end Scooby once and for all. Igor was helping out, but the monsters respect him for this, so Chandra's the only one left on the hook for the crime spree, giving her a life sentence plus 122 years in prison. Being immortal sure does suck right about now. In a night louse at the White House, the ambassador of Klopstokia and his wife dress up as ghosts of dead presidents, in order to steal the NASA documents from underneath the White House. To do so, they switch paintings with fake ones, so they can do the fun watching eye trick, scaring away an entire banquet hall of 89 people, while chasing Shaggy and Scooby down to retrieve the brass eagle. Eventually, they steal the eagle from President Reagan, kinda like how he stole the futures of millions of Americans during his reign as Commander-in-Chief. Once Scooby takes it back, they fully tackle him to retrieve it, leaving with the NASA film and going on a rampage throughout DC. They end up getting captured, and will have a long time to reflect on their actions, getting 322 years in prison. In Showboat Scooby, Pops Baloney disguises as the ghost of Colonel Beauregard. In order to find the emerald necklace on the showboat, he ruins a sold-out show, chasing out by my count 61 people, before chasing Shaggy around the boat. He does get captured, but instantly breaks the life ring, allowing him to continue his spree of chasing the gang, ending with him stealing the necklace. But Old Man Maloney is going straight to jail, where he'll stay for the next 73.5 years. In the Dooby-Dooby-Doo-A-Doo, 2 unnamed thieves try and steal a laser band that Scooby's cousin Dooby has as a collar, interrupting his show in Vegas. When Scooby goes undercover, they play a bit of hooky with him, dognapping him and taking him to an abandoned mine, where they use the real laser to cause rocks to fall where Agent Marcy Green stands. What happens in Vegas doesn't always stay there, but these 2 thieves will be, as they get life in prison plus 73 years in a Sin City prison. I wonder if that counts towards their residency. In Sherlock Doo, Mr. Stapleton dresses up as the ghost of Sherlock Holmes to steal the crown jewels from Buckingham Palace. To do so, he attacks Moriarty in the cemetery, giving him enough time to steal the blueprints from the Detectives Club before breaking into the museum to steal the ones for the palace. After breaking into Buckingham Palace and running off with the jewels, he squishes Scooby with the door before pushing Shaggy off the roof, only being caught by the spring-loaded Scooby. Sherlock would have calculated that Mr. Stapleton would spend the next 75 years in Scotland Yard. In a scary duel with a cartoon ghoul, Dimwitty gets a job as a security guard at Banana Toon Studios, where a secret government film is being kept. To try and find it, he breaks through a theater screen to steal a film reel, chasing Shaggy and Scooby through the lot on these active laser cruisers. Once the gang find the real reel, he pops out again to steal the reel, but will only receive a real 20 years in Hollywood prison. In E-I-E-I-O, Parker sabotages the farm of Old MacDonald to try and force him out. He creates a kaiju mouse, a chocolate milk producing cow, and a super speedy piggy. But the mouse does the most damage, wrecking a bunch of farm items. But towards the end of his reign, takes the likeness of Old MacDonald, who he stuffs into an old barrel. He's literally only farming elves at this point, and gets 25 years in prison. In the series finale, The Nutcracker Scoob, Nanette the maid dresses up as the ghost of Christmas Never, in order to steal the emerald from a children's orphanage, which is absolutely not in the holiday spirit. She chases the gang and Mrs. Featherwig out of the home, giving her enough time to destroy the decorations for the ballet. She steals the golden star from the attic, before stealing the nutcracker with the emerald inside, dancing her way straight to Sugar Plum Prison for the next 17 years. The Mystery Gang have been the world's best crime solvers for over 50 years now, but let's flip the script. What if they were charged for all the crimes they commit? Now, it's no secret that the gang have some unorthodox sleuthing methods. I mean, there's a talking dog for one, but they also just kind of throw caution to the wind and hope for the best. And it always works. Their plot armor works harder than whoever does all the paperwork down at the station for all their cases. This first section will lovingly be called meddling crimes, and it's pretty much exactly how it sounds. The crimes they commit to aid in their investigations. Vigilantism technically is not a crime, but it's a good umbrella term for all the other things that go with it. There's a real fine line between trespassing and breaking and entering, and it pretty much comes down to if there was a closed barrier for entry, like a door or a window. But they do both. A bunch. Trespassing is kind of like a slap on the wrist. At most they're getting 6 months, but more often than not you're just told to go home. But breaking and entering is way more serious, earning them 6 whole years behind bars. And I feel like I can easily put property destruction here. Something tells me that these holes the size of a guy and his dog were not here before. And they don't just break into residences or random buildings either. Sometimes they just waltz right into some protected pyramids or a military base and expect to run the show. And most times they do. We like to call that privilege. Once they get through the doors, the obstruction of justice pretty much immediately starts. Every time they find a clue, they just pocket it like it's an item in a game to be used later. Tampering with evidence includes knowingly removing something from the crime scene, so we could probably mark them down for like 3 of these per episode. Even Fred setting up his iconic traps opens up a whole Pandora's box of charges that can be brought against them. Now, you could argue that these are all citizens' arrests, but that's no fun for this video. Every time a trap connects, we've got a battery charge along with false imprisonment. And I will actually accept the potential for some of these to be assault with a deadly weapon. I mean, look at this. Anyone's getting destroyed by this. Except me. I'm built different. Probably a good time to bring up the klutz factor of the gang. I know Daphne is often called danger prone, but the rest of them ain't much better. The amount of stuff they break to try and bring in these crooks is incredible. You almost couldn't do better if you were trying. A lot of it is just stuff. It can always get replaced. But it's when they start to destroy historical artifacts that I start to take it more seriously. Sometimes the gang will just stumble across a stick of dynamite and toss it over their shoulder like a handful of salt, or find something shiny and cause a cave-in or something stupid, which starts at reckless endangerment and can easily ramp up from there, especially once the environmental crimes start coming into play. Speaking of reckless, I'd be a fool not to bring up Fred behind the wheel. In some of those early series, you could flip a coin to determine whether or not the mystery machine ends up upside down in a ditch or run out of fuel. But I'm willing to give him not guilty by reason of himbo for that. However, when a criminal takes off and he whips around town after them, I feel like reckless driving is more than fair. Plus, I've literally witnessed Velma run a guy over. Kinda hard to argue against that one. Also, how often do the gang put on a seatbelt? I feel like it's not as often as it should be. Thank you to Click It or Ticket for sponsoring this video. Nah, not really. It's actually sponsored by me and all my lovely members over on the Patreon. Check it out and get your name on here with everyone. Watch the next videos a few weeks early, and get some behind the scenes updates. Also, just while we're on Fred here, let's talk about him aiding and abetting and harboring a fugitive. The fugitive in question, of course, being his own father from Be Cool Scooby-Doo. Donald Jones is a notorious thief who escaped prison to try and warn Fred about his backstabbing friend. So Fred repays the favor by locking him in the mystery machine and flying it off into the night to escape the cops. So not only did he cause havoc in the city, leading the entire police force on a 5-star wanted level chase to the bridge, and over the bridge, but also helped someone who's essentially an FBI most wanted man escape. Can't lie, kinda cool.
Huh? Oh, come on! You gotta admit this is cool!
The gang also love to play dress up to take their enemy by surprise, which is just a goofy fun joke.
Identity theft is not a joke, Jim.
So we've gotten the more common crimes the gang gets away with out of the way, now we've got some real special cases. Every so often, the gang have a tendency to flex their sticky fingers and just straight up steal stuff. Shoplifting is kind of a slap on the wrist, but if it's over $950 in value, we can upgrade it to grand theft. Skateboard? Probably not. A full-on boat? Yeah, probably. Speaking of boats, it came to my attention that there's a charge specifically for illegally boarding a vessel, which happens in the franchise a lot more than you'd think. While we're down below sea level,
I am under the water. Please help me.
Surely all 4 members of the gang aren't certified divers, right? Like, I can't imagine so, but even if they are, there's no way that a dog should be down there. I know they love Scooby, but you can definitely make an animal cruelty argument based on the sheer number of occasions where Scooby almost dies. Might as well add some child endangerment in there too, whether it be Shaggy's little sister, Flim Flam, or some random kid they're chaperoning. Not to mention when the culprits happen to be children, those charges rack up quick. You'd think that the gang have no business kidnapping anyone, and yeah, you're right. But that doesn't stop them. In the very first episode of Mystery Incorporated, Fred just runs off with his worker encased in the jelly. As far as we know, he's still alive. So at least they're not disturbing the dead or anything. Until later on when they dig up a grave and steal this pistol. Right. Oftentimes the gang don't even abide by police orders after they've been talked to or even arrested. They've resisted arrest, assaulted officers, and broken out of jail altogether. Oh yeah, they also derailed an entire train trying to run from the cops. Of course we have to fit some white-collar crimes in here too. I mean, what else would 4 teens with seemingly unlimited money be doing? Shaggy always seems to luck his way into inheriting a lump sum of money or a property, but I don't think I've ever seen him pay taxes on them. Now, usually he's out saving the world or something, but Uncle Sam stops for no one. I still won't rat him out though. Tax evasion's cool. I'm gonna open up the gang here just a bit to include one more crime, but I promise it's worth the trouble. Scrappy-Doo joins up with his Uncle Scooby for over 100 episodes, and actually puts in more work to solve the cases than Shaggy and Scooby-Doo. But I just can't overlook him picking up this lava monster and throwing them into an active volcano. Scrappy, you absolute psycho. I love you. But if I bring up Scrappy again, I do unfortunately have to open up the Velma show to this as well. He continues the murder spree and moves the bodies around town. Sure, probably not worth the hassle. But Daphne and Velma become drug dealers for like a quarter of an episode, which is just really funny to throw on the rap sheets. Velma's is actually even longer, especially if we add on her little stunts back in Egypt from Where's My Mummy. Maybe Fred's kidnapping charge was a little harsh before, but Velma takes it a step further and triples it. Also, kidnapping in Egypt gets a life sentence as opposed to 8 years, so she's really feeling bold here. Oh, she's also the resident hacker for the gang whenever they need it. The most dangerous girl you know has a big ol' roundy face. I would probably put her as the gang's most serious offender, with Fred in a close second place with all of his death traps. Then Shag and Scoob constantly breaking everything. And then Daphne with her shoplifting. God forbid a girl has hobbies. But the worst crime the gang has ever committed is staying out past curfew. Get these criminals off the streets. Okay, so I've done all the crimes from all of the movies, all the crimes from every single episode, and now the crimes of the mystery gang. So I guess the only other thing left would be to do the real life crimes of every single celebrity guest. Nah, that's stupid. Surely none of them have done anything. Oh. And with that, I've sentenced every single criminal the gang has ever captured. We're finally done. I had a lot of fun with this series, but I'm even more excited to get into the more fun ideas that I have. I hope you stick around for them. And until then, bye.